life is not easy for anyone. Everyone is going through a very, very difficult time. Everyone is. And when we talk about other people, especially on this channel, we do so as a sort of extreme version of shadow work. You know, the things that we dislike in another person, they're present in us. And when we are repelled by something, it's because there's an aspect of that still within us. Out of all the videos and deep dives that I've made about our good friend Aubrey Marcus, and I do consider him a brother and a friend, he's a human being, just like I am and you are. But in doing these deep dives and watching these videos, it has really helped me fine tune like why this is important, like why it's a big deal. So some of the channel members alerted me to the fact that Aubrey was explaining himself again on another podcast, particularly this Align podcast. And he's host of the Align podcast. Understanding your mind and body can be confusing. This channel will help by combining ancient wisdom with modern science to better know yourself. Well, okay. And what is not revealed in this podcast until the very end is that they both use drugs, and they're very low key about it, and they laugh about it, and they promote these things as if not understanding the implications of such a thing. Now, one of the questions that you might get is, why does this matter to you? Why does what Aubrey does, why does it matter to us? And I have experienced personal consequences from someone that I love sort of buying into this polyamory, psychedelic, just sort of this permissive nature of drug use and drug abuse. I mean, at the end of the podcast, they reveal that they're popping supplements and needing things to get through the day and all of that stuff. Very druggy behavior. I use the word addict and alcoholic a lot in this deep dive, and I'm in no way suggesting that Aubrey is an addict or an alcoholic, even though I might say that. It's the behavior. It's the behavior that you can see clearly. The whole podcast is extremely manipulative. In fact, many times watching it, I felt like I was being groomed. Watching content like this inflames the ego. It definitely does. When I finished the podcast yesterday, it took me 3 days to go through the whole thing and listen to it, because the host of the podcast kept saying in the comments, did you listen to the whole conversation? Did you listen to the whole conversation? And I did listen to the whole conversation, even though I knew it was going to inflame the ego. So I spent significant time calming that ego down, because this is a very unsafe thing. Feeding people drugs, talking about drugs, and especially illegal drugs like MDMA, LSD, and yes, even mushrooms. I would personally not encourage people to engage with these substances, even if you think that they should be legal. If you think they should be legal, the fact of the matter is that they are illegal, and there can be severe consequences. I know many people personally who have gone to jail and spent time in jail for possessing, sometimes even selling substances. So promoting this type of lifestyle is kind of damaging. It is damaging. And primarily making this episode focuses on that, the sort of manipulative drug-fueled behaviors. And that's the purpose of it. Also, I love Aubrey, and I would love to help Aubrey get sober. So, it's at one point in the video, they talk about how nobody reached out to Aubrey personally to have a private one-on-one conversation with him. And I didn't even know that was possible. And I say in the deep dive that he turned comments off on his videos, which prompted people to make their own video responses because he turned off those comments. He also attempts to rewrite history. We've invented a whole new term for this: gaslighting. Gaslighting so clear that you can see right through it. Now, the interviewer, Aaron, is a friend of Aubrey. And in the comments, Aaron says, Aubrey's always been nice to me. He's a very kind person. And I agree. Aubrey appears to be a very kind person. But, it's a script. And let me just tell it to you this way. My father was considered a kind person. To people in the extended family, he was considered a hardworking, very kind and generous person. And he was to other people. He was not kind to me, to my mother, or to my sisters. So if my mother or myself or my sisters were to object to the things that my father was doing to us, we would be seen as crazy. And in fact, that's called abuse. So a lot of times, and my father was an alcoholic. He was a dry drunk. So the behaviors are noticeable, and you can be aware of these behaviors, especially if you work in recovery. So this podcast episode is focused more on the recovery aspect of it. And also, it's not a joke. It's not funny. And I know you guys expect me to be kind of funny, and I am kind of funny in this. But at the same time, it's just, I talk a lot in this. That's probably why it's almost 7 hours. But at the same time, Aaron, listen to the whole podcast, okay? If you guys are going to judge me, I want you to, I listen to your podcast. I've listened to a lot of these podcasts. So if you want to listen to the whole thing, listen to the whole thing, all 7 hours, okay? Because I break it down for you, almost word for word, that promoting this kind of druggy spirituality is not good for us. It's not good for you. And it's not good for society. Aubrey says many times he wants to help humanity. And right about the time that I was, I felt like I was getting groomed and brainwashed. And it was very disturbing. And I had to call some people, I had to check in with reality from time to time. Listen here, spiritual content isn't supposed to make you feel that way. Okay, you guys are talking about consciousness, mind, body, making it less confusing. There's a ton of word salad in this, laughing about things that are pretty damn serious. And I felt like I was getting groomed, like I was trying to, so I see the suffering that Aubrey creates in his life, and I see the suffering he creates in the lives of others, and I see it clearly, and I'm not the only one. And at some points I think, man, I shouldn't be saying this because Aubrey is clearly in distress. and I know he's in distress because he did something. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's that bad. It's that bad. He held up a bottle of Feel Free. And here's the thing about this Feel Free. It's a gas station, something you get in a gas station or a vape store, and it's called Feel Free. And I do want to bring this up because I do want to bring this up, and I'm going to bring up a news article. I mean, in our industry, like this shit like this, you got to watch out for, because people think that it's an alternative to alcohol or an alternative to drugs. But I do want to talk about this. Popular supplement Kratom faces scrutiny over addiction concerns. It's ruining people's lives. Well, Feel Free is a drug. It's a drink. And people in our community use it. And mainly who use it are people who are coming down off of heroin. Nobody would use it if they were not an addict. It's a very addicty thing to do. To do this, always looking for an escape or always looking for some way to dull the painful reality. And I think Aaron and Aubrey, you need to make people aware how much you use numbing agents and supplements and stimulants and all of that stuff. That stuff can kind of rot your brain. That can really warp your thinking. You're not participating in reality. And you guys make podcasts and you write books from this sort of methed out, drugged out, numbed place. And that's not being very conscious. Okay? And I do think that you need to say, hey, we're druggies, or hey, this is our opinion and this is our perspective. Oh, also, these are the drugs we are on. And I think that would be beneficial, and I don't think there would be as much of a controversy. Also, Aubrey talks about his new line of supplements called Correct supplements, and it's just basically like, how can we package and repackage stimulants and drugs? And it's very, very druggy. It's a druggy worldview, and I think that's fine. I think if you want to do drugs and promote druggy lifestyles, that's fine. But to pretend that it has anything to do with real, grounded spirituality is just false. And it's also kind of misrepresenting what it's all about. Because and then there's also culty aspects as well. It feels culty. It feels like a bait and switch, you know. And throughout the podcast, Aubrey talks about masculinity as a penetrative force. And yeah, that might be true, but masculinity is about a container to control chaos. And to be a truly masculine man in his power, grown up, there has to be an initiation to take someone from boyhood to adulthood. And Aubrey seems really stuck in boyhood, but because he has resources and because he's gathered together a bunch of people who will vouch for him, that he's being kind to, it looks good, but it's not based in reality. It's not real. It's not real. It's not reality. It's a fantasy. And many times in the podcast, they talk about people being jealous of Aubrey and people being envious of him. And that's crazy. Who is envious of a druggie with that much personal drama? They're not. It's delusional. And sometimes I think Aaron knows that Aubrey is being delusional, and maybe Aaron knows that Aubrey is in a self-destruct mode. He's in a self-destruct mode because he held up that little bottle of Feel Free. When I saw that, I was like, this is what, like, in our community, it's known that prostitutes and homeless people and desperate people coming down off of fentanyl and to hold it up and say, I'm not endorsing this and all that. Dude, that's extremely irresponsible. The whole thing is just irresponsible. And at many times during the podcast, they say, why would people be interested in that? Well, because you're being irresponsible about this stuff. You know, maybe you don't know that 300,000 people die every year from drug overdoses and alcoholism. That's a significant number. And, you know, drugs are fine until it starts to affect you. And you can have a lot of buffers too. Like, people with money tend to not suffer the more damaging or devastating effects of drug addiction or even drug using. You know, like Aubrey might be able to pay a lawyer if he gets caught with some drugs. But for ordinary people, you know, we end up having to go to drug court. We end up having to pay for it. And again, I'm going to say they talk about these drugs so casually as if everybody's doing it. Oh, MDMA, LSD, mushroom. And that's the stuff that we know about. Okay. Those are the drugs that we know about. And the whole thing is just very inauthentic. And it seems more devoted towards rehabbing Aubrey's image, which upon further research was already pretty tarnished to begin with. And it all seems like a manipulation. I know guys like Aubrey, he's probably just trying to cover up for something by telling more and more stories. I do think that if Aaron were a really good friend, he would have said, Aubrey, zip it. Don't talk about this for at least a year or more. Just interview people on your podcast and let this die down. But that's why I think that Aubrey it's a cry for help, because he can't shut up about it. And he keeps trying to reframe the story in different ways and make it like you have the problem or I have the problem or that I'm not doing my shadow work. And that was he talks about that, you know, we need to do our shadow work. We need to do our shadow work. And that's what we do in this deep dive. So yeah, this is a rather long introduction to the deep dive, but I do think that, you know, Aubrey has access to all of these spiritual masters and all of these people. And I find it hard to believe that none of these masters or gurus that he's in contact with have ever sat him down and said, Aubrey, keep it in your pants. Stop trying to come up with drugs to sell people. That's not it. Did none of those spiritual so he may not be in touch with those masters like we think he is. You know, I had a pretty pure initiation, and I really wasn't allowed in those influencer circles or anything like that, because as a shaman I call out bullshit. Like that's part of why shamans are born. Shamans are to call out the bullshit and also help solve complex social issues. It's what we do. And it's a service. This is essentially a public service announcement. It's a public service announcement. And this introduction is long, but I want this to be a definitive response to this. Like, Aubrey is just a druggie, and he doesn't need hatred. He doesn't need people to make fun of him. He needs help. My God, won't somebody help Aubrey? Won't somebody say, dude, you are whacked out. This is cockamamie. But, you know, I know people like Aubrey. They spend a lot of time manipulating their network to support whatever cockamamie shit they pull. It's highly manipulative, and it also is suggestive of alcoholic and addict personality and behavior. You know, people might want to say narcissist or but I'm just like, it's just ego. That's all it is at the end of the day, is ego. But also, ego mixed with drugs can inflate the spiritual ego. And the spiritual ego is much, much harder. It's more malevolent. It can be even dangerous, because you can avoid criticism by saying, I'm spiritual. You don't get it. You don't understand. The spiritual ego has so many tells when somebody is going through it. And I'll pray for Aubrey. I prayed for him last night. My husband and I, we were like, this man needs some help. This man needs some help. And I've offered to go at my own expense to help him get sober. And you know what? If that happens, I won't even say a fucking word about it. I will go silently. I will not even say anything about it. I will protect his privacy. I won't even, but But I would fly out there at my own expense and help that man get sober. I would, because I am that, because he has a voice, he has a platform, and he's promoting a very destructive, druggy, sexually acting out lifestyle. And yeah, we should say stuff like that, because he doesn't promote it that way. He promotes it as spirituality and leveling up and an evolution. When if you look under the hood, it's just, hey, buy my supplements, or hey, you want to fuck. That's pretty much it. And even he and Aaron talk about, you know, some creepy shit they do at festivals and stuff. My husband used to go to festivals, and he could tell you about the one. You want a massage, dudes. I'm going to tell you that. You want a massage. Okay, so to start this video, I'm going to read from Owning Your Shadow. Okay? It was said that Dr. Jung's favorite story went something like this. The water of life, wishing to make itself known on the face of the earth, bubbled up in an artesian well and flowed without effort or limit. People came to drink of the magic water and were nourished by it, since it was so clean and pure and invigorating. But humankind was not content to leave things in this Edenic state. Gradually, they began to fence the well, charge admission, claim ownership of the property around it, make elaborate laws as to who could come to the well, put locks on the gates. Soon, the well was the property of the powerful and the elite. The water was angry and offended. It stopped flowing and began to bubble up in another place. The people who owned the property around the first well were so engrossed in their power systems and ownership that they did not notice that the water had vanished. They continued selling the non-existent water, and few people noticed that the true power was gone. But some dissatisfied people searched with great courage and found the new artesian well. Soon that well was under the control of the property owners, and the same fate overtook it. The spring took itself to yet another place, and this has been going on throughout recorded history. So essentially, he talks about the shadow there too, but when you try to commodify spirituality, and this is a thing that I struggle with. Okay, I know that I could probably make a lot of money selling courses and all of that, and coaching plans and MLM. I know I could probably make a lot of money at that. Many people have told me, Patrick, you will make a lot of money doing this. But here's the thing. I'm not about making a lot of money in that way. And, you know, the spiritual influencer template of coaching, program, all that stuff. Why does that seem to be the only game in town? And I mean, I'm saying it works, but if you start doing that stuff, what do you do if the well runs dry? Like it has in Aubrey's case, because the water is going to spring up in a place where it's not commodified. You know, a really good spiritual teacher can make a lot of money. They can, because people are desperate for answers. They want answers. They want help. And our approach here is we encourage people. We don't tell them that they have to pay $20,000 for what's going on. Like, there's an entire industry that has grown up around spirituality. And when I was coming up as a shaman, there were hardly any videos on YouTube comparatively. Now they're everywhere. You can make a lot of money being a spiritual teacher that doesn't tell the truth about this stuff. Primarily, I want people to know that the promotion of the drug lifestyle, because that's what they're promoting. The promotion of drugs and easy sex and all of that. It's not normal. It's not an evolution. It's not something that anybody will find any benefit from. What are you going to find in that? drama, broken hearts, potential legal challenges, and STDs. They don't talk about any of there's no disclaimer. There's no disclaimer that says, hi, I'm Aubrey Marcus. I'm a multimillionaire. I have buffers and numbing agents, and I take stimulants, and this is my view based on my druggy lifestyle. Would we even listen to it if it had that disclaimer? Would we even care if it had that disclaimer on it? Probably not, because nobody wants to hear a druggie's opinion of anything. And so I have a challenge to Aubrey Marcus. You know, get sober. Get off those drugs. Addiction is not something to be endured. Addiction is the initiation into a higher consciousness. And for those of you who are enabling Aubrey right now, I'm going to tell you, Aubrey, people like Aubrey, they are really kind. They are really generous until you call them out. Until you start to see through the cracks, until your bullshit detector starts going off. And then and only then will you see how utterly vicious and cruel they can be. And Aubrey sort of low-key threatens people who make videos about him in this video. And if here's the thing, what other people say about you shouldn't matter to you at this phase in your life. It shouldn't have any relevance on you whatsoever. You know, there's a story in A New Earth, and A New Earth is one of my favorite books, but there's a story in A New Earth about how, I'm just going to paraphrase this, okay? So a spiritual teacher got accused of impregnating a local village girl. And when the village girl accused him, the spiritual teacher said, okay. And then when the baby was born, the parents took the baby to this spiritual teacher and they said, you take care of it. And the spiritual teacher said, okay. And eventually the village girl revealed that the spiritual teacher was not the father of the baby, but it was another village boy. So they came and took the baby from him. And the spiritual teacher said, okay, that's where you want to be, Aubrey. That's where you want to be with all this shit. What other people say about you doesn't matter, unless what other people are saying about you is interfering with your businesses. If it's interfering with your businesses, I understand. Yeah, I make fun of your correct supplements because you didn't even spell. Is somebody pranking you? Because yes, I did make fun of your supplements called Correct Energy. That's not even spelled correctly. I mean, how did your marketing team miss this? Like, why would you do this? Are you high? Aubrey, are you high? Come on, don't you think about this stuff? Didn't you think about this? And listen, you don't need this shit. You don't need drugs. You don't need supplements. But I could understand why druggies and addicts would think that they needed stuff like this. We need it, man. Patrick, you don't understand. We need drugs. We need our drugs. You don't understand. But if you take a lot of drugs, if you drink a lot, if you have a lot of drama in your life that depletes you, you will need these drugs. So these supplements are very good for people who are already engaging in party lifestyles. You know what the best way to get energy is? A regular sleep schedule. No drama, no lies, no dishonesty. And so I'm ready to move on to let you guys see what I recorded. So Aaron from the Align podcast, if you watch this, please watch the whole thing and hear what sober people and people who are not under the Aubrey Marcus umbrella of influence. I'm sure you've received a lot of benefit from that. but if you call somebody out like Aubrey, you might see just how vicious and cruel and non-spiritual they can be. I'm praying for everybody wrapped up in this, because when an addict knows the jig is up, it can be quite destructive. I mean, even calling it out could be kind of destructive for me. But what are you going to do when you see something? Say something. All right? I love you all, and I will. You don't have to watch this in one sitting, and please don't. Also, I don't get paid for this. This is service work. This is a public service announcement. This is service work. I didn't waste my time doing this. Yeah, I definitely had other better things to do, but I definitely did this to say we should stop promoting these druggy, sex-fueled lifestyles as spiritual. They're not. It's just partying. It's just druggies and swingers. That's all it is. All right. Mwah.
Patrick, you don't understand. We need an ego. We need to do drugs. We need lots of partners. You just aren't getting it.
Greetings, Earthlings. It's time for another deep dive. We're going back into the world, or the land, of Aubrey Marcus. I didn't necessarily want to, but the audience members here, you guys are very manipulative. Very, very manipulative. And I know that you like this kind of content from me, but I definitely don't want I don't want this channel to be about that. So you're going to get some content like this sometimes, but it's not going to be all the time. I'm just letting you know. I don't want to be the Aubrey Marcus channel. I don't even think Aubrey Marcus wants to be the Aubrey Marcus channel anymore, if you know what I mean. So we're going to see Mr. Marcus on a podcast responding to, I guess, he calls it a controversy. Aubrey, it's not a controversy. It is a normal reaction to insanity, which to the people who are acting crazy, it does seem like a controversy. Yeah, I remember right before they locked me up in the mental institution, I thought it was everybody else who had the problem. So I get where you're coming from, honey. I get it totally, okay? I myself used to be a lot like you. I did, Aubrey. And recently, someone that I care for last year, he started getting caught up in this psychedelic polyamory bullshit that you promote. So while Aubrey might think it's harmless, just harmless fun, just being free, man, living my life, that's great. But why does it harm people? If people are getting harmed, that's not a good thing. So it's why on my channel, I promote sobriety, healing, honesty, truth, and conserving sexual energy. Being moral, not lying to people, not gaslighting people, not manipulating me. That's my code of honor. That's what being a real man is all about. So Aubrey is feminized in many ways, weak in many ways, but today we're going to hear from him and another one of his guy friends, I guess. I don't know much about these people, but I guess I'm going to learn more about these people, and you are too. So join me on another deep dive with our good friend and brother in Christ, Aubrey Marcus. Are you ready? Let's go.
He was once a storm in human form, sharp tongue, cold soul, heart worn and torn, living like a ghost who missed his grave till the spirit sang out and called him brave. He got rewired by the great unknown, heard the call like a dial tone to the bone. So pull up a chair, enjoy the glow. This is the Shaman Patrick Show.
The most depressing things about alcoholics and addicts is that they think they're fooling people. And sometimes they do. Alcoholics and addicts can be very, very convincing. They can. And often alcoholics and addicts, they also have a lot of enablers in their life. They really wouldn't be able to do the things that they do unless people enable them. And usually addicts who also have a lot of money also have a lot of enablers. They can find enablers that will co-sign their bullshit. But you don't have to be rich to have a lot of enablers. You could also be handsome or pretty. If you are handsome and pretty, you can find a lot of enablers too. You will find people who will want you to stay drunk and addicted so they can continue using your body or looks or whatever. But what happens to people when they lose their looks? I mean, I was a twink, okay? Guys used to give me drugs and all that kind of stuff. And when I turned 40, I was like, why can't I get any guy I want anymore? I used to get any guy I wanted. I had a lot of enablers. They would just give me cocaine, meth, whatever. Just because I looked really young for my age. When I was 30, I looked like I was 18. It was weird. Men who liked that young look, they ate me up. So I would get drugs, whatever I wanted from these men. But when I started to turn 39, 40, that kind of went by the wayside. People stopped enabling me. People stopped co-signing my bullshit. So I know that there's a privilege, but it's not really a privilege when people will enable you to destroy your life. I know this to be true. But excuse me, I started to breathe coffee. But the thing about getting sober is you finally start to see reality as it is. Like after a year of sobriety, you start to realize that your thinking was warped when you were using drugs. Powerful, psychoactive, addictive, illegal drugs. I can't believe we're having this conversation. I still can't believe it. I never thought that I would get sober and then have to tell people how bad illegal drugs were. It boggles my mind. Before I get into this, I want to tell you, people are free to live their life however they want. People can do whatever they want. I will support people in going for their dreams, doing whatever they want with their life. However, I will wave people away from illegal drugs, dangerous things, doing things that are unsafe. I'll wave people away from that because I lived that life and it led me down. I mean, I can't believe I survived it. And so, rich people who can do drugs and not be addicts, more power to you. I mean, Jordan Peterson had a complete come apart when people were suggesting that he was an addict, which he was. He started acting like a dry drunk and people called him out and he was like, I'm not an addict. Even his daughter was like, my dad's not an addict. He has substance use disorder. Yeah, rich people can have substance use disorder, but for everybody else, we got to be addicts and we got to go get treatment. Because we become a danger to ourselves and others. And in fact, a rich person who is promoting this type of lifestyle is a danger to other people. So I'm going to take almost a year ago, I'm on the phone with my best friend and my best friend is telling me that his roommate had relapsed and wanted him to keep it a secret from me. Now, my roommate is sober, works a good program, and his roommate supposedly was sober and working a program. And I had just seen his roommate like 2 or 3 weeks ago, had a nice dinner. He didn't mention that he had started using again. That never came up in the conversation. And so, I heard from my friend. So immediately I called my husband, said our friend's roommate, who we were also close to this roommate, had relapsed. And whenever somebody in the program relapses, you sort of rally around them. You rally around them and you want to support them in getting back into the program. So yeah, we called some people. We called his former sponsor. We called his parents, and this person got very upset with me. And he said the reason he didn't tell me is because I would kick him out of his life for relapsing. I said, oh, honey, no, I don't do that. I don't know where you're getting that. But then he started off on this tirade of how I didn't understand psychedelics, that it was plant medicine, it's medicinal. And I'm listening to this bullshit and I'm thinking, where are you getting this shit? Where is this fucking coming from? Because I mean, up until this point in my recovery journey, in everybody's recovery journey, it was, abstinence. It's the only way to truly recover is abstinence. And so I was listening to this shit and it was very uncomfortable, very disturbing. But then even more disturbing, I saw his friends and family believing his bullshit, that these drugs were medicinal, that this way of life is just another life choice. It's just another life choice. Why won't you support me, Patrick? I want to be supported. And I'm not going to support people when they're in the process of destroying their life. I'm not going to enable them in destroying their life. And so it was very difficult to take. It was a betrayal of the highest order. Not just a betrayal of that person, but also the friends and family who were supporting him in going back to using drugs. It shocked me. But if you have had an alcoholic or an addict in your life and it's driven you fucking crazy, you might eventually find yourself in Al-Anon. So before we get into this podcast, I'm going to read this. It's August 26th while I'm recording this, and this is from Courage to Change. I'm going to read the reading for today. Looking back, I have often reproached myself. How could you not have known what was happening? Alcoholism left messy tracks all over my life, yet I didn't see them. How could that be? Denial is one of the chief symptoms of this family disease of alcoholism. Some of us deny that the drinker has a problem. Others are too willing to blame him or her for all our problems, denying our own participation. Why? Because we alone can't defeat this disease, so we invent ways to survive the constant crises, broken promise, lost hope, and embarrassments. One way to cope is to deny the unpleasant or terrifying reality. In Al-Anon, we learn more productive ways in which to cope with alcoholism, ways that don't cost so much in loss of self. With the support of other members and with tools and principles that offer direction, we become able to face what is really going on. We go beyond mere survival and begin to live again. And today's reminder, at all times, I have done the best I was able to do. If my only way to cope with a difficult situation was to deny it, I can look back with compassion to that person who saw no better option at the time. I can forgive myself and count my blessings for having come so far since then. Regret is an appalling waste of energy. You can't build on it. It's only good for wallowing in. So I've worked with addicts in early recovery. I've worked with family members as they struggle to get sober. Did you know what the number one cause of a relapse is? Like, let's say somebody gets sober. What's the number one cause of somebody relapsing? You can say it in the chat or in the comments. And I just want to see what y'all think. I'll do a poll for it. What is the number one cause of a relapse? And I think the answer might surprise you. All right, so we're going to get started on this video. But I do want to read the comments of this video first. And I want to say that because I have worked with addicts in early recovery, guys like Aubrey are a dime a dozen. You've heard that. I've heard this shit before. I mean, when I worked at the rehab, I must have helped almost 500, 600, 700, man, 1,000. I must have seen 1,000 guys. And this, the shit Aubrey talks about is so common and so basic. I've heard it all before. The last time I did a deep dive on this shit, it was listening to him and his wife's boyfriend talk about drug shit. They're just druggy swingers. They're druggy swingers. That's it. So when we listen to this stuff, we have to keep in mind that a lot of this is just the ramblings of an addict that is telling this story to people who don't know how it is, don't know what to look for, don't know how it is at all. I will say this, that when Aubrey is ready to get sober, I will fly out and I will help him. I will take him to, I will help Aubrey get sober at my own expense. He don't have to pay shit. I will gladly pay. And see, I don't even have any that much money, but I will gladly pay to help Aubrey get sober. I will. So let's read some of these comments on this video. It still seems to me that he confuses sexuality and spirituality. Does he frame it this way to feel less guilty in himself? Is sex the center of their relationship? Did you listen to the whole conversation, or are you saying that from a previous perspective? See what I mean? You have to listen to the whole conversation with these people. Why do we have to listen to a whole conversation? All right. Oh, here, I replied. Okay, so let's see this. Were you able to listen? Look at this. Were you able to listen to the whole conversation? And if so, did it inform your perspective at all? Look, you got to listen to the whole thing, man. You have to listen to the whole conversation. You can't just judge. What are you doing? Judging people? You got to listen to the whole conversation, man. Let's see what other people say. This, let's see. Are you actually okay with engaging with the person that platforms and celebrates distorted advice from a child abuser and a serial manipulator? Aubrey's egoic BS aside, watch the women who are coming forward. Okay. And then let's see. I don't know anything about the history of Gaffney. I could understand your concern. All right. I don't know anything about it. Okay. That's a good response. The reason why people care about this relationship is because I should have this on. I don't know what I'm doing. Look at me. Fucking up. I'm already fucking up. I'm a fuck face. I'm a fucking loser. God. The reason why people care about this relationship is because most were once supporters of his. This isn't about judgment of polyamory. This is about watching a man you once respected. I got dry mouth really bad. I got the cotton mouth really bad. And it's because of my denture glue. That's it. I'm not on drugs, but sometimes the denture glue makes my mouth dry. So I just want to explain that to all of you out there, and the spirits are taking my voice now. Okay, so this is about watching a man you once respected turn on his wife because she doesn't meet the entire spectrum of his goddess attraction. It reflects a mindset of a 12-year-old boy, and it's absolutely fascinating to watch it roll out. I could see that as well. Were you able to listen to the whole conversation? So do you see why we have to, but if you're going to have an opinion on this, you have to listen to the whole conversation. What are we missing? You know, just like the last time. Is it harvesting energy? And is it weird that I would never want my partner to be accepting of me being with someone else? There is something comforting knowing that my partner would hate to share me sexually and makes me confused. Is anyone hearing how deeply evil he is? Okay, what do you have to say here? Did you listen to the whole conversation? Do you truly believe he is evil? If he was really being authentic, he would come out already. Lots of whispers throughout many, many years of him swinging both ways. The way Aubrey talks about women is the way a closeted gay guy would talk about women. How do I know this? Because my husband used to be a closeted gay guy. It's exactly the way he used to talk about women. Look at this little flip in my hair. Look, ooh. Okay, are y'all ready? Y'all ready to get started on this shit? So the Align podcast, I don't know anything. And see, I like going into this blind. I watched a little bit of this on the live stream last Saturday, but I love going in blind on this stuff. And I got my vape. I got my coffee. I got my fan. The idea is to, like when someone is in hospice or when someone has to go through something very difficult, you want them to be as comfortable as possible. So I'm making myself as comfortable as possible. I got a fan here. I got my vape. And let's get started.
But I am here with my beloved wife, Vailana, and with beloved Alana, who is a part of our relationship constellation.
Spiritual influencer Aubrey Marcus is facing huge backlash after revealing a polyamorous relationship with his wife, Vailana, and partner Alana Beal.
If you're in this type of relationship, but all that you experience is you have multiple lovers and your lovers don't have lovers, you're missing out on the most important part. Your girl is going to be bent over, back arched, laying it on them. You got to deal with that.
Do you feel like that is a more evolved approach at relationship?
It's a pathway to deal with a primordial negative emotion.
Well, I see a lot of bullshit already. What about you? I think I have to put this up. So, I see a lot of bullshit already. What about you? I do, but let's let it play out.
Aubrey Marcus, thank you for being here.
Aaron Alexander. Hello, friend.
Aubrey, what do you think it is about your public?
Now, first of all, being interviewed by your friends is kind of, I don't know, lame. Being interviewed by your friends is kind of lame, especially when you're dealing with a controversy. Isn't that what Kamala Harris did? She just wanted to get interviewed by all her friends, so you never really got to know her. You get to know people when, like, we need an objective person to interview you about this controversy, which is not a controversy. People just called you out on your bullshit, Aubrey. That's all they did.
Persona that triggers people. Seems like people almost love to hate some parts of the persona of Aubrey Marcus.
No, nobody hates Aubrey Marcus. I don't hate Aubrey. I don't think people hate him at all. I feel some kind of disgusted, creeped out, weirded out. I've dated guys like Aubrey and had to clean up the wreckage and the damage afterwards. He used to be handsome. He used to be sexy. Now he just looks like a Ferengi to me. He looks like a Ferengi. It's like watching a Star Trek episode. But I don't think anybody hates him at all. And I think, an egoic person, a narcissist, attention is attention, even if it's hate. But I don't think anybody hates him. I think people are disappointed, disgusted, creeped out, freaked out, weirded out. But hate, I don't think people hate him at all.
I live my life in a way that's...
I have not seen any hate at all. I haven't seen anybody hating on Aubrey Marcus. So it's weird that he would perceive that people are hating on him.
According to my own rules. I mean, I'm really trying to live the freest existence possible. And that doesn't... It's not in alignment with a lot of cultural norms.
So this is what addicts say. I just want to be free. I'm reminded of the conversation that I had with my friend's roommate last year. And he was saying that the program was fear-based, that it was all about fear and it was restrictive. And he just wanted to live free. And the irony of this type of lifestyle that Aubrey Marcus wants, it's very restricting. It is mental and spiritual slavery because it's externally focused. It's about the things that you do and the people you fuck and the drugs that you take and the conquest and the money and the accolades and the attention and the fame. That is slavery. That's not freedom. But as I said before, drug addicts can be very convincing. They will tell you that the way that they're living their life is just a choice, even though that lifestyle hurts people. Drugs and illegal drugs are very dangerous. They get people killed. And to hear this man be so casual about it, just like casual, he hasn't had to deal primarily with the wreckage. He has too much money, which is buffers. He can pay people off to look the other way. And so he doesn't really have to feel those consequences. But, it would feel freeing because of all that money. But if you took away all his money, it would be a prison. It would be imprisoning. I highly doubt that anyone likes Aubrey for who he is. I don't think, but they like his money and they like the attention. And I know people who have money, and when you're not impressed by their money, they don't know what to fucking do. They just don't know what to fucking do. They're like, oh, I can't impress you with my money. Nope. It means nothing to me at all. Yeah, it can buy you nice things, but that's it. I mean, I have something that money can't buy, Aubrey. I'm in a committed, loving, monogamous relationship with the man I love, and he loves me. It's not for what we can do for each other. It is sitting on the couch, playing Dead Island 2 on the PS5 and having the time of our lives. We don't have to be in a bees that have the time of our life. We didn't even get to go on a honeymoon, but it doesn't matter because every day's a honeymoon. But again, if this guy was really his friend, I'm going to see if he calls him out on this podcast. I really want to see, do you call him out?
But it also is expressing a type of freedom that I think people actually long for. I think people want to live free, not like me. It's not a copy. It's not an imitation. Everybody has their own unique version of freedom, what it looks like to be free and to live the life that they want to live. And I think I'm an example of someone who's doing that. I'm doing exactly what I want to do.
And that is great. But the response that you're getting from people would give evidence that something is not right with that. Something is not right. Yeah, you are living the life that you want to live, and that's great. But I was talking about this with my husband this morning, and we were hurt by, my friend was hurt by his roommate's relapse. My friend ended up in the hospital with stress. It was very hard living in a house with an active addict, with all the mood swings and the mind games and the inviting weird people over to the apartment. Like, my friend was sober, but also his roommate had been working on everybody in our lives, telling us that we didn't know what we were talking about. Merrick and Patrick are trying to start a cult. Don't believe Merrick and Patrick. He was setting the ground for him to be able to go back to using drugs. He probably started this years ago. And so by the time he actually relapsed, we couldn't tell anybody about it because he had been slowly, psychologically buttering them up, saying that Merrick and Patrick are trying to start a cult. Patrick, what did he say to people? Patrick is very controlling. Patrick is just a controlling person. He wants to control people. And when I heard that, I laughed out loud because my problem is I've never been controlling enough. I haven't been controlling enough. I've just sort of let people get away with all sorts of shit. But this event that happened last year was the end of that. Never again am I going to allow this kind of shit in my life again. Aubrey, you are the poster child for never again. Having people like Aubrey Marcus in your life will lead to drama, disease, pain, suffering. But that's okay, right? Because Aubrey is getting to live the life that he wants. It don't matter about you at all. You see? But he's not able to just live his life the way that he wants. He needs people to co-sign it. like many addicts and alcoholics, they need people to legitimize it. That's why my friend's roommate went around. He needed everybody that we knew to legitimize it so he could finally relapse. My friend's roommate didn't care that it almost destroyed the relationship with our friend. Well, it destroyed relationships with everybody else we all knew. We don't talk to any of those people anymore. So not only was my friend's roommate willing to destroy his support system, but ours as well. He systematically went to every person that we knew and said, Patrick is controlling, Patrick is dangerous. And then after all of that, when his lies got exposed, boom. So this is the shit that I'm talking about. Yeah, my friend's roommate gets to live the life that he wants, but my friend is going to be paying off hospital bills for the next several years. My husband and I had to deal with some consequences because of it as well. But it's fine. It's fine as long as he's getting to live his life, which is so funny. Like, to think that I'm a controlling person. Hey, we've got a cult-free guarantee here. You can support our work with confidence, your peace of mind guaranteed. We are not starting a cult here, even though I know some of you want me to. Also, if you would like to help grow this channel, like and subscribe, comment or use an emoji if you've got nothing to say. Share this content with others, and you can join this channel as well. Thank you for watching and growing with us. I'd like to be a really big channel on YouTube, so thank you for helping me do that. A voice of reason, a sober voice in the spiritual community. All right, let's go back in.
And I'm living exactly the way I want to live. And I think that may be confronting for some people. There's certainly, some accurate, maybe assessments of some vulnerabilities I have that have been exposed. My desire to be liked is still something that in the recent kind of hullabaloo that happened on the internet.
Well, what'll take care of that? There's a book called The Courage to Be Disliked. And, I'm going through this too, Aubrey. So I'm there with you. I came from a really rough family where you had to do certain things in order to be liked by them. If you misbehaved, they didn't like it. So it's a very difficult thing to go from. Hey, Aubrey, were you raised in an alcoholic home too? So we actually have a lot in common, Aubrey. We'd probably be really good friends when you sober up.
I got to really like take a look at like, wow, how attached am I to being liked? And so in the attachment to being liked, there's a fear of not being liked, and that can create, a subtle distortion. So it's not that there's nothing that people are picking up on it entirely, but I think the brunt of it is that I'm living a truly authentic, unique Aubrey Marcus life,
and that's not true. As I said before, it's a dime a dozen. Like, go to festivals. Like, it's like, go to an NA meeting, go to a crystal meth anonymous meeting. I mean, the life that you're living is quite common, and your money doesn't make you. There's a lot of rich people out there, living the life that they want. But people are the same. It's not a unique Aubrey Marcus life. It's kind of a dime a dozen. Nobody is really all that unique or special. I mean, when you look at pictures of Aubrey Marcus at Burning Man and all of that, it looks basic to me. It looks really basic and played out, especially for a man his age.
Is an example for people to say like, hey, you guys can do this too. So the distance that people are from living their own authentic, unique George, Sally, whoever they are, I think it's confronting in a way.
What do you think?
But what's confrontational, I feel, is the how is this clown rich? That's the confrontational thing. It's kind of the same thing with Jeff and Shalea. It's like, how did these people get rich taking advantage and lying to people? I think that's the confrontational thing. And the lifestyle that you promote, Aubrey, it's for a very select group of people. people who have access to really good attorneys to help get them out of drug and alcohol charges, to pay off victims when you sexually assault them. Like the lifestyle that you have is for a very small minority of people. But I don't think that people are jealous of you or want your life at all. I certainly don't. Maybe the person that, my friend's roommate, he obviously wants the life that you have. And I hope and I pray that he doesn't get it for his sake.
It is about the people that do not like, because my experience in watching the kind of the snafu with the whole, thruple video situation, it seemed like people like really to have that level of passion, to have that response, to me denotes like they really care. Like, what do you think it is for someone to have such a passionate response? Like, it's not just like neutrality and dismissal. That's kind of more kind of painful in a way. It's like, oh, you really don't care. But it erupted something deeper where it's like, I hate you, Aubrey Marcus.
But nobody hate. Like, that's so lame. That's so lame to think that people would hate you. You have to really know somebody to hate them, and I don't hate anybody. And people who are full of hate can be easily ignored. But the way that you're just laughing about it, man, oh man.
Yeah, I did. Well, I think in this particular vector, I think there's a lot of bound up shame and a lot of bound up repression of people's natural state of desire in the current relationship construct. I mean,
ooh. Now I'm in a monogamous relationship. I've been monogamous with my husband. We've been married 7 years. Our wedding anniversary was last Saturday. And there is no repression. There is none of that. He certainly doesn't feel that way. But also having sex with a lot of different people and needing a lot of different people. Like here, let me tell you something. Hey, you can be celibate and have an extremely rich and rewarding life. I met a celibate man in 2001. 2001. I was doing a lot of drugs at that time. We were watching the TV show Farscape every Friday. Farscape Fridays. Come over to my house. We're going to drink. And after the episode is over, we're going to do a bunch of cocaine and we're going to get naked and we're going to get freaky. There were guys there. There were girls there. And that's what we did every Friday. Sort of a debauchery. Play strip poker. Have a lot of fun. Well, this one guy came over one time and he was gorgeous. He was so fucking gorgeous. I swear to God, he was a Buddhist too, but he also did drugs and drank. But anyway, he was celibate. He chose to not have sex with anybody, man or woman, but he was gorgeous. He had a great body. Oh my God, he was so handsome. And it blew my mind and I was like, what a waste. Like, dude, you are so gorgeous. This is how cum-brained I used to be. I used to think everything was about sex at one point, Aubrey too. And I was like, what a waste. But he explained to me, he goes, I'm free. I'm free. I'm freer than people who do have sex. And I never forgot that, but I did think he was crazy at the time. I wonder what happened to him. He probably ended up having a lovely life. But here's another thing. When you conserve your sexual energy, life gets easier for you. You're not sticking your dick in all these different areas. My dick is sacred. I don't want to stick my dick in other people. My husband and I were thinking, God, I can't even imagine having sex with somebody that's not you. I think it would be very weird and creepy to have sex with somebody that is not my husband. I couldn't imagine going on an app. Like, I used to do those things. It was a very lonely, desperate experience. But I can't imagine today doing it, in sobriety doing it, because somebody who needs sex they're trying to fill a hole. They're trying to fill a void. And again, Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, SLAA, they could sort you out if you wanted to go to a couple meetings. Aubrey, I would love to help you in this, but unfortunately, people have to hit rock bottom. But I don't sense any hate. I sense concern from a lot of people.
I've looked at a few statistics, and depending on the polls, it's anywhere between 20 to 40% of people are unfaithful in their relationships. And there's probably an underreporting, factor that actually makes those numbers lower. So there's those people who are unfaithful. Then there's a crazy number of the amount of people who've looked at porn in the last month. It's like above 90% for men and like above 60% for women, if I'm.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. I mean, infidelity sucks. My dad cheated on my mom and it ripped our lives apart. My husband's mother did God knows what when she was married to her. It's ugly. It's ugly. Why get married if you want to do this? Why get married if you want to do this at all?
Remembering the stats correctly. So people are looking to try and solve a problem, but they're not actually addressing the problem. They're looking for these tangential escape routes to allow them to stay in the relationship construct, which is the cultural norm of now. Not that it's been the cultural norm forever. You read.
See, he goes back to, the old days when men could have lots of wives and people were just having orgies and all that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, that's great. Go for it. That's the thing that is so cum-brained about this is why do you need people to sign on to it and legitimize it? Like, I used to do cocaine and have sex parties. It would be ludicrous for me. I tried to keep that shit secret. I tried to keep it secret. I didn't want people knowing about it. I mean, I used to have a webcam site in 1998, from 1998 to 2003 or 4. I did it for 4 years, so it would have to be 2002. Okay, thank you. I have fact-checking spirits, by the way. I got spirits fact-checking me. So, but I did that for 4 years. It was under the guise of me putting everything on camera, a live 24-hour camera. I hid the drug use and I hid the sex parties because I was ashamed of it. I was ashamed of it. When my audience suspected that I was using drugs, I denied it. And I think there was something was caught on one of the cameras and there was a big hullabaloo about it. So Aubrey, I've kind of been where you are in some regards. People have done deep dives on me and accused me of stuff and hated me for weird ass reasons. But it's something to be ashamed of. It's not something to be celebrated. Not being able to control your dick or drugs or anything like that is not something to be celebrated. It doesn't make you more evolved. It makes you regressive. It's repression. We consider people who sexually act out and those kinds of things, they are repressed. They're repressed because they're using sex and drugs to cope with emotions. You don't need to fuck a bunch of people to be free. You don't need to do a bunch of drugs to be living a free life. Those things imprison you. And they can imprison you emotionally and also physically. Like, I was shocked when I got pulled over with a DUI. I thought that the law was the problem, not my behavior. I had to be convinced that I had done something dangerous and wrong. Like, I thought that me driving drunk was not, I was like, that's fine. The problem is I got caught. See, it's addict thinking. It's addict behavior. And you got that cum-brained addict behavior shit going on.
Chris Ryan's Sex at Dawn, or you look at many indigenous cultures, even the Lakota culture, and you see that they have different models of relationship. But in this current model, there's only one way that's the right and righteous way. And a lot of people are trying to fit themselves into that way. But
see, that's the thing. Nobody is. I know a couple, a married couple, and the husband is gay, and he has a boyfriend. They don't talk about it. They don't do podcasts about it. It's just something that they do. And it's something they have come to terms with, and that's what it is. They've just made their peace with it. So her husband likes to suck dick, and what are you going to do? Get a divorce or let your husband suck dick? He likes having a wife, but he also likes sucking dick. There's the conundrum. Yeah, it doesn't fit the norm. It doesn't. It's not culturally correct, but neither is a gay marriage either, Aubrey, and we just do what we can. There's many people out there that don't agree with that I could get gay married. Am I flipping out about it? Am I freaking out about it? No, because it doesn't matter what other people think. But why do you care what other people think? Isn't because you're probably doing something that you know is wrong, and you need other people to co-sign it. That would be the only explanation of why you have to make all these podcasts and make all these videos and do all this stuff. Why do you need us to buy into it? Are you covering your ass over something, or are you trying to tell a story about something that has already happened? Are you trying to divorce your current wife, but you need to remain looking like the good guy? Just be the asshole, Aubrey. Just be the asshole. Just divorce your wife and get a new thing. Yeah, people are going to hate you for it because it's gross, but this sounds like a drug. Sounds like what my friend's roommate was trying to do. Tell a story, set it all up so that when you eventually do the thing, it'll be like, what? You just don't understand. I told you. Did you watch all the videos? Did you hear what I said? That's what it sounds like to me. You're setting something up, and not only that, you're roping good people into it, like this guy right here, this handsome guy. He don't deserve this shit. He doesn't deserve this shit at all. You're roping all these people in to whatever scheme you've got going. This cum-brained, drug-fueled scheme.
And they're unsatisfied. You know, you read Wednesday Martin's book, Untrue. You see how sexual desire in committed monogamous couples, particularly for women, falls off a cliff after a couple years. She posits that there's some biological function that when you're living with somebody, it triggers some fraternal or like a brother-sister kind of switch that goes off.
Right.
So even the way your partner smells, all
right. So what you're describing is intimacy shit. You learn about this stuff in Al-Anon. You learn about it in Al-Anon because what you're describing, though, you're describing sexually acting out. So we're going to go over here to man, this is gonna be hard because Google is a little cum-brained. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put my glasses on for this because I'm a man of a certain age. Okay, sexually acting out behaviors in adults can range from compulsive sexual behavior disorder to symptoms triggered by neurological conditions like Alzheimer's, medications, or substance abuse, and may involve symptoms similar to addiction. These behaviors involve a persistent failure to control sexual impulses, leading to actions that cause significant distress or harm in personal, social, or occupational areas of life. Treatment often starts with an accurate diagnosis to identify underlying medical, psychological, or social factors, and may include therapy, addressing co-occurring conditions, and finding healthy coping mechanisms. Sexual acting out behaviors are repetitive sexual activities or expressions that are disruptive or inappropriate for the social context, causing significant problems for the individual. The term CSPD is a recognized diagnostic category for such behavior, defined as a failure to control sexual impulses or behaviors that result in distress or impairment. So I would say, yeah, this is affecting your business. It's affecting your brand. I used to go to bathhouses. I used to go to Steamworks. And have you ever been to a gay bathhouse, Aubrey? Has anybody out there ever been to a gay bathhouse? Well, this is what goes on in a gay bathhouse. all the men are naked. There's gay porn playing everywhere. Heterosexuality does not exist in a gay bathhouse. People are having sex everywhere. You could stay there for 16 hours. You could stay a maximum of 20 hours, I think. You could just stay there. You could get high. You could just have sex with all these different people. It is crazy. It is sexual. It's a mall for sexually acting out, but it's not called sexually acting out. It's considered normal. But let me try to tell that to people who have never been there. It sounds crazy to them. It sounds sick to them, because it is kind of. Now that I don't do drugs, I can't imagine. I tell my husband, I said, did you miss out? He doesn't feel like he missed out on anything at all. So certain brain disorders such as Alzheimer's or damage to the frontal lobe can affect impulse control and lead to inappropriate sexual behavior. Substance abuse, the use of illicit drugs like cocaine or methamphetamine or even alcohol, can increase sexual drive and lead to loss of control. That's primarily what's going on in bathhouses. People are just methed out, doing hot rails, smoking. So medications, mental health conditions can cause it. So consequences and risks: significant strain on personal and family relationships with a high percentage of individuals engaging in sexual activities outside their primary relationships. Health risks: social and occupational impairment, co-occurring addictions, when to seek help. If your sexual behaviors cause you significant distress or negatively impact your relationships, work, or other areas of your life, go get help. But essentially, what he is describing is called sexually acting out. Now, this story of my friend's roommate. He used to go in his bedroom and watch porn for hours and hours and hours. Like, he would be in his bedroom with the door closed watching porn for hours. He would tell me about it, and he would come to me, Patrick, I don't know what to do. I can't stop looking at porn. And I'm like, well, just stop looking at it, because I'm a shaman. And see, I helped my friend's roommate. I supported him in everything. I would drop everything and help him. And yeah, it was heartbreaking for him to turn on me in that way. And after everything I did for him, he would just be like, I was harming him or trying to get him to live a life. But see, this motherfucker used to come to me and say, I need help with this, Patrick. I need help with this, Patrick. I can't stop jacking off. I can't stop watching porn. Because I saw that he had been abused as a child. I recognized that in him. And I genuinely tried to help him. And he sexually acted out. He's still sexually acting out, but he's cum-brained. Like you, Aubrey, he's cum-brained. So he doesn't see anything wrong with what he's doing, because he's created this whole little scenario, this whole little lifestyle that's very damaging to people. Very damaging to people. And the fact that you've got so many people to enable you and co-sign it, that's the problem here. Not the... Gotta take my cushion away because I want to get in. I want to get a little bit more comfortable. He's just sexually acting out. That's it.
All of the different aspects, it starts to shift in the body. I don't know if that's true or not, or if it's just familiarity, but there's a big challenge with actually keeping the erotic passion and excitement and the eros alive in a couple. And I think me breaking out of that mold,
because the relationship matures. Like, why haven't you done shadow work? Like, I find it so hard to believe that nobody that in your circle has taken you from boyhood to manhood. I don't, like, this is very immature. Like, I find it hard to believe. You haven't read the book Owning Your Shadow by Robert Johnson? Do you know anything about the work of Robert Moore? No one has done this service for you. None of the shamans, well, they probably don't know about it. I mean, they don't have time to watch all the videos you make about this topic. But I find it hard to believe that nobody has said, Aubrey, this is a symptom of of being immature. Like if you're in a relationship, that relationship matures. Yeah, you're not going to be fucking every day. That's just reasonable. But the true test of you as a man and also the person that you're in a relationship with, can you take that love and turn it into something more profound and real, and not just say, well, the sex is over. Time. The sex is gone. This is Desperate Housewives logic. This is Sex in the City logic. This is something you must have learned from TV, because on TV, they show married couples having sex all the time, to the point where you think that something's wrong in your marriage if you're not having sex all the time. If you're not having sex all the time, something's going right in your marriage. Something's going right. Your relationship has become something more mature. So I'm gonna bring this book out. I'm gonna bring it out because, Aubrey, this is what am I doing? What am I doing here? There we go. Aubrey, read. I know that you know about this book. So in the section Romantic Love as Shadow, half this book deals with romantic love as shadow, but it says, it is the same when we are dealing with the power of romantic love. In marriages, too, we can only hold the ring for a few brief seconds, or we will be destroyed by the 10,000 volt shock when we see divinity in our mates. This experience is not something ordinary humans can endure for long, and so we must remember to give this energy back to God and to the earth again. If we can behold the sacred power in a marriage, then ease back to ordinary voltage, our story will not have to end, like Tristan and Isolde. There is another very old tale that warns us that we must stop and honor the divine as the source of all relationship. This one comes to us from ancient Greece. It is the story of Atalanta, a strong and intelligent woman who happened to be the fastest runner in the land. She went with Jason to find the golden fleece and even wrestled with the men. When pressed to marry, she said she would only accept a suitor who could beat her in a foot race, knowing this was an impossible task. Atalanta is very much like our modern heroines, ambitious and accomplished and comfortable in the world of men. The trouble is she has no training in the art of relationship. One day, young Hippomenes fell in love with her and begged the goddess Aphrodite for her aid. Intrigued by this maiden who cared so little for her beauty, Aphrodite gave the suitor 3 golden apples, and during the race, Hippomenes rolled them at her feet. When Atalanta stopped to pick them up, the young man took the lead and won her as his bride. I lost my place. But alas, the eager lovers went off to consummate their marriage without making a sacrifice at the temple of Aphrodite. The goddess was so enraged that she changed them into lions and made them pull her chariot across the sky. The ancient world had no illusions about romance. They knew that feelings came fleetingly as a gift from the gods. There was less inflation here. Humans were only carriers of divine energy. Today, when this energy is bestowed on us, we need a ritual of thanksgiving to contain it and a way of returning it to its rightful source. So when that sexual urge fades, Aubrey, that initial love that you feel with a partner is given to you by God. It's not yours. You're like Prometheus stealing the fire. You like when you have a relationship with somebody, it's there. You make a commitment to somebody, and of course you're not supposed to try to find it in another person when it cools. That's crazy. People warned. And see, here's the thing. I'm in a successful, happy, loving marriage. My husband and I did have that. We were all over each other, especially the first 3 months, 6 months of our marriage. And it did cool. It did cool because we got into the normal everyday of life and cooking dinner and bills. And then we had family shit. Man, family shit is boner killing. It is boner killing. And we're rediscovering our marriage because we tried to bring people into our happy, sober marriage. So anyway, I say all that because it's not yours to begin with. It's you borrow that feeling from God and you have to give it back to God. Another book that I want to talk about is Healing the Shame That Binds You. It talks about sexually acting out even though I read this book and as a warning for myself, food for pain bodies. I wrote that in the beginning so that I would know that it's food for pain bodies, but also at the same time, what you're doing is not cool. You keep trying to get people to co-sign on it. And then here's another one, Games People Play. The basic handbook of transactional analysis. You play a lot of fucking games with the people in your life, Aubrey. I didn't want to tell you about this book because if a narcissist gets a hold of this book, I'm telling you, but I'm just letting you know, but this is pretty much the best defense against somebody like you. And also Gantz. It's a manga. I just think it's a good manga. So just read Gantz. You'll love it. I love Gantz. I wish they had a Gantz theme park for real. All right, let's get back to this video.
Was particularly challenging because I think a lot of people, if you can accept that this is the only way, monogamy is the only way, then you can just be like, it's the only way. I have nothing to worry about. But I'm like, hey, there's another option that's more expansive. And people are like, fuck you, die.
People aren't saying that, but you're trying to rewrite the rules of human relationships. You're just like, back when in the caveman days, all that stuff was good for people, I'm sure. But that's just it's not good for people anymore. I mean, you're missing out on the maturity of growing old with one person, of committing to one person. I think that's what people find most offensive, is that you just think that the rules don't apply to you. Like most drug addicts, they just think that the rules don't apply to them. And I'm not talking about social rules, but, just basic rules. You want to keep expanding things. You want to be a visionary. You want to change the rules. Why not just be in a polyamorous relationship? That's the thing people are not getting with you, because why don't you just do that? Why do you have to rope people in on all your stuff? Man, I got something going on with my tongue.
Like, they want to kind of cast it out. I think it's similar to why there's been such an impulse to make psychedelics illegal. If psychedelics are illegal, then I don't have to worry about doing psychedelic medicine and exploring what I might not be desiring to look at in myself. So let's just cast that option out. Let's just say it doesn't work. Let's say it's poisonous. Let's say it'll make you go crazy. Let's say all of these things. And then I don't have to deal with this in my decision tree, so I can accept my current reality as it is. So
this is, again, the druggie talk. You don't need psychedelics to get these spiritual experiences. They're dangerous. They can make you go crazy. Why risk it? They're illegal because they're dangerous, Aubrey. That's why they're illegal, because they're dangerous. Not because, can they expand your mind? Yeah, they can. But you can also get caught up in that shit. And anybody can feed somebody drugs to manipulate them. I think that you want drugs to be out there because it's easier to seduce ladies. It's easier to get in people's pants if you give them drugs. And sorcerers can pretend to be shamans, feed people drugs, and get them to do whatever the fuck they want. It's very rapey. It's a very rapey culture. This shit you're talking about is very rapey. I
think there's some universal, I hate Aubrey Marcus kind of sentiment. And then there was some very specific sentiment that developed when I talked about my unconventional relationship.
And see, you can have an unconventional relationship, but the way you're promoting this unconventional relationship, you're trying to put a gloss of legitimacy on it. The audio does not match the video, because if you were truly Like, then you would be able to ignore all the things that people say. If you truly believed your own bullshit, you would be able to ignore the things that people say because they would be wrong, right? And here, let me tell you, a hit dog hollers. Y'all know about a hit dog? A hit dog will holler. So the very fact that Aubrey is making this podcast lets you know that he knows. He knows that it's all bullshit. Because a hit dog hollers. Look, people accuse me of things all the time. And when it's wrong, I can laugh at it. I'm like, sometimes people say that I'm a Satanist, and I laugh about it. Sometimes people say that, well, like when people said I was a controlling person, I laughed at it. Controlling? Don't be ridiculous. You've got me confused with somebody else. But a hit dog hollers, and this dog is hollering.
I could see there being pushback in the language of this model is more expansive, because I could see someone that is committed to monogamy saying, no, Aubrey, you are missing out on the expansiveness of commitment. What do you think about that as a perspective, that perhaps there could be another layer of, no matter, we're married, we made this commitment to each other, perhaps there's something even deeper behind the challenge of commitment to one partner?
So anything in life can be your sadhana. It can be your spiritual practice. And I am the last person to say what your sadhana should be, right? Like, whatever you want your spiritual practice to be, whatever is going to lead to the highest level of evolution, beautiful. And for many people, monogamy is that path. So you're right in correcting me and saying that it's more expansive. I meant that more in the functional aspect. There's a larger retinue of options in our current relationship construct. So it's not expansive on the evolution of a person's soul or evolution of a person's spirit, or even that it's the right way or a better way. But there's just a larger field that you're playing with, and that's just factual, right? Because there's dyadic connections that I have with my wife Ilana, with my lover Alana, and then their dyadic connections with whoever their other lovers are. So there's a larger field at play. So, but
swingers, y'all are just druggy swingers. What's wrong with being a druggy swinger? Oh, see, I'm gonna take down my whole operation here. What's wrong with being? Sorry about that, guys. This kind of looks, this microphone reminds me that like I got a dick in my face. I tried different ways to position this microphone. I'd like one of those sexy Shure micro. This is my performance microphone, but I'd like one of those like long microphones. Maybe I'll get that at some point. But what was I talking about? This looks like I got a dick in the face. Let me. I completely lost my train of thought. But it's easy to do when listening to Aubrey Marcus. So you're just druggy swingers. That's it. You're just druggy swingers. But I don't get why they're trying to dress it up. That's the part that don't make no sense. Why can't he just say, hey, we're druggy swingers, man. We're wild and crazy guys. So why does it have to be dressed up and legitimized? Because you know it's wrong.
You're right in saying that there's nothing that says that this is a better or a more advanced way to actually navigate life to get the most growth and evolution and learning possible.
This is that twin flame shit where they use their relationships as a spiritual practice. Don't fucking do that. Your spiritual practice is your spiritual practice. And your partner's spiritual practice is their spiritual practice. Yeah, you could work on things together, but if you want to taint, I think that's the problem. You've tainted all your relationships by using them as spiritual practices. I think that's what happened, Aubrey. You're not supposed to use your relationship as a spiritual practice. Why are you doing that? That's going to taint your relationship. You trying to heal each other? Why don't y'all go see a shaman or something? to deal with this. Like, yeah, nobody cares if you fuck some other people. Nobody cares if you're in a big orgy. We don't even know how that works anyway. Like, but you're just druggy swingers.
But I would push back and say those people who say that this is not commitment, that's also wrong, because I'm completely and deeply committed to both Vailana and Alana forever. Like, I'm in all the way, and I've closed all the other options for myself.
Okay, so it's forever now. He's closed all the other options. There's going to be no more openings in his constellation. Do y'all hear that? This is it, y'all. He's only committing to these two ladies. Do y'all believe that?
So I'm in this interesting, what I guess would be called a polycule situation, where there's actually hard boundaries around this, far different than my previous experience with polyamory, which was just kind of wild, like whoever you want, whatever you want, if there's energy there. I've made the commitment to Vi and Alana, like, this is it. If you guys are in. I'm closing all the other doors. And I'm deeply, deeply satisfied with that. And also the commitment that's necessary to have all of the conversations, to confront all of the jealousies, confront all of the different things. Like, there's a level of...
if there are people who are jealous of Aubrey Marcus, please go see a therapist. And usually people who think that other people are jealous of them are jealous. They have jealousy. Jealousy is a lower emotion. You shouldn't. And Aubrey, you've mentioned that you have jealousy before. Get that checked out. Through all your drug taking, did no shaman or anybody help you with any of this shit? I find that the most shocking of all. That no spiritual person pulled you aside and said, hey, because people have done that to me. I mean, when I was coming up, being a shaman, other shamans would reach out to me and pull me aside and say, Patrick, shamans are sober. Shamans have tidy personal lives. You're a mess right now, Patrick. If to be a shaman, you're gonna have to be sober. You're gonna have to calm your personal life down. You're gonna have to work on healing. You're gonna have to heal yourself. You can't be sexually acting out. You can't be having sex with your clients or anything like that. Did nobody pull you aside? I find that shocking and hard to believe.
Commitment in confronting the challenges that this type of relation brings up. So it's not that I'm not experiencing the depth of commitment. I'm just experiencing the depth of commitment to a different field than a normal monogamous container.
All right.
What do you think it is about two gals that's like, what's the functional mechanics of that feeling more fulfilling to you?
Well, I noticed that there's two beards on the screen. Both of y'all have beards. I'm just going to put that out there. And for those of you who know what I'm talking about, there you go.
Like if you were to break it down functionally speaking, like what is that?
So for me, in my own desire palette, and I think we are all, Rebbe Gaffney says we're all a unique configuration of desire. That's what we are. We're a unique configuration of desire. So in my unique configuration of desire, I like a woman who's strong, has like a really robust masculine aspect to them. And
so you're gay. I myself like masculine women. I love masculine women. Here, let me tell you my type of girl. I love Emma Roberts, Nicole Kidman. I definitely have a type. My husband says I have a type. I love masculine women. I get along really well with masculine women. Most gay guys do.
Embodies like the kind of warrior queen element. That's like an archetypal thing that I'm attracted to.
This is a bad thing.
And then there's also an archetypal expression of the goddess that's completely nurturing and completely in the depth of feminine. Now, both Alana and Vi have a healthy balance of masculine and feminine, but Vi is...
I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I see wounded, if anything, a lot of wounded feminine, a lot of wounded stuff. And somebody would have to be wounded to want to be with you. I mean, that would be the only way that a woman would want to be with you in this, is if they were very wounded, if they had a lot of shame, if they had a lot of stuff that they didn't want to deal with. Yeah.
Masculine is just something that she's more natural expressing, and Alana's depth of her feminine is something that's more natural for her to express. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't cross over and both be masculine and feminine, but for me, I love the goddess, like truly, like I love women, and they both, it's not just that it's two, like if there's two Vilanas, it would be really difficult. And if there was two Alana.
What? He's grinning like he knows something. You know, he knows something. Have y'all two? Like he knows something.
It would be really difficult. But the fact that they're so complementary in who they are, I feel like now I get to be in love with the goddess with a capital G, because there's two of the main primary archetypes. Now, it doesn't mean that every other person doesn't have their unique expressions, you know, that are different. I'm not saying that they encompass everything, but for me, it covers the primary elements of a slightly more, you know, developed masculine nature, of someone who can really penetrate the world like Vi can, and then someone who's more comfortable, just like
Vi is a little girl in a grown up body. She's a little girl. We watched on the last deep dive I did, very immature. She talks in a baby voice and all of that. Does anybody else feel like two women might be overcompensating for something?
Actually loving being that nurturing, soft, feminine, you know, character that Alana is, and it's not that they're putting this on. It's just their natural constitution. And I think everybody has a natural balance of masculine and feminine. I'd like to think, and you do too, like we both actually have very well developed feminine aspects.
And that's not good for men to have so many feminine elements. Like you should be 80 at most. Okay, at most. If you're a man, 80% masculine and maybe 20% feminine. I mean, of course you should have an understanding, but masculine men usually are like 95% masculine, and that's good for men to be 95% masculine. But for there to be like 50-50, that could cause a whole lot of problems, because men with feminine qualities tend to be overly emotional, weak, desperate. They have a lot of desires that need filled. Masculine men are really, really simple. They don't need a whole lot of stuff. They are the stoic. They are the container for a really feminine woman. Because if there's a masculine container, then the woman can just femme out. She could just be as feminine and powerful as she wants to be, and she can be in her emotions, in her power, in her creative power, because there's a really strong masculine container to contain her. It's the way that it is. It's the way that it is. But a balance between masculine and feminine, that's very manipulative.
However, we're far more comfortable expressing our masculine aspects, right? It's like that's where we naturally tend to polarize on the scale.
It feels empowering.
Yeah. I see Aubrey expressing his feminine. I don't see him ever expressing his masculine at all. I've not yet seen him express his masculine all that much. It's a lot of feelings. It's a lot of crying. It's a lot of seeking. A lot of externalizing. I don't see him truly in his masculine ever. Why? Because he has to keep making these podcasts explaining his position. Women need to explain everything. And see, I love women, and I know this about women, that they need to process things, and they have to explain things, and they have to be heard. That's a feminine quality. A man doesn't necessarily have to explain his actions because his actions are pretty straightforward. A man doesn't have to explain himself all that much, but a feminized man would have to explain. Women are very wordy. Masculine men, not so much. They're pretty much like, this is what's going on. Really simple, really basic. But a feminized man would have to explain. A feminized man would say, you don't understand. A feminized man would say, did you listen to the whole video? That's what a feminized man would say.
Yeah.
Be able to like feel that polarization.
Yeah. It's like, it's naturally where we want to be. And I think that's really what makes this work for me. And why I'm like happy to say like, I'm good with everything else. There's a lot of amazing, incredible souls out there embodied in beautiful feminine forms. I love all you. It's all good. But this is what I'm committed to.
Why do you think people care about your relationship? Like it's almost like frustrating to me in a way. I'm like, bro, go do something with your life. Like, why do you people care?
Okay, well, I'll tell you why I care. Okay, honey, let me interrupt this circle jerk just for a second here. Let me tell you why I care. It is because this type of lifestyle is extremely destructive to people, to families, to marriages, to society at large. It's extremely dysfunctional. It's a dysfunctional relationship. And we care so much because we've all, like, I know men like Aubrey. Okay? I know men like Aubrey. They're slick, they're smooth tongue, they're manipulators, and they can cause a lot of damage. And if people think that this kind of shit that he's doing is cool, feeding people drugs and then laughing about it, you know, like, why would people care? Oh God, it's ridiculous. I don't get it. Don't you people have lives? Yes, we do have lives that we've had to rebuild by dealing with this motherfucking shit right here. Maybe we're tired. Maybe we're tired of this spiritual narcissism, spiritual ego bullshit. Okay? That's why we care. And I'm glad you think it's so fucking funny.
It's like you made the commitment early on, you know, and you had like, I am monogamous, and people are bought in. Like you merge personal branding with like your actual life. Is there a separation between Aubrey Marcus the brand and Aubrey Marcus the person?
I tried to make it so that there's no separation. Like that's one of the reasons, like I've had so many people ask me, why the fuck did you do this podcast? I was like, well, this is what I do. Like I express what's going on. Like if I'm depressed, I talk about being depressed. If I'm addicted, I talk about being addicted. If I'm in love with this particular thing, or, you know, even when I was polyamorous in the old days, like I would continually express how difficult it was. And then people are like, bro, we get it. It's fucking hard. Like, stop talking about it. And I was like, I can't stop talking about it because this is what's on my heart.
And I feel you there. You know, when I was going the past year, when I decided to really give a go at YouTube, some things went on in my personal life, and I couldn't pretend like they weren't going on. I feel you there. And so a lot of all of my content is based on being honest. But there was a situation in my life that if I were to be honest about it, it would have been very damaging to people because they were engaging in fuckery, and if I were to be honest about their fuckery, it could be very damaging to them. People could get kicked out of, get fired from their jobs and stuff. So it put me in a really difficult situation. And I struggled with being honest about what was going on in my life. And that's why I said never again can I allow people with secrets into my life. I can't allow people who are doing this kind of shit into my life anymore. So 2025 became about never again. I can't do this anymore. I can't have low-key drug users and porn addicts and liars and gaslighters in my life anymore. And so this like the past year of me is trying to be as honest as I can, but also say enough that I can't do it anymore. Like the decision is made. It's not personal, it's business. My brand is about being honest with people, but I'd rather not have any fucking drama or any shit in my life going on that I have to talk about either. Because it poisons your brand. It infects your brand. It becomes about something different. It becomes about the drama and not about the work. So, marrying your personal brand to the drama going on in your life, it doesn't make for it. It's people don't like that shit. I know people don't like that shit because I would make videos and premiere them, and the minute I started talking about family shit, viewership would go down. I looked at the analytics. Every time I brought up my pain, the shit I was going through, people would stop watching. It turns people off. So marrying your personal brand to the drama and the fuckery in your life, it's kind of a bad idea. But I get what you're saying, though. You want to be honest, but I know many creators who are not honest about the things going on in their personal life. There's one girl I watch, her house burned down. She didn't tell anybody about it until she was over it. She didn't tell people about it when she was over it. And that made my husband and I say, you know what? We need to not share everything with everybody, even though we want to be honest, but also never again are we going to allow some of this shit into our lives. The shit like Aubrey Marcus. Dude, you and my friend's roommate are almost the same person. It's remarkable.
I don't know why I made that commitment. I think I trust that by opening up all the blinds into the inner sanctum of myself, that it'll somehow be valuable for people. And I think for many people it has been. I get a lot of love and a lot of credit and respect and admiration for that. And it also garners its fair share of hate. But it's almost like you
keep saying hate. People call me out. People called me out on my anger recently, and I'm glad that people called me out on that anger. They said, Patrick, you're really angry at people in your life. And I'm like, am I? Oh, I am. Oh, okay. Thank you. So you keep calling it hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. But yeah, some people are just gonna be haters. They are. But you keep saying that. I think my friend's roommate said something about when people disagree with you, it's hate. They're hating me.
Almost like a thoughtless, choiceless choice. Like, this is just what I do. I share what happens.
Choiceless choice. Oh gosh, let's write that down. The choiceless choice. Should that be the song? Oh, we got a new subscriber. Thank you, Sonia. Welcome to welcome to what we got going on here. The choiceless choice. I love these. My goodness.
In my journeys, I share what happens in my relationship, and
that's called a video blog.
Sometimes I change my mind. Like I announced on one podcast, like, I'm done with psychedelic medicine after a really hard journey. And then like fucking 3 months later, I'm like, I'm off to do ayahuasca, and then.
Yeah, you can't commit. We get it. You can't commit, which is wild. Why you had this huge following to begin with. It's wild.
Because that's what I felt, and in this thing, like, I was like, I'm done with polyamory. I'm here with Vi. We're monogamous. And then I was like, oh, damn, now I changed my mind. And that's just real life.
Do you feel like you catfished Vi? I think that's why, because people are engaged in your relationship. They care for whatever reason. And
this is so crazy. They care for whatever reason. I mean, is it out of the realm of possibility that some people would just be motherfucking disgusted by it? Like, does it even enter the realm of possibility that Some people would just be truly fucking disgusted by it. I mean, you know, that people would be hurt by it, that people would feel betrayed by it, you know, or that people would feel lied to about it or manipulated and gaslit. You know, Aubrey says he changed his mind, but it's in many ways it's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. You can change your mind. Of course you can. Of course you can change your mind. But now
I think you're like a very aspirational person, both you and Vi. You're super hot. You know, you're a very aspirational figure. You're like,
not at all. Not at all. That's crazy. They're not aspirational at all. I think if you do the opposite of what Aubrey does, you'll do fine. You will do great. Now, I can't think of a person that. What's the opposite of jealousy? What's the opposite of jealous? I don't even know. Let me look this up. What's the opposite of jealousy? Because that's what I'm feeling. What is the opposite of jealousy? I don't even know. What is the opposite of being jealous? What is the reverse? I mean, there ain't nothing for that. Couldn't find anything for that. But I'm the opposite of jealous. I don't want anything this man has.
Look, action figures, especially Vi. I mean, you're fine, but like Vi, come on. She's. I mean, I'm joking. You're both great, but I think people. Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to shit on you. I'm gonna pass it away.
I just took it as a compliment to my fucking. To Vi, I'm good, but. You know, that's so
it feels like people are engaged and it's almost like you catfished them and they're like, cool, like we're committed. Aubrey's like, we're in this relationship. Aubrey's committed. We're monogamous. And now what the freak? Like, it feels like, do you feel like there's any energy of that?
You look at 50 Shades of Grey and people think, oh, that got so popular because
so when Merrick and I, my husband and I, we're making a go at YouTube, and we were being like our one of the pillars of our practice is honesty and being honest about the things going on in our life. And when that situation happened that we couldn't really be honest about, I told Merrick, I'm like, you know, people at some point are going to look up to us, and if they aren't already, and if we hide this, we'll be frauds. And Aubrey got exposed as being a fraud, essentially, and now they're laughing about it, and it's your problem. It's the laughter. Like, I just you know, and didn't he sell programs about monogamy and stuff like that, how to be monogamous, and the whole time they weren't?
As it's exploring the elements of power exchange, sexuality, and dynamics, and that's why the books were so popular. There's a fucking billion books to talk about that. Why was that book so popular? The book was so popular because the bad boy was ultimately tamed, right? So there's a huge fantasy about the bad boy being tamed. And, you know, this is Beauty and the Beast. This is like an archetypal story of the wild bad boy who finds the right woman and then is tamed. Mm. And I think I fed into that story. I was the wild polyamory guy. I found my queen, and then all of a sudden I was monogamous. And then I was like, actually, no, let me change the plot line. And they're like, this ending sucks. You know, I mean, that's really what happened. So, but the interesting question you're asking is like, all right, what is the complicitness that I had in creating this idea that I could be monogamous? So where did that actually come from?
Okay. So what was the book? Let's go over to Amazon. And I want to see, what was this book? Aubrey Marcus, Monogamy. What book was it? What book was this? Man, I'm coughing. I'm going to stop vaping. He was on the cover of Men's Health. What was it? What was it? I guess I'm just not going to find it.
Well, that came from a variety of things that were both conscious and subconscious. One of the conscious things was the way that I had experienced polyamory was fucking chaos and deeply, deeply painful. Like, I experienced pain in that relationship that is like beyond any pain that I've ever experienced. It was unreal, the challenge and difficulty and the constant chaos. It never leveled out. Like, we never got to a place where it was like, okay, everything's chill and everything's good. We had brief moments of that. So I was coming off something that was like, I tried this, I gave it my best, I can hardly do it. You know, my partners can hardly do it. It's like, it's creating so much pain. I'm done. Yeah. You know, I was just like worn out of that, of that experiment that I'd ran. So in that kind of place of being, you know, hurt, traumatized in many ways, and then just saying like, I'm gonna go back to the roots. You know, I'm gonna do this monogamous thing. And of course, I'd always talked about, you know, the playful expansion. You know, Tammy Nelson talks about the monogamy continuum, and it's, you know, maybe you just talk about having other lovers, maybe you experience having other lovers, but there's still like a monogamy continuum of what it is. There's the strictest form, and then there's the expanded form. Maybe
I want to interrupt there. Like, relationships are so easy. Relationships are supposed to be easy. They're not supposed to be all this complicated at all. But the ego loves complications. But it's crazy. Relationships are so simple and so easy. What makes relationships complicated? Dishonesty, infidelity, not doing shadow work, not understanding ego, not understanding pain body. But I do want to interrupt this and say, this is overly complicating something that's pretty fucking simple. It's pretty simple.
Threesomes. And so we were always in a slightly expanded form, but I was like, I'm actually good with this. And then, you know, met Alana and was like, damn, like there's something deep that my soul is craving and desiring. And I truly believe that actually, you know, in this kind of sine wave of me going into the wildness of polyamory and then into the kind of not exactly the strictest form of monogamy, but a you know, classical monogamy.
But so he thinks that monogamy is a prison, that committing to one person is it, that he needs more, he desires more. But again, I'm going to say, you know, man, there's a lot of joy in being able to conserve your sexual energy. There's a lot of clarity in that. There's less opportunities for homewrecking. Like, I don't like homewreckers. I don't even like being a homewrecker. Like, why would a mentally well person want to get involved in this shit?
And where I feel like I leveled out was somewhere in the middle of the sine wave. And that's actually the truth. But I went from one extreme to the other extreme and then ultimately settled somewhere in the middle.
Is the jealousy part, is that a teacher?
That's a feature, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like I think it's one of the most important things that a human consciousness can overcome is jealousy. So what I would say is that if you're in this type of relationship, but all that you experience is you have multiple lovers and your lovers don't have lovers, you're missing out on the most important part.
And this is the part of this that just blows my mind, that jealousy is something to overcome. I have no jealousy for anybody. How do you have jealousy? I don't think I've ever been jealous of anything ever in my life. And I've really grappled with this. Like, I have never been jealous. I don't even know what that is. Like, how could you be like, I don't even understand jealousy, because I go after what I want. I don't have any feelings of jealousy. But also, when I was a drug addict, I was just insatiable. Like, yeah, I thought being like, I was in a long-term relationship, 8 years with a guy. And yeah, we cheated on each other and he cheated on me. It was just a mess. It was a mess. But it was never jealousy. It was more like weirdness. Like, I wasn't jealous of the guys that he was having sex with when I knew about them. I was just like, ugh. I did have, like, I didn't cheat on him or have sex outside of the relationship for like a 3-4 year period. And then, but he was cheating on me all the time. I knew it, but I denied it. I looked the other way. But I did go have sex with somebody outside of the relationship. And I felt alive. Like, I felt sexy. I felt alive. I was like, yes, I feel sexy again. But when my boyfriend found out about it, he kicked me out of the house. He threw my clothes in the yard. He said, "You're a whore." But the irony is, the whole time he was cheating on me. But the messy relationship, just messy.
Most important part is truly being able to bless your beloved, your most precious. Bless them to be with another man, to do what men do. They penetrate, they ravish. That's what they do.
Feminized men, weak men feel the need to do that. Aubrey, masculine men don't need to do that because they're doing it already. They've already done it. Masculine men definitely don't need to do that shit. Do you think a masculine man needs to have sex with a lot of women or a lot of partners? No, the masculine man is sated. He is sated. He doesn't have all these needs, these thirsts. Or let me say, real men don't. Real men, I mean, the only type of man that would cheat on his wife is a feminized man. And the only woman that would cheat on her husband is a masculinized woman. Like, in a true monogamous partnership, Aubrey, of which I'm in, there's nothing anybody else could give me. There's nothing outside of this. There's nothing that anybody else could give me. And in fact, there's nothing that my husband could give me because I have it all within. I don't need things outside of myself to define me or to sate me or anything like that. That's the thing that is so fucking weird about all of this. Did no shaman pull you aside and say, these types of appetites and desires show soul loss? Let's do a soul retrieval on you, Aubrey. I find that so incredibly difficult to believe, because the fact that you have these appetites and desires show soul sickness. You're sick. Because a spiritually healthy and grounded person would not have this shit going on.
That's what happens. And of course, with their hearts open, and of course, in a loving way, as long as it's good, man. But you have to confront that. You have to think about what it's like, not only for them to kind of make love in a soft, kissy, missionary way, and you're the same. No, your girl is going to be bent over, back arched, laying it on them, you know,
God.
swallowing their semen. Like,
what the fuck? You're okay with your girl swallowing another man's jizz. You're going to kiss your wife with the same mouth that another man's jizz has been in. Oh my God. I need a fucking break. Oh my God. I'm actually getting a little chilly. So I'm going to put on a hoodie. I wear a tank top. Because number one, I can't wear white. I'm a man of a certain age. And I don't want it to see, look, the coloring gets really weird and off, but I'll probably heat up again. But I did want to wear the wash brain hoodie, exclusive, one of a kind couture concrete shaman's hoodie. But I'll probably get warm again. But it just got like a chill just came over me when I heard that stuff. Like, dude, like, ooh, for real, just a chill. I just got a chill. That's gross. That is gross and sick. It's a kink. It's cuckery. I almost can't believe I heard that correctly. I can't believe I heard that correctly.
You gotta deal with that shit, and then look at that guy and say, like, you're my brother, like, I love you, and like, we're all on the same team. And when you're able to do that,
the same tag team, what the fuck? Anybody out there, can you believe that? How, like, men, would you? I mean, this is that cum-brained porn addict shit. I bet I could call almost anybody that I know and say, how would you feel about somebody coming in your wife's mouth? Like, I know plenty of straight guys. This is crazy. This is Pornhub shit.
Like, I think there's a freedom that develops. Like, there's not a moment of jealousy that I have, you know, in any normal situation. Now, it doesn't mean that when Vi has a lover or Alana has a lover, there won't be a little ping. But I've been through it so many times. And what I've realized is, like, it's a way that you can actually get closer to those people. Like, if you love them. And
so you're committing to Valana and Alana, but they can have sex with just anybody.
They love you, they're my allies. Just like with friends, you know, if you know a friend that has a friend that loves them and takes good care of them and it brings more to their life, you're like, a friend of my friend, you're my friend. You know, the brother of my brother is my brother, you know, and the brother of, you know, the lover of my wife is my brother. And then for Vi, like, the lover of my husband is my sister. And of course that relationship has to be strong and real, but it forces you to actually have an expanded version where you're not trying to possess or contain. You just really love somebody. You love somebody like you were their best friend, you know, and I think it's a really valuable.
You love him so much that you don't mind tasting his semen out of your wife's mouth. That's true love.
Thing. Doesn't mean that, you know, everybody has to face that crucible, but if you do, there's huge benefits.
Do you feel like that is a more evolved approach at relationship, or is it just a different approach at relationship?
I mean, I'm reticent to say evolved. I think that it's a path.
As you should be, because to many of us, it seems immature, regressive, cum-brained, and it just seems crazy for many of us. It doesn't seem evolved at all.
Way to deal with a primordial negative emotion. I don't believe that jealousy is in the field of value. right? Like, I don't believe that this is an aspirational virtue. Like, if you have a philosophical discussion and you want to raise a virtue, like, I wouldn't say that jealousy is a virtue. I think it's a vice. I think it's something that actually we should intentionally, regardless of our relationship structure, try to actually alchemize and get to the other side of, because it's fundamentally a negative emotion. And
but you should be disgusted when another man fucks your wife. Like, it should disgust you. Like, that's a normal emotion. If I mean, evolutionarily speaking, the penis is designed so that when this is just science, y'all. So the penis is designed, the head of the penis. See, it looks weird, doesn't it? Because it looks like I'm just a floating head. So I don't wear white. I wear all black. But if I wear all black, I look like a floating head. I normally wear all black. So I chose a black tank top as the costume for the Shaman Patrick show, so I wouldn't look like a floating head. Just waiting for some cum to fall in my mouth. So the penis is designed to pull the other man's semen out of the vagina. Now, I'm gay. I'm not an expert on female anatomy, but I am an expert on penises. I know a lot about penises. I love penises. I'm a cockhound. I don't talk about being a cockhound all that much because it's just not something you want to talk about in polite society. But we're here. So the male penis is designed to, the reason the head is getting a phone call. So the penis is designed to pull another man's semen out, so that when you do ejaculate into the woman's vagina, it's just your semen. So the penis is designed against this type of cuckery and fuckery. That's why dicks look the way that they do. And I know that because I was like, why do dicks look the way that they do? And here's another thing. I was curious about, being gay is such a weird experience. It is weird because, I can understand why women would be sexually attracted to men. I understand that and I understand why women would be attracted to penises and also cum, because that's going to make them a baby, right? But why would men be sexually attracted to other men? It blows my mind. We just are. So, I have thought about this quite a bit before coming to this conclusion, but I think men look incredibly, men are just beautiful. Men, I love men so much. I love masculine men. It's probably why neither of these guys are all that sexy to me. No, I like masculine men that can control their sexuality. And in fact, when my husband and I got into semen retention, it was the sexiest thing. Like, listening to men talk about conserving their sexual energy, it was very sexual to me. It was oh my God, it just was like, whew. But hearing a man talk about not coming and not masturbating and not just having sex with a whole bunch of different, I was like, ooh, Lord child, it's hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Hearing a masculine man talk about not having sex. I mean, I was like, wow, sexy. Like, the relationship I have with my husband in our sort of not ejaculating is just like, whew, bringing that romance back, bring that intimacy back. Whew, boy howdy, it's getting hot in here.
ultimately jealousy then can turn to envy, which in the Buddhist tradition, envy is the most difficult emotion to alchemize, and jealousy is just a stone's throw away from envy.
What is the most challenging truth that you've uncovered in your journey in polyamory? Is there anything that stands out that you believe today that you didn't believe previously?
Yeah, in the early days, everybody who was better than me, like anytime my beloved had a lover that was better than me at something, it fucking killed me. I felt like I needed to be better than them at everything that they did.
And it still does. We saw on the last deep dive I did, you were extremely jealous of Josh. We saw it clearly. You're still grappling with that.
And I remember one of my former lovers had an unbelievable UFC fighter as a lover. And I was like, fuck, he could kick my ass. Like, of course she loves him more than me. He could beat me up. Like, this is some primal shit. Like, I'm not worthy. And I tried to then I got in the gym and I was like, all right, I'm picking up my fucking fighting skills. And I did that for like 2 months. And I was like, you're an idiot, bro. This dude will always kick your ass forever. He's better than you at this, but you're better at other things. Put out a Scrabble board or a post.
This is what 17-year-olds come to terms with. Aubrey, oh my God. See, I was in the entertainment world, and you learn this early on. Like, people are better writers than you, better actors than you. There's always going to be people that are better than you. This is a remedial thing. Aubrey, I love you, Aubrey. I love you. I want you to grow up. You could be, oh my God, you could be just be a masculine man. Oh my goodness gracious. I see the potential in you. The potential. You have all these resources. It's kind of a shame. It's a shame. Like, did you pay your friend to do this podcast? Like, come on. It's a waste. And I remember when I was using my drugs, people would say that to me, like, Patrick, you have so much potential. If you would just buckle down and do something, you would be so great. People used to say that that what I did with my life was a waste.
Poetry competition or something else, and that's where you shine. So it really forces you to love the uniqueness and the unique essence of who you are. And I think that's something that's difficult to learn, because we can get into this comparison game where we're comparing ourselves to another person and then imagining that all of their, good qualities make you somehow less appealing, without trusting that actually the reason that your partner loves you is because of the unique essence of who you are. And if they don't love you for that, you probably shouldn't be with them anyways. Like, you want somebody who loves the unique Aaron Alexander-ness, you're a fucking amazing, fascinating dude, and you got your own quirky shit. We all do. And you want someone to love all of that.
True.
All of those elements, all the broken hallelujahs and all the holy hallelujahs. You want someone to really love your unique qualities. And I think there's no way to navigate these more complicated relationship structures without actually developing that level of self-love, where you love yourself not based on any external metrics, but based on your own unique essence.
Do you believe
that he said a lot of good stuff there? But unfortunately, I have a feeling like he said a lot of great stuff there. And I do agree that you want somebody to love you for you, who you really are, warts and all. And I have that with my husband. I love it. It's worth working towards. But also, you have to get rid of all the fake shit too, all the false shit as well. Look at this. Looks like I got cum on my head. Look at that. When I lean in real close, oh, look at all that. It looked like I got cum all over my face.
Your partners, buying a lot of, are compromising their own values to appease you? Or do you believe that their values are evolving?
Well, if I believed that they were compromising or doing something that was detrimental ultimately to their own path, then I would urge them to leave. And I've been in that situation. So this is not hypothetical. There's been times where Vi has questioned, like, am I abandoning myself? And I said, Vi, if the answer to that question is yes, like, you have to leave me, right? Like, you have to be true to who you really are. And so that's the baseline construct of the conversations. Like, if this ever gets to the point where you feel like this isn't part of your sadhana, part of your path, part of your highest expression, if this isn't your 10 out of 10, and you're like, fuck, like, Aubrey makes my life comfortable, but really I'd rather this, then it's not going to work. Like, and I don't want that. I don't want to be a force that limits anybody from living their best life. So,
and wealth is very attractive. It is for people who are broken. Like, it is. Like, I've dated some rich guys in my time. I mean, I've hung out with some wealthy people. I lived in Nashville. There's plenty of wealthy people in Nashville. But, it would be hard if I was with somebody who was really wealthy and enjoyed all of that stuff and felt trapped by it. I try to put myself in the shoes of other people. And, there might have been a time in my life that I would be willing to compromise myself for money. There might have been a time in my life that I would want to marry somebody rich. But now I like the things that money can't buy, like self-respect and, I don't know, peace of mind, and the things that money can't buy, like true love. Money can't buy true love. So it depends on if Valana could be broke, and if you guys could be broke together, maybe y'all ought to try that. Maybe you ought to try that and just, like, say, for the next 3 months, we're going to live like poor people. That would be a fun exercise, wouldn't it?
I don't feel like there's any compromise. I feel like there's unique sacrifices that we all make. But this is like an old understanding of sacrifices, almost like a biblical version of sacrifice, where you bring your prized animal and you give your best to the highest, as Jordan Peterson says. And like that.
Well, I mean, Jordan Peterson is a drug addict, so everything that Jordan Peterson says is filtered through the lens of he was probably high when he said this.
Process of making a sacrifice is not a compromise. It's a willing sacrifice that you make, like getting up at 6 a.m., doing your breath work, doing your run, doing whatever you're doing for your morning practice. That's a sacrifice. You're sacrificing some sleep.
No, it's not. Shit, bitch, I get up at 3:30 every day. It ain't no fucking sacrifice. I got shit to do. Trying to save my life. Trying to grow a YouTube channel. I got stuff to do. It's not a sacrifice. You don't sacrifice shit. It's called discipline. Who sacrifices?
But it's actually what you want. It's what your highest self wants. But there's a sacrifice. You're sacrificing some level of comfort. There's, even when you get in a cold plunge, you're sacrificing the comfort of your skin. Your fucking toes are cold, all of this, but
I've never thought of any of that as a sacrifice. I mean, even though I get up super early, I don't think of it as I don't think that way. No, sacrificing shit is stupid. No. Ugh.
Willing to make that sacrifice because it's the best thing for you. And I think for Vi in particular, she's dealt with.
I don't think of discipline as a sacrifice. I think discipline equals freedom. Discipline is freedom. But Aubrey, you don't know that much about, sacrificing. Who sacrifice? I mean, yeah, there are sacrifices. I gotta pee.
With a lot of dishonesty, she's dealt with a lot of comparison and jealousy and all of these other things. And this pathway has allowed her to actually look at all of that, alchemize all of that, find a deep love in a sister and a willingness to share her beloved, her most precious, with somebody else. And so it's been a really fruitful path for her, not easy, by any stretch of the imagination. And it's been difficult. And there's been those moments where it's like, look, if you're abandoning yourself, like you gotta leave, and I'll love you forever. And we'll always be close. But fundamentally, this has to be something that you're choosing from the truth of your highest expression. And, I believe that's fully what Alana and Vi are doing. And if they ever change their mind, then I'll be the one to say, like, look, I'm going to love you forever, but follow your truth.
And that's, I think that's fundamentally a lie. I think it's fundamentally a lie, because to enter into something like this is an abandonment of self. It's an abandonment of I'm just saying, ain't no way that a healthy, sane person is going to get in a situation like this. Because there's too many moving parts. There's way too many moving parts, because it's hard enough to be in relationship with one person. It's difficult to be in a relationship with one person. Not really, but let's play along. So you're in a relationship with one person. You know them inside and out. You know when they're dealing with something. Like, I know when my husband is preoccupied with something that he's dealing with, and I'm like, honey, what's up? What's going on? You can talk to me. But imagine throwing somebody else in the mix. It's crazy, isn't it? I just cannot believe how high do you have to be? Because it's other people and their lives. Hearts don't think, they feel. I know. I'm gonna continue doing this, but I'm going to a meeting when I get done with this for today.
Do you feel the role of a man is in relationship?
Ooh, I want to hear this.
Like, how would you define the masculine role in relationship?
I think at the simplest level, the masculine is a penetrative force, right? So the masculine penetrates the world to some degree and gets the resources from making that move to actually penetrate the world in some way, whether that's a book that you create and then you get the money back from the book, or whether it's a podcast. You're penetrating, the collective consciousness with your essence, with your words, with your art, with your craft, with your song, or maybe it's even with your labor or whatever it is. But there's a penetrative aspect that then collects resources. And women, of course, can be in their masculine and penetrate the world and get the resources. I think we understand that very clearly, but that is a masculine expression. To penetrate, whether it's even hunting, you penetrate a deer with an arrow and you bring back the meat. There's a penetrative aspect that then actually, receives the boon of that act of penetration. And it also, there's some leadership qualities of like, here, let me go first. Let me take the arrows. I think a simple example, like if you're staying in a room or a house, if you're a man, sleep on the side of the bed that's closest to the door. Like, just in case somebody breaks into the fucking house, you're the one who goes and confronts them. Like, you're the guy. That's what you do. Like, that's part of being a man, is like, take the side of the bed closest to the door. And if some shit happens, don't lay fucking curled into your covers and say, honey, can you go check out what the crazy noise is outside? No, sorry. That's not being a man. That's not it.
Where do you think modernity is?
Wait, that's it? That's what being a man is? That's it? Just being a what about the masculine container? What about being the stoic one? What about being the being decisive and bold and being in control of your emotions and being the protector and the provider? And you touched a little bit on the protector stuff, but that's it. I'm a little disappointed. I thought there was going to be more to that. Oh well.
Modern men are at with their relationship to their own masculinity.
Well, I think that
this will be rich. This will be rich because masturbators, ejaculators, sexual deviants will have a really twisted view of what being a man is all about. So I'm interested in hearing this.
There's been a conflation between divine masculinity, healthy masculinity, and masculinity in general with toxic masculinity. So toxic masculinity isn't
toxic masculinity is feminized masculinity. That's what makes it toxic.
Penetrative force. The phallus isn't just cold and unfeeling and just like made of iron and then you extract the resources. That's toxic masculinity. The actual phallus that you're penetrating with, and I'm talking about this figuratively, it's feeling. Every nerve is feeling as you're penetrating, and that's a feminine quality that it
does. It's all about the dick. I've not heard of a description of masculinity just focus so much on the dick. I'm just saying, and I'm a gay guy. I wouldn't talk this much about a dick.
Needs to be embodied in the masculine, but it doesn't mean that you don't penetrate. It just means that your phallus, and again, I'm saying this figuratively, is feeling the whole way and making sure that actually the world wants to receive what you're actually offering. And then, you're taking, not extracting, but you're receiving graciously that which the world gives back to you. And so I think there's a conflation between masculinity.
This is pussified. This is pussified masculinity. I've never heard it described that way. This is new for me. And I've done a lot of thinking, having my masculinity restored. I haven't heard it described this way, but maybe I'm listening to mature people talk about masculinity. I haven't heard it described in this touchy-feely way. That's new for me. And I might be wrong about it. Maybe other people describe masculinity, but I don't hang out with drug addicts anymore.
The toxic masculinity, but that's a problem. They're different things. There's the healthy masculine and there's the toxic masculine, but they're not. Masculinity itself isn't toxic. So I think there's some confusion around masculinity in general because of that conflation. I also think there's some confusion around femininity, right? Because we all know that women can be in their masculine. I often say, and I'll ask you this.
And when women are in their masculine, it's not good for society at all. We know women can go in their masculine. We know that men can go into their feminine, but it's not good for society. That's why our society is so fucked up right now. We know that they can do it, but as masculinity gets restored in our society, femininity will be restored. And yeah, there is a whole lot of confusion, but I'm like, ladies, be feminine, men, be masculine. It's up to us. It's up to us men to work on purging those feminized behaviors from us. Okay? It's our responsibility. We can't expect other people to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves.
Question. Who was the greatest king to ever rule England? The greatest king.
I don't know history, bro. King Henry? Is that a king?
No. Fucking Queen Elizabeth, bro. Queen Elizabeth was the greatest king to ever rule England. Whether it's Elizabeth I or Elizabeth II, both were badass. But they were kings but they had a vagina, so they called them queens, but they were kings. They had their lovers, they did, they conquered, they secured the land, they did all of the things that a good king would do.
I feel like I'm getting brainwashed. Kings are queens, queens are king. My God.
And they also did shitty things that a bad king would do, of course. But fundamentally, they were the best.
Because it serves Aubrey to have these things that are not things. It serves him to have queens that are king. Actually, they're not queens, they're kings.
Best kings of England. And so we know that a woman can be a king. That's great. But being a king is different than being a queen. A ruling queen is a king in the archetypal form. Now, because of their sex, we call them a queen. But that's also creating confusion.
Oh, God.
Like, what actually is the divine feminine? Is it like, I'm an empowered goddess and you're penetrating the world with courses and books and you're leading your household, and then you got some subservient man, and then you're secretly complaining to your friends, I wish I had a king. Yo, there's no room for two kings in your kingdom. You're the king and you're a woman, and that's great. I'm a king and I have feminine qualities, so I think there's just confusion around the actual archetypal structures of.
Can we clear this up, please? Could we clear this up, please? Stop referring to your wife as a queen. Women, stop referring to your man as a king. Y'all ain't kings. Y'all aren't kings and queens. Y'all are just married. There's no kingdom. My husband's dad was like into this kind of shit. My castle and my king and my queen and all of that. This is ego inflation.
Masculine and feminine. And I think that creates a lot of uneasiness in both men and women because we're not clear on what we're doing. And all is blessed. Like, long live King Elizabeth. Like, she was great. Like, fucking A.
We need some retard maxing up in here. This is too we need some retard maxing. We need to get really dumb about all of this masculine and feminine. Just get stupid about it. Get dumb. It's so fucking simple. This king and queen and goddess and gods and all that kind of stuff. My goddess. My husband and I, we were joking about all this shit. And I called him my king, and we laughed so hard. My king. No, there can't be two kings. No, there can't. But.
So fantastic. And let's just be real with what it is.
What do you feel like your most toxic qualities have been? And where are you at in relation to your quote unquote toxic qualities?
Ooh.
As far as like feminine, like divine, which I have allergen to like divine, whatever words, language and stuff like that. But like, where
Everybody
do you feel
does.
like you've fallen short
You're
as
not
a
alone.
masculine in your life? And where are you in repair and integration within those aspects of yourself?
I would say that my biggest current shortcoming as a man, and this is to me like the highest form of Aubrey as a man, is not just as a man, but a man of God, like a man of God. And this is not a God that I know because I read some book somewhere. This is a God that I've been feeling since I was 18 years old and I first did my psychedelic journeys. I started to feel this universal presence. And so my understanding of God is an understanding of gnosis. And I'll still not have faith. I'll still like go into doubt and go into scarcity and go into fear. And that's not who I know I can be and who I want to be. And then, what ends up happening is then, my partners have to like go through all of these times where I'm doubting myself and all of these times where I'm in scarcity.
Yeah, sobriety will clear that up for you. A 12-step will just knock that shit out. Because when you're sober, there is no fear of financial insecurity. And dude, like, God is not something that you doubt. I'm curious about this God experience that you have, because it sounds to me like some spirits.
You're in this kind of mindset,
especially when you deal with psychedelics. You could get, Aubrey, I feel, is ate up with spirits. I feel this profoundly, that he is ate up with pseudo-learned spirits, the bearers of false wisdom, like all those spirits. A soul retrieval will clear that up for you. Maybe even going to see a spiritualist would clear that up for you.
And you know, that's
definitely some Jezebel spirit as well. That Jezebel spirit is strong with this one.
That's a weight that they have to carry. And that's really, you know, that's really something for me to clean up. And it's crazy because, like, I can't even fathom the amount of blessings that I've gotten from the world, and the level of connection I've felt from God, and the signs and the communication, but still I'll lack faith. And, you know, I think that's probably like the biggest issue for me. But, you know, I've always treated people well, you know, and I've always been generous, and I've always been loving. And so there's not a lot of that. Of course, there's moments of passion where I've said something that I'm like, fuck, that was not the best thing to say, or etc. So it's not like I'm perfect in all of those other areas, but I'll always come back and be like, yo, like, I'm really sorry. Like, that was out of line. And, you know, I think both of us have that quality, you know, where we may say something that was insensitive or be insensitive in some area, but if someone confronts you, like this happened with us, you know, it's one of the beautiful parts about our relationship. I'll be like, bro, why the fuck did you say that? And you're like, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
It's happened a lot of times.
Yeah, like that's what a healthy masculine is. It's not that you're perfect. It's that if someone points something out, you're honest and you're like, yeah, it's my bad. Like,
so why is what people are saying about you now, Aubrey, like, why aren't you hearing what people are saying now? If they're calling you out on your bullshit, is it not, are you not able to go, why are they haters? Why can't, if you understand this, which you say you understand this, why can't you say, am I doing something wrong? Is there something I'm doing? What am I doing that would make these people upset or hate, or what's the controversy about? Because I bet if you did the bare minimum of shadow work, you would see exactly why people feel the way that they do.
I'm sorry. And I really do feel like that's a quality that both of us, you know, embody. Well, I want to ask you though. Where do you think you fall short of being the best embodiment of a man that you could possibly be?
I hold fear.
I'm going to answer this too. I'm going to let them answer, and I'm going to play along. I'm going to answer this as well.
I think fear blocks me from commitment. It blocks me from my potential. It blocks me from, it leads me into avoidant behaviors. It leads me into sabotage. It like weakens me, you know, and I actively am observing, like I have a tobacco pipe and I'm like, I smoke the shit out of that tobacco pipe, which people are like, you smoke tobacco? I'm like, yeah, bro, I smoke tobacco, son.
Yeah. That's another one for me. I mean, I am susceptible. I'm susceptible to addictive things. You know, like I've had a hell of a battle. I'm holding up this Feel Free right now.
Oh
I'm
my
not trying
God.
to advertise for them.
You're on that shit? You're on that shit? Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Dude, they advertise that at the vape store. And what the fuck? I've heard stories of that shit, that feel-free shit. People are having, like, what is that? Kratom. Oh, God. It, due to its opioid-like properties. Dude, oh my fucking God. Aubrey, you need to be sober. You should not be... You are a drug addict. Jesus.
I have no fucking interest in that. But like fuck, kratom. You know, kratom is one that, like, I've been bitten.
There's a sneaky
by that fucking snake, right? And so, you know, in Sedona recently, like I'd cut way back, but then, you know, I'm like, oh, I got a podcast today with Aaron. Like, today's a good day, you know, and so there's a kind of sneaky little addict that'll creep up inside me as well, which is not the highest fruition of who I am. There's a level of austerity of like, no, actually, it's just breath work and it's fucking healthy food and it's water, or maybe just a long water fast more frequently. So austerity is another level for me.
So look, you held up a little bottle of shit knowing that you're a role model for people, that people look up to you, and you hold up that shit. Come the fuck on, man. Show some fucking responsibility. Good God. So casual about your drug use. Yeah, because you're probably not going to have any consequences from it. You're probably not going to have any consequences from it. Damn. So what is my weakness as a man? What is my weakness as a man? Well, I tend to be very black and white, very simple. Like I think that things are yes or no. And I can be very rigid about that too. And I don't often allow gray areas. I don't often allow, but also I'm a shaman. So I'm a yes or no. Yes or no. I like things to be very simple. I expect people to come correct. I don't allow other people to be, I can be kind of hard on people. I know I can, but also, I come correct to relationships. I expect other people to come correct to me as well. But also, people are not me. People are not me. I have the life where I can study 8 to 10 hours a day and really learn the material. And all of it is designed to help me become a better person. But I can be a little bit too rigid, yes or no, in my personal life. Like yes or no, black or white. I don't allow for gray shit anymore. But also the gray shit is what got me into trouble in the first place. It got me into trouble. It really, really did. It really, really did. When Aubrey held up that little bottle of Feel Free, I felt some type of way. I did, because he, you know, a masculine man doesn't need drugs. A masculine man doesn't need drugs at all. I'm getting high. A masculine man doesn't need drugs. I mean, he's just a drug addict. That's all that's going on. He's just a drug addict. And it doesn't seem fair to do a deep dive on a man who's a drug addict. It doesn't seem fair to do that. Like he needs sex, he needs drugs, he needs all this stuff. It doesn't seem fair. But at the same time, it has to be talked about. It does. Because in that podcast, you know, like doing these types of drugs is not cool. It numbs you out. Like, and I think the only reason he can endure the drama and the pain of the type of relationships that he's in is because he's on all these different drugs. And, you know, a masculine man won't need drugs at all because you have everything you need. It's just very suspicious to me why, like, just so casual about this. Like, I've seen so many people lately get fucked up on that feel free shit. That fucking feel free shit. Can't believe it. That is white trash. Bargain basement, bottom of the barrel, desperate shit. The desperation. It's like gas station heroin. It's so sad. It's like, it's trashy to be doing drugs at this stage in your life. Like, how old is Aubrey Marcus? How old is he? How old? I looked this up before. He's 44. Dude, it's time to grow up and sober up. It's time to grow up and sober up. For real. Oh man, I felt embarrassed for him. I really felt embarrassed for him holding up that little bottle of Feel Free. That was embarrassing. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Like, I know you guys take me seriously because I'm sober. Oh. Fucking Feel Free. It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind.
That I think I have room to evolve to become a better man, you know, to become that man that's going to be a good model for my children. And that's the impetus. So I'm thinking about that a lot now because, you know, Vi and I are trying to get pregnant here soon. Like, I don't want to pass on doubt in God. I don't want to pass on fear or scarcity or susceptibility to
or drug addiction.
Things that make me feel good, even though they're not healthy for me. I don't want to pass that shit on. So I got to clean that the fuck up, you know, because kids learn not by what you say, they learn by what you do.
Yeah. With my experience with, being a kid, I haven't been a father, but my perspective or belief is that child will carry the torch of whatever has not been processed by the parents. So whatever energies held within the parents, the child will, in an invisible, sub-perceptible way, that will be transferred.
What is that? What sort of drug did he put in his mouth? What was that? I don't want to go back and look, but...
And because we're communicating via nervous systems, it's not care about words and all that stuff. And the child will carry that on, and then that will be their thing to attend to with therapy when they're 40 years old, and relationship breakdowns and divorces and sabotages and all that stuff. And hopefully at some point...
God, it's so fucking sick. You know, like, yeah, you're going to screw up your kids, you are. But to send them, like, to like, yeah, they're going to have to go to therapy. They're going to have to go to therapy. God, it's not fair. I'm telling you, my parents didn't pay for my therapy. It was expensive. What my parents did to me was very expensive for me. It was expensive, like laughing about it.
Someone is courageous enough or evolved enough to end that cycle. With it, if that's accurate, within yourself, is there any invisible parts or parts maybe that you feel like you have a suspicion of within yourself that you haven't really been vocal about or haven't really been able to really fully face within yourself? Or is there any like deeper parts within yourself, like, this might get passed on to a kid?
Well, and I'm a cycle breaker, okay? And being a cycle breaker is the fucking hardest shit you will ever do. The buck stops with me. I'm not going to have kids, but I'm definitely going to help other parents be better parents. That's for damn sure. Because I don't have kids, my husband and I are not going to have kids. We're going to help parents be better parents. That's our role, to be cycle breakers. Aubrey is creating a whole other cycle for his children.
Oh, definitely the things that I mentioned. I will say that I was particularly and peculiarly blessed by my mother and my grandmother. Like, they love me perfectly and still do. I mean, my grandma passed, but literally, like, I can look back at the entire relationship with my mother. I remember there was one moment where we were in our garage by the ping pong table. I'm probably 11, and my mom got a funny energy with me. And I just looked at her and I go, "Mom?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." That's it. That's the most traumatic experience I had with my mom. Was she goes, she was just being a little bit weird. And I go, "Mom?" She's like, I'm sorry. That's the extent. And then people ask my mom, like, it just happened. She was out in Sedona with me. Like, "You got to be so proud of Aubrey." And she just looks at him like they're a little bit crazy and goes, "I've been proud of Aubrey since the day he was born." Like, she loved me that way.
Yeah.
So that's been such a help, you know. And then my dad was complicated. My dad was very complicated, but he did enough work on himself that it allowed me at least enough space to finish the work that he started. So it's not that I'm like completely through that, because he was super hard on himself. I'm super hard on myself. I haven't completely alchemized that kind of being hard on yourself.
Yeah, good.
You know, like, I made some mistakes since the sale of On It. And it's taken me, you know, years to be like, why did you invest money with these fucking guys when you could have done it yourself? And they did like a horrible job. And there's like multiple examples. Sometimes because I was being greedy, sometimes because I was being naive, sometimes I was being ignorant, sometimes I was being not careful or thoughtful enough. But ultimately, those are all mistakes that you learn, and that's fine. But the being hard on myself, that was my dad. That was my dad. My dad was really fucking hard on himself.
What does that look like when you're in like the depths of hard on yourself?
You're a failure. You know, you're a fucking loser. Like, I can't believe you fucking did that. You know, it gets hard, man. It gets deep. Like, that voice, and that's the voice I call of anti-you, which is passed on, you know, the negative aspect, that force of resistance. Like, that was deep in my dad, and it ultimately won the battle with my dad. You know, he stopped being able to perform and he couldn't handle it, you know, and so he turned completely to listening to a voice inside him, you know, which I call anti-you again, that was leading him into inflation and distortion, and he lost his way. So we ultimately lost that battle. But
so, Aubrey, you do know that you might lose that battle as well. Do you know that? You might lose that battle as well. Like, you see, you need, I can't see, and I can't believe that nobody has cleared this up for you. Has nobody offered to clear this up for you? Your addiction? Has nobody offered to clear this up for you? And you know, I used to think my mother was perfect. And when I first was in front of an addictionologist, he said that my parents screwed me up. And I had no awareness that my family was dysfunctional. I had no awareness of it, Aubrey. And I would have told you, like in 2010 when I got my DUI, I would have told you my family's not dysfunctional. they're not dysfunctional. I would have fought for that. But I was sober for about 90 days. I was talking to my addictionologist, and, you know, it was revealed to me that my family was very, very, very sick. And it took me maybe, I don't know, 10 more years to fully wrap my head around that. I used to say, my family's not dysfunctional. No. I came from a nice family. So when people tell me, you know, oh, my mother's great, my mother never traumatized me, everything was fine, I'm like, the things that you don't know yet, with a lot of healing, but you don't hold them responsible for that at all. I'm sure your mother is very proud of you, but when you get sober, boom. Yeah. Moms and dads usually don't like the sober versions of their children, and that's why so many of them relapse. So I see sobriety in your future, Aubrey. I see it in your future, because that's the only thing left for you to do. You're going to have this gnawing thing in you. Everything you're talking about, especially in the last 15 minutes of this interview, everything you're talking about, sobriety will clear up for you. It'll clear it up for you, give you a clear head. And that feel free shit, oh my God. Do you know who drinks feel free in my community? Prostitutes. We call them dirty butts. Homeless people drink feel free. The desperate homeless people drink that shit. That's like trashy. I can't believe that. Like, I was going to call my husband and say, you wouldn't believe, that is the trashiest shit that a person can drink, for real. It's embarrassing, dude. It's embarrassing.
During the time that I was alive, he fought valiantly against it. He did, like, he was with Stan Groff. He was doing holotropic breath work. He set me up with my first shaman. Like, he fought so hard to get me enough.
Was it a shaman or a sorcerer? Because those are two different things. Like, I'm not negating that, but a shaman should have cleared this shit up for you. You see, like, when you go to see a shaman, they will clear this shit up for you. So that's why I'm like, why isn't this cleared up for you, Aubrey? Like, why are you still addicted? Why are you still hungering sexually for things? Like, why didn't somebody sort this out for you? How did it get to this point?
Base that I could finish the job and end that aspect of the lineage that, you know, his father, Marshall, who was an actual judge and was just a crazy, I never met him, but just the stories from my dad and my uncle was wild, you know? And so he did the best he could with what was passed on to him. And I really feel grateful that he did enough work to give me the space that I can finish it, but I'm not done yet. You know, I gotta like move away from the really negative voices of, you know, self-recrimination and shame and all of those aspects that can get really gnarly.
What does it mean to be a failure when you're in that place of I am a failure and you're in like darkest, you know, head down, shoulders down, collapsed, whole world's heavy? Like, what does that mean? What are you failing?
I feel like I let God down. I feel like I let God down. And that's a false understanding of God, right? Like, and I think this is a thing that many of us have. We think of the Father with a capital F as that judgmental Zeus-like character, you know, or Yahweh-like character that's constantly judging you and holding you to the highest standard. And it's good to hold yourself to standards, but the real Father, the real God, loves you no matter what, and is going to say, I love you so much. You can do better, but I love you so much.
Oh, like, man, I don't feel that way at all. I don't feel that way at all, Aubrey. Because, you know, I mean, being a shaman, I would have a different perspective on all of this. Of course I would. But God doesn't judge people at all, you know, and this is where a shaman can really clear this shit up for you. you don't do anything wrong. The way that it works is, I might start channeling some spirits here. I don't know about those. The way that it works is that your actions and the consequences of those actions are the things that straighten you up. There's a hierarchy of spirits. There's a progression of spirits. There's the Holy Spirit. And, as long as you're still fucking with drugs and sexually acting out and having your wife drink the cum of other men, the consequences from that are what causes the pain. So God doesn't judge you. You feel the consequences. But as long as you're on those drugs, you don't really ever feel those consequences. And that's the problem with drugs and numbing agents and sexually acting out and all of that. It numbs us to the things that we're doing in our life that are causing us pain. That's why, you're not actually able to feel the consequences of what you're doing. And that's why you're like, why do people have problems with me? I'm fine. Let me go back to this story of my friend's roommate. Shortly after he relapsed, and my friend was in the hospital, okay? And I went to go visit my friend in the hospital, and I saw the result of the stress of living with somebody in active addiction. The stress of living with someone in active addiction, because when you're sober, you can't put up with this shit at all, Aubrey. No sober person would ever be able to handle the shit that you go through. So here's my friend in a hospital bed, because eventually the stress causes issues in your body. And he started having issues in his body. So, we didn't really tell people about all of that. But, whenever we would hear from people about his roommate, the one who relapsed, they would say, well, he's fine. He sounds fine. What are you worried about? What are you worried about? He's fine. He sounds fine. He looks fine. Yeah, because he's high. He's gonna be fine as long as he's numbing out, microdosing and doing drugs and drinking and being hungover. Yeah, he's fine. It's just everybody else that's not fine. I saw my friend in the hospital bed and I'm like, never again can I allow that. I wasn't fine. My husband wasn't fine. People were like, how could he have had this big effect on you? I'm like, well, here's how he had the big effect on us. He lied to us constantly. We incurred some financial costs, and we lost our relationships with some trusted friends and family members because of it. That's what happened. Those were the losses that we incurred. But people kept saying he's fine. He sounds fine. And I'm like, but we're not. We're not fine. And neither is my friend who's in a hospital bed right now. And because the consequences, he won't feel the consequences. He didn't feel anything because he was high. He numbed out. He was off watching porn or he was coping with it in that way. But we are sober, and sober people, we actually feel things, and we feel the consequences of our actions. So in sobriety, we cannot necessarily have drama-filled lives. We can't have contentious relationships. You can't lie to people. We can't do that kind of stuff, because in sobriety, you actually feel those consequences of your actions. You feel them, and they fucking hurt. So since you're drugged up and numbed out and dosed out and all that kind of stuff, you won't ever feel the consequences of your actions. And that's what keeps this shit going. That's why you might have the perception that God is judging you. God doesn't judge you. God gets out of the way. But I'm telling you, Aubrey, one day something might happen to you that's probably going to happen to my friend's roommate. I said, you know what? He's gonna piss off the wrong. He's gonna fuck over the wrong person someday. Yeah, he fucked me over. He fucked over my roommate. He fucked over all. He fucked us all over. Essentially, everybody that supported him and loved him, he fucked us all over. But we're compassionate. We're kind. We chose to just back off, but he's gonna fuck over the wrong person one day. He's gonna sleep with the wrong girl. He's gonna, like, somebody's dad is gonna get pissed off and come after him. He's really gonna, because you can't do to people what he did to us and escape it. And eventually that kind of stuff will come home to roost. It comes home to roost for all of us who did this kind of shit. And the most divine thing, okay, as an addict, I caused people a whole lot of problems. I was a liar, a cheat, a thief. I sexually acted out with people. And so for all of us, when we get sober, something happens to us that gives us a taste of how we were. And that's why I can't complain too much about what happened with my friend's roommate, because I got a taste of my own medicine and it didn't taste very good. It hurt really bad. And that's what you do in sobriety. You look at these situations, you get, oh, now I know. Now I know how it felt for other people to suffer from what I was doing. It's not necessarily payback, but when you get sober, you'll get to feel all that stuff. And when you get sober, Aubrey, you're going to feel the weight of all the shit that you did to people. Right now, you think it's fine. Right now, you're like, yeah, it's fine. But in sobriety, you're going to feel that shit. And it's going to take your breath away. Because when we do sexually act out with people, when we do drugs, we're delaying the pain that we need to feel. You're refusing to feel the pain. And it'll come and it'll take your breath away when that pain comes home to roost. And the only way through it is to feel it. But man, if you can't get through with some feel free, honey, I feel for you. Honey, I feel for you. I know. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. It's the next day. I spent all night, most of this morning, trying to decide if it was cool that I make this video. So I had talking to some fellow addicts and alcoholics if it was cool for me to do stuff like this. Basically, follow your heart, to thine own self be true. But more importantly, I talked to my husband about it. My husband's also sober. And I said, do I have any right to say this stuff about Aubrey Marcus? Do I have the right to do this? Because it could potentially cause him a lot of damage. And my husband was like, basically, he's doing the damage, babe. He's doing the damage. And besides, this is why I'm doing it. Because I would want people to call me out if I was misusing drugs or hurting other people or promoting an unhealthy lifestyle. I would expect to be called out on that stuff. If my ego had taken over and I was talking ego, pain, body, noise, which several of you did call me out about my ego and pain body recently. So thank you. I would want to be called out because it's about truth and honesty and being of service to humanity and not being a drain. So with that said, before I go on to the rest of the podcast, my husband said, it's what you're doing is look what Asmongold said. Look at that video that Asmongold made and you're kind of obligated to do it. Patrick, is what he said to me. So we're going to look at that Asmongold video. He made a video about an illegal migrant simulator. But you don't really have to know the whole gist of it, but just listen to what Asmongold says here.
how do you use your brain dealing with this shit every day and not want to blow your brains out? Because I know that, like, whenever I talk about this stuff and I cover it, I think that I'm doing a public service. I think I'm helping people realize how blatantly manipulative, toxic, problematic, and bad it is. I think that there is an overabundance of emotionally charged messaging that is designed intentionally to make you give up your country, to give up your culture, to give up your morality, and to instead effectively adopt someone else's. It's not about you being not judgmental. It's about letting somebody else judge you and letting them decide what's okay, letting them tell you what's acceptable, letting them dictate their idea of empathy. Their idea of empathy is, we're going to invade your country illegally, and if you get mad about it, we're going to call you mean. The character name?
So he's talking about illegal immigration, and in it, the point of it is that don't let people convince you that doing drugs is spiritual. Don't let people convince you that having random sex encounters with other people or having lots of sex in general is somehow freedom. It's not. It's enslavement. Why would somebody want people to think that having sex with a lot of partners is a good free thing? Somebody who wants to have sex with you, it's manipulative, it's grooming. And if Aubrey Marcus is such a sex pest, if he's such a groomer, why hasn't he been canceled? Is it because he's using this spiritual label? Is it because he's passing off this grooming as somewhat evolved, somewhat higher evolved? So and I'm going to continue to use my friend's roommate as an example. He is right now encouraging people to have sex with him, coworkers, other people. Like, it's just freedom, man. It's evolved. So my friend's roommate got groomed by this shit, and I do think it's a public service to call it out, because he's promoting it as something, hey, be free, be evolved. No, it is grooming. It's grooming. And I consider it a public service to talk about how people who want you to do drugs are trying to take advantage of you. Here, I'll say it this way. I can't remember if I was in a meeting or somewhere, but somebody asked me how many times I got mugged when I was sober. And I said none. And he goes, there you go. It's easier to mug people when they're drunk. That's why mugs don't get reported as much in Chicago, which is a whole other nest of worms, because it's easy they call it rolling a drunk. It's easy to take advantage of people when they're on drugs. So now you're starting to see why so many people want the legalization of marijuana and drugs and microdosing and ketamine, because if you are microdosing ketamine, it's easy to feed these cockamamie ideas. It's like being moral is an incredibly fun, beautiful, brilliant life. It's full of joy and fun. Don't let people convince you that being amoral is somehow exciting and just the way things are. No, that's not it at all. That's not it. And so it is kind of a public service for me as a sober shaman to sort of clear this up for people. If you can feed people drugs and simulate a spiritual experience, or you could come see me and we'll have an actual fucking spiritual experience that will blow your mind. So I want to talk about this too. When Aubrey showed that bottle of Feel Free, I was like, So I was going to call Merrick and get his response, but instead, he came home and I told him, I said, Aubrey flashed a bottle of Feel Free, and he goes, that fucking shit, the stuff they sell in gas stations, that's trashy. That is the trashiest shit. Only prostitutes and homeless people use that shit. So we're going to talk a little bit about Feel Free, and the fact that he just held that up Dude, fuck. God, this is an intervention at this point. Aubrey Marcus might be a danger to himself and other people. So for those of you who don't know about Feel Free, a new drink called Feel Free is making waves in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores across the country. Marketed as a plant-based tonic, it's gaining popularity for its supposed mood-boosting and productivity-enhancing effects. Let me put on these glasses because I'm a man of a certain age. But while it may sound like a harmless wellness trend, Feel Free contains two powerful psychoactive substances, kratom and kava, that pose serious risks for addiction and long-term health problems. Feel Free is an herbal drink sold in small blue bottles created by a company called Botanic Tonics. See, it always sounds so nice, doesn't it? The drink's main ingredients are kratom and kava. Both plants have been used traditionally for centuries, kratom in Southeast Asia and kava in the South Pacific, but their effects on the human brain and body are far from benign. Kratom acts as a stimulant at low doses and mimics opioids at higher doses. Kava has calming, sedative properties and is often consumed to reduce anxiety or stress. When combined, these substances can create a feeling of relaxed euphoria or increased mental clarity, but that feeling can come with unintended consequences. Although it's labeled as a natural or wellness product, kratom in particular is chemically addictive. Now, I've known people who have been extremely fucked up on kratom. They have come to me and said, man, I can't quit this kratom. So just because something is natural doesn't mean it's not going to fuck you up. So tolerance, needing more to feel the same effects, physical dependence, withdrawal symptoms like anxiety, irritability, nausea, and insomnia. Kava is not considered physically addictive, but long-term use has been linked to liver damage, especially when combined with alcohol or other substances. Many users of Feel Free report needing multiple bottles per day to avoid feeling tired or irritable. This cycle of increasing use and dependency mirrors the pattern seen in more traditional substance use disorders. It's sold legally and often in health food stores or gas stations. Many assume it's safe, but kratom and kava are not regulated by the FDA. Even the shit that is regulated by the FDA is not safe. Just put the shit down. But I've never seen a serious person drink Feel Free. I mean, it's kind of a joke. I mean, we laugh about it. We laugh about that Feel Free because it feel free, get enslaved. But it looks so good. Oh my God. Patrick, you don't understand. It's just a tonic. It says Feel Free on the bottle. What are you not getting, Patrick? You don't understand. We need our drugs. We need an ego. All right, so let's go back to this. We're in our third hour, I think. No, we're in our fourth hour.
The real God loves you no matter what, and is going to say, I love you so much. You can do better, but I love you so much. Like, keep going. You know, like, you are the son for whom I'm so proud, or the daughter for whom I'm so proud. And that's the real Father. And I think when I'm in that state, I'm in this place of feeling like I let God down, and God, as it's expressed through all of the people, like, I think about the people I can't help. You know, I'll think about like my brother Chase Iron Eyes, and I'll be like, man, I would love to just drop a parachute full of money on you in the reservation and your sacreddefense.org. And
why can't you? Why can't you? I saw that podcast, by the way. That was pretty cringe. That was pretty fucking cringe. But why can't you? Man, see, this is how the addicts work. They work like this. And I know he's an addict. I know. And I know that all this is just a gigantic campaign to wave away from that. But see, it sounds so good. Virtuous. Why can't you drop a pile of money on them?
Like, just change the life of everybody that you're living with on the res. But I made some fucking stupid decisions. Oh, now I can't do that. And that's because I'm fucking idiot. You know, like, and I can get in that. And or I'll get in fear, like, man, like Sedona is the most amazing place that I could possibly have, and it's a sanctuary.
Did he have a financial problem? Is he having financial problems?
For my beloveds Vi and Alana, and for all my friends to gather. What if I can't pay for it anymore?
Yeah, I know. But when you get sober, that fear of financial insecurity leaves you. I was talking about this with some fellow alcoholics yesterday. Like, the fear of financial insecurity leaves you. Like, it doesn't matter how much you have or how little, you're just not worried about it anymore. Just not worried about it.
Like how would I ever live with myself? So I can get in these places of doubt or scared.
Rich people would be terrified to live the way that Merrick and I live. They would be like, oh my God, how are they living? Like, especially Merrick's family. I think if they had to be poor, they would just die. They would die. They would just die. They wouldn't know how to live the way that I live. I mean, I've been up, I've been down, I've been up, I've been down. Now I know that God takes care of it all.
Or, and then it all turns back into this kind of, I'll try to destroy myself psychologically to a certain degree until I can snap out of it and be like, you got this, bro. Like, you fucking got this. Like, you did it. You did it once. You'll do it again. Like, you'll make it through. Like, you got this. And so I toggle between those mindsets still. And the man that I want to be doesn't toggle. The man that I want to be is just filled with that faith. Like, and I think that's one of the beautiful aspects of, religion that I see, even though I have many critiques with, religion as it's expressed in our culture. You see somebody like Evander Holyfield walking out to his fight, and he's like filled with this just divine faith and power. Like, he knows that God's with him. And that's something that I help instill in Jake, when I'm in his corner and we're doing the visualizations, like, God's with you, Jake. God's with you because you're going to do amazing, beautiful things in this world. And just encouraging that faith. And I have to do the same with myself. And it's easier for me to do that for somebody else than it is to do for me.
I appreciate you sharing that. I feel like that's
and I appreciate you sharing that as well, Aubrey. But also, all the symptoms that you're having are due to addiction. All of those mental things are due to ego. It's ego issues. It's just ego issues. That's all it is. And when that ego in you breaks, like, here's the thing, you can have the ego break in you. And I truly believe that the ego did break in you at one point, but that spiritual ego comes along, and that spiritual ego is much nastier. In order to break yourself of that spiritual ego, you almost have to go through a prolonged illness. You almost have to go broke because of it, because as long as you got money and drugs around there, that spiritual ego, you'll never ever see it. You'll also might want to be single, or be with a partner, or have friends that don't co-sign your bullshit. That's pretty much the only way that spiritual ego can break. I mean, I'm seeing some of my most favorite spiritual teachers right now grappling with spiritual ego. Aaron Abke is one of them. Okay, so it's a rite of passage for everybody. I mean, I might still have a few go rounds with spiritual ego, but the audience that I am building here and the community that I'm building here, hopefully they would call me out on that shit. Hopefully, they would call me out on that shit. And as your community is trying to call you out right now, and I'm glad that you said all of that. I am. But I also think it sounds kind of manipulative as well, particularly combined with the host of this podcast, as he keeps saying, did you hear the whole video? You have to listen to the whole video before you can make a judgment. And it is an hour and 43 minutes long, and we're halfway through it. Over halfway through it. More, yeah. So yeah, we have to listen to the whole video, but the more we listen to the whole video, the more manipulative it sounds. So I know why you think we need to listen to the whole video, because if you could just brainwash us a little bit more away from the sad reality that you're just a drug user. Now, I may not even go so far as to call you an addict, but definitely just druggy. This is druggy logic. And so definitely a druggie, definitely a swinger, definitely not somebody that we should be taking all that seriously, because you got all this drama and all these issues going on in your life. I mean, I got some stuff going on in my life too. I mean, that's normal. Your challenges don't define you, but I'm going to leave that there. I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
Like a side of you that is like, that's the side that I see most often, and particularly it's the side that I see more in the last, like, I don't know, 4 years or something. And I think it would be easy from the outside looking in to look at you as you have everything, you're this rich fuck, and you're this hedonistic, whatever, you want all of it.
So it's interesting that he talks about sides, that there's a public persona and there's a true self within. That's cockadoodle. That's cockamamie. Hey, what you're getting with me, yeah, I'm performing a little bit, but I don't have different sides. Genuine, authentic people don't have different sides to themselves. That's a little crazy to me to hear, like, this is the side of you that no one will see. Like, okay, so let me explain this to you. Maybe this might be what he's talking about, but when Merrick and I started doing YouTube and music and stuff again, I was in so much physical pain that I made videos that were very inauthentic. Like, I was in so much pain sometimes, I'm like, this is how you create your own reality. But I knew that making those videos were the way through that part. And Merrick told me once, he goes, nobody's ever going to know how hard this was for you. Nobody's ever going to know how hard this part was for you. And you're probably not. Only Merrick and my friend Dan will know how truly difficult it was. But y'all don't need to know that. It's only for me. It's only for my husband. But I know but it's not like hiding something from you. Maybe one day I'll talk about it. But for right now, there are no, like, you don't have to hide who you are from different people. Like, I'm getting better at articulating things. Yes, that's for sure. But I look at the expression on his face, to me, it just seems manipulative. Like, I need you to buy in on what I'm selling for some reason. I don't know. Is he having financial problems? But I don't think anybody is jealous of you, except maybe people who want to live the life that you're living, but then those people would be mentally ill. They usually are.
And to have like that internal voice, for you to be willing to share that part, I really appreciate it. What do you feel do you have something to say?
No, I appreciate that, man. I mean, I appreciate this is who I want to be also. Like, who I want to be is someone who's doesn't shy away from sharing the hard, ugly stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that is actually a deep level of what I believe a man does. And
yeah, and I agree with you. I think sharing your sober journey will be incredible. And I also think that if you ever get your head about you could be a wonderful force for helping people get sober in this culture. Definitely sort of, you may have onboarded a lot of people into the spiritual drug lifestyle, but you can also help offboard them as well into something a little bit more grounded and less fucking crazy. Less fucking crazy. I think, yeah. But see, you're not being authentic though. You're not. You're like, I thought I was being honest when I was drinking. I really thought I was being honest. You couldn't have told me. I thought I was completely honest. I thought I'm just sharing. I'm just being rough. I'm being raw, man. I'm being real. I wasn't, because I was covering up the drugs and the stuff that I was doing. Like, you showed us a bottle of Feel Free on the camera. What we're not seeing is all the stuff that you're hiding. This kind of shit is like termites. If you see one termite, you know that there's a whole lot more. So the fact that you're open about these drugs, what drugs are you hiding from us? Is there fentanyl? Is there opioid? Is there other stuff that you're not telling us about? You know, and I want to go back to my friend's roommate. You know, he said that he was just using mushrooms, but the more we looked at his behavior, we're like, when did he actually go back to using? Because he's telling us that it's just the mushrooms. It's just the mushrooms, but it's hardly ever that. If somebody tells you it's just alcohol, I'm just drinking. Addicts and alcoholics lie. They lie. Even drug users lie because they're not participating in reality. So I know that Aubrey might think that he's being honest and being forthright, but there's way more going on beneath the surface, because he keeps doing these podcasts trying to explain it, how we don't get it, we don't understand. That an addict and an alcoholic will always tell you how much you don't understand. I mean, my husband is a drug and alcohol counselor, and he gets told that he doesn't understand how addiction really works. Delusional.
And what I want to actually pass on to my kids, like, don't hold this shit in. It's all good. Like, we're all messy. Like, share the messy parts, and what I'm going to give you is love, and also maybe some guidance, but the love is going to be there no matter what.
Do you feel like you ever have a performative authenticity or performative vulnerability? Would you say that that's ever something that you have expressed, or like leveraging authenticity or vulnerability as a tool?
Not consciously. You know, I mean, when I cry tears, they're real tears. I'm not that good of an actor, you know, I mean, and I cry on a lot of podcasts.
Also, crying is very manipulative. Whenever people cry on camera or when they cry to you, it's very manipulative. Do not trust it. Healed people don't cry. I mean, conscious people don't really cry. So if you're crying a lot, Aubrey, you know who cries a lot? Drunk people, high people, they cry a lot. I mean, I cried and cried and cried and cried. So public crying is almost always manipulative, and it's also a feminine way of getting attention. Like, women can cry, and that's fine for women to cry, but for a grown man to cry in public, oh boy, that's pussified. And you know, I'm gonna reference a video. I haven't made the video yet, but I am gonna make it today, and it'll be it came out. I'm gonna talk about this like in a man, I'm really a content creator now because I got scheduled videos. Holy shit. Okay, so on Wednesday of this past week, I made a video about how therapy is not good for men. And I talked about how men express their emotions differently than women. A woman would express her emotions by talking about them, maybe even crying, but a man would use physical activity. So you know a man is feminized if he's crying. Do men cry? Yes, we do. We do. But I'm definitely not going to cry in public anymore, because I know let me tell you about this. This is a good one. So I was trying to explain something to my father-in-law, and words were not working. So I fake cried to him to see if and I caught myself. I was like, oh my God. See, this is what you will find out about yourself on semen retention. This is what you will find out about yourself. So I was like, oh my God. See, I didn't know I was doing it until I started conserving my sexual energy. And I was like, oh shit, if I'm doing it, How many other people are doing it? Probably everybody, because I'm not special or unique. So be very suspicious when you see people crying on camera, because it's almost always manipulative. And now you know. Now you know. Happy birthday.
And also, like, I don't need to. You know, I am vulnerable. You know, like, that's just who I am.
No, you're not. There's no such thing as vulnerable. He reminds me so much of my father-in-law too. You know, my father-in-law said, "Patrick, you're being vulnerable," and I'm like, "I'm not vulnerable. Where are you getting that?" I'm a divine being in a human body, having a human experience that I chose to have. What are you seeing? Narcissists have this vulnerability thing going on, and it's almost always manipulative. Almost always. I don't think people are vulnerable. I definitely don't think that people are vulnerable. But if that's kind of an egoic, narcissistic framework. Did we put a chapter about that in our book? I don't think we needed to, but it's very manipulative when people have that framework. Like, thank you for being vulnerable with me. And when they say thank you for being vulnerable with me, they say thank you for showing me your weak spots.
That's actually really me, is I'm like actually very vulnerable and also very strong and also very, you know, like I can step into
it's one or the other. This is where it gets really black and white. Are you strong or are you vulnerable? Do you see the hypnosis, the manipulation of it?
Persona, particularly in competition, that's a fucking total rascal and like gonna talk shit and be in this kind of aggrandized version of myself, right? And I'll enjoy that, but that persona is transparently a persona, and that's more for what I do, like particularly in competition. It's like I'll pretend to be like fucking Zorro or Conan and then talk shit, and then if I lose or win or whatever, you know, it's all beers at the end. But as far as like when I'm on a podcast or when I'm actually having real conversations, it's just really me.
What do you feel?
And I call bullshit on that, because, you know, the podcast that you've done where you're revealing yourself, you're performing more than ever. The last deep dive I did, that was all a performance. Like, you were obviously trying to put Josh in his place. So I call bullshit on that. I really, really do.
I resonate with the feeling of failure. I think that's probably one of the greatest weights that I hold, is that I will transition out of this body, i.e. die, and not fulfill my potential. And I'll look back and be like, what the fuck? I wasted my pass, my slip. I was like, I wasted my ticket.
All right, children, here we go. Failure is a necessary ingredient of success. Why did you incarnate here? What's your life purpose? You already succeeded by incarnating here. And I do know it's hard to sort of wade through the druggy logic of this. And we're definitely in druggy logic, of course. But you can't really ever fail at anything. You really cannot. You really can't ever make any mistakes either.
That's probably the greatest weight and the greatest self-judgment that I hold, like, every fucking day. What do you feel like and it's not always, like, there's a lot of days where I'm feeling pretty good, but like that's a recurrent thing. What do you feel like you need to feel fulfilled and to release that recurrent sensation of I'm a failure? And do you believe that perhaps there is some feature to that as well, and perhaps it's like an evolutionary driver to go forward?
I feel like there's a actual spirit, you know, in the Greeks they called it the daemon, a Bremlin, the mage, and Abraham of Worms. There's a tradition in the esoteric lineage of
Can you just pick something? Do you have a mentor? Like, come on, Aubrey, stop. Let's get simple about this. What do you want to become a master at? What do you want to be a master of? Come on, let's figure this out. What do you want to be? Is it going to be shamanism? Is it going to be Buddhism? Is it going to be Christianity? Like, what's your my focus is shamanism. I know about other spiritual stuff, but shamanism is it for me. I think shamanism would be a good fit for you. Like sober shamanism, real good shamanism, because when you're going off onto all these things, the ego will hide in that stuff. Ooh, the ego will hide in all that stuff.
Bala, where they called it the high holy guardian angel. There's a lot of understanding that there's an aspect of ourself that is our potential. And, you know, you could call it your soul, but your soul also includes, in my view, like the many lifetimes that you've had. So, but this is a particular almost entity that is the best version of yourself. And I think we are always going to be chasing that. It's like,
no, we're not. That's egoic. You are the best version of yourself. Like, become really present. When you get really present, there is no better version of yourself. Because it's all happening right now. Come on. Come the fuck on. You are the best version of yourself. Right now. This is it, Aubrey. This is who you are. Isn't it great? Isn't it perfect? Isn't it pristine? You can't hope for anything better. Yeah, I mean, you may still have some trauma shit to work out. You may still have that. But none of that matters when you get really, really present. Let's get present right now. Let's get present right now. Everybody, let's just get really present right now. There is no past. There is no future. It's only happening right now. There is nothing going on out in the world. Nothing going on at all. Look at the space that you're in right now. This is it. That's all there is. That's all there is. What do you see? You see stuff? Try not labeling that stuff. When you look at what is this? I don't even know what this is. What are these things? I have no idea what this is. What is even going on here? I have no idea what anything is. What are we doing here? I have no idea who I am. What's my name? I don't know my name. Who am I? I have no idea. What am I wearing? What is this? Oh, now that I don't know anything, I'm just here. I'm just here. There's nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to work towards, no bank account balance, nothing. It's nothing. It's meaningless, nothing. And everything here is perfect. There's no evidence that there's a world out there going on outside of these walls. There's nothing serious going on at all. And I'm really present right now. It's not that hard to achieve.
It's like the rabbit that leads the greyhound. The greyhound in a race never catches the rabbit, but it runs after that rabbit like hell. And
yeah, this is the personal improvement game. You're already perfect. The work is you just realizing it. Just realizing it. Let the greyhounds race. Let the whirlybirds whirl. Let all that shit go.
And I think that is actually a structural feature of Cosmos, that we're chasing our capital P potential. Now, the downside is that if you look at the delta between you as the greyhound and the rabbit, you're never going to catch it, but it's designed to make you run. Right? It's designed to make you run. And at the end of the day, you ran the race as best you could. Like your muscles were straining, your focus was singular, you were actually doing it. So I think it is a feature, and it only turns negative when you start to measure the delta and say,
oh my God, let's retard max this shit. Let's just get retarded about this shit. Oh my God, are you not sick of all this logical bullshit? Can we just retard max this? Like, this podcast would be 5 minutes if we retard maxed it. Let's retard max this shit.
I haven't caught the rabbit. You're only going to catch the rabbit for brief moments. There's going to be brief moments where you're like, I was fucking, this is actually what the term on it came from. Bodhi and I would talk about that. Like, occasionally he would race a race where he was one with the mountain, And that fucking mountain could not be skied better. And he was like, I was on it. I was on it. Like I caught the fucking rabbit today. And there's times where I give a speech or do a podcast or write something where I was like, I was one with the rabbit at that point. Me and my potential were ontically identical. Like we merged for that moment.
I am so glad I did not get financially successful at a young age. I am so glad that I wasn't rich. I am so glad, because can you imagine if I had gotten, like if I look back at my life and if I had become really rich when I thought I was going to be rich in 1998, like I had all the indications. I mean, I was at the Web Awards at South by Southwest, sitting next to the co-founder of Twitter. I was at this table with these tech luminaries, and I think every one of the people that sat at that table with me is a billionaire or a multimillionaire. And then there's me. I sat at this table with these luminaries, and they all went. But man, can you imagine if I had gotten rich and been able to promote my fucked up view of the world at that time? Like, me not being rich actually saved people a lot of trouble. I mean, I had opportunities to be rich many times in my life, but I just didn't take it. I didn't take it, or I was unwilling to put in the work to do it, or I was emotionally immature, or sabotaged by my family. My family never wanted me to make money. Merrick's family doesn't want him to make money. So, but thank God that neither of us became rich before we would be responsible with it. Thank God. Jeez.
So you get
can you imagine how much damage I would have caused if I had become rich while I was using drugs? Jesus.
Ceiling, but I think it's unrealistic to expect that you're going to live embodied as that potential. I think that's why we have the avatar of Yeshua, the Christ, as somebody who like hit the rabbit and stuck the landing and was just like one with his potential. But I think for us mere mortals, this is something that's designed to lead us further and drive us. And as long as we understand that, only for these moments and these times, and try to extend those moments as much as possible, but it's not realistic that we're actually going to be living our potential. That's not the point. The potential is always going to lead a little bit further.
No, you can be happy with where you are. You can be extremely happy where you are. This is that druggy logic, that infectious druggy logic.
And even in the story of Jesus, that happened. Like, Father, why have you forsaken me? Why have you forsaken me? That was a moment of doubt. And then he transcended that and was like, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And he stepped fully in. So if you read that carefully, you can also see that there was a potential that he was.
This is just a whole bunch of stuff wrapped up in one thing. It says a lot, but it says nothing. It says a lot, but it says nothing. He's trying to justify, like, this happens. I've seen this happen in maybe successful people who try to awaken later in life. They know that they may have focused on the wrong things in their life. So they try to come up with all these cockamamie things to justify the life that they lived, or perhaps why they have money and other people don't. And it is gobbledygook, and it says nothing and it means nothing. That's why you're supposed to listen to the whole podcast, because you're supposed to be lulled into nonsense. And I'm interrupting it so that you don't get lulled into the nonsense.
Even chasing, even in his last moments, and in facing one of the most difficult things in human imagination that was actually real, crucifixion. So yeah, I think it's a feature of the cosmos for sure. So then this idea of failure, is typically like a false reductionist measurement of where you think you should be.
Okay.
And it's only helpful when it's helpful. right? It's like, it's ultimately like you can actually see, okay, I could have done better. But as soon as you realize that you could have done better, you have to release it. Like you have to let that go, or else it'll be a weight that you're going to carry. And then you'll be a greyhound with a fucking backpack full of shame and regret. And you're going to be slower than you could possibly be. So you gotta shed the weight.
Yeah, it's just attachment. Like you have a story that you're attached to. So it's like, it's guaranteed bondage if you're in that place. And so like the invitation is, if you're feeling the pain or you're feeling the trigger, is to actually
lean into it and feel the pain and not take drugs and not drop out, right?
Step directly into it.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
Is that, how regular do you experience, what are your days like with that? Like how regularly do you experience triggers? How regularly are you feeling kind of like the weight of, oh my God, I'm not keeping up, I'm failing? Like what does that look like in like a day-to-day for you?
There's rarely a day where that little whack-a-mole doesn't come pop up and just fucking grin its, buck teeth at me and be like, like there's rarely a day where that doesn't come up at some point. And there are, it's not every day, but it's pretty common that I have to deal with it. And so it's an active process that I'm working with, but it's pretty regular, and then
God, it must be hell to live with you. It must be hell to live with you. God, I'd have to be high to live with you. I mean, I have a lot of compassion for you. Aubrey, I have so much compassion for you. Please do not get that twisted. But you got too many enablers. You have too many enablers. Like, let me, I can speak honestly, when my husband's family was a big part of his life, it ruined his confidence. Like I won't use the word abuse, but it felt abusive the way they treated him and put him down and criticized him. And he had all this shit going on, like these things going on. But, when he decided to no longer speak to them anymore, it started to release. He started to get sane again. He started to come back to sanity a little bit more. And of course, they will never understand that because they've never experienced sanity. But, all these things that go on, I would help my husband. I would say, you're not supposed to feel that way. That's not normal. Hey, let's write a book together about all this. Let's call it The Machinations of Ego so that we can see all of these machinations of ego. Let me give a plug for our book right now and our social thing. Press the wrong button. Press the wrong button. If you haven't already done so, please like and subscribe, comment, or use an emoji. If you got nothing to say, share this content with others. And here's our book, The Machinations of Ego. If you're ready to break free from drama, self-sabotage, and performative spirituality, this book will change your life. Get it, read it, wake the fuck up. Also, keep in mind our new deck, The Ender of Minds, a Lovecraftian tool to break the spell of thought, is coming to Kickstarter soon. You can get art and merchandise based on this deck at concreteshamans.com. Okay, back to the show.
Sometimes it gets worse. Sometimes I lose the skills and the ability to actually alchemize or transcend it. And then I'm stuck in a really low place. And there's some days where I feel like I'm just like, this is good. We got this. Like, we're gonna move forward. And I think, this is the most active process that I'm currently in.
Do you ever feel like giving up?
In some small ways, yeah. I mean, I think there was, one thing that happened, and I think that was from over-indexing the hate in comparison to the love, because there's a lot of love. But during this, recent, craziness where there was, if you Google my name now on Substack, it's like Sinister Aubrey Marcus and like.
Well, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. The fact that you guys just laugh it off and dismiss it, I mean, let me think about when I was getting a bunch of hate. And there were legitimate concerns. I mean, some people got a little crazy with it. Somebody close to me ended their life, and so they were implicating me in that. It was disturbing, and I was poor and broke. But I was curious about what they were seeing. Like, what am I doing wrong? They wanted me to apologize for things, and I now that I'm sober, I can see, yeah, some of those things were legitimate. Some of those things were, yeah, I was a danger to myself and other people. Probably not for the reasons that they could see, but, you know, definitely my drug addiction and my behavior was very dangerous, kind of like what you're doing right now. But I didn't laugh it off. I was somewhat like, I was curious about it. Like, what are they seeing? And I was also very high and drunk at the time. So much like yourself, you just have you have more resources.
Fucking comparing me to fucking Palpatine and like all this crazy shit. And
I personally have not seen that. I have not seen that stuff. I've only seen people genuinely trying to reach out to you and help you.
Like, and then there's like 40 podcasts about our podcast, and it's like, fuck. And then there's a part of me that, like, I've always felt like because
all of these spiritual people, all these shamans and healers don't understand, right, Aubrey? They just don't. They're just not getting it. But everybody who's talked about this has listened to that podcast. Okay? And so I don't think it's hate at all. I think it's love. Look, I'm not getting paid for this at all. I'm trying to monetize my YouTube channel. But I was like, to keep my ego out of stuff, I'm like, I need to get paid for all the things that I do. It keeps my ego out of it. If I do things for money, it keeps my ego out of it. And so I'm not doing this. I'm doing this for the audience here. I'm also doing it to get my YouTube channel monetized. But we went to somewhat of an expense and to make this content about you. We're not doing it because we necessarily want to do it. It's a public service. It's a public service for people so they don't get caught up in it.
I'm here to help the world. Like, I'm here to help us transition from an old story to a new story of,
yeah, that's what you think you're doing, okay? But that's the ego in you doing that. See, the world is fine. We don't need your help transitioning to a new world. We don't do that. The new world is at hand. You don't have to worry about that. But you call yourself a visionary. Y'all call yourselves innovators. You call yourself, I'm trying to help people transition into a new world. That's not your job, motherfucker. It's not my job, okay? My job is to help individual people heal, be an example, be the change that I want to see in the world. I can't browbeat people into changing. But I used to do that. With my stuff with the spiritual ego, I was like, I am here to save the earth. I am here to help humanity ascend. Honey, I get where you're coming from, but we're here to be the change that we want to see on the earth. I don't have to sell people on it. I don't have to make programs about it. I don't have to do any of that. All I have to do is live. I really don't even give spiritual advice anymore. When I'm in session with people, I've just been asking them questions. I'm not trying to tell people how to live anymore. I'll make YouTube videos about it, but it's not about judging people. It's about being the example. Hey, do you want to become more conscious? Well, this is what you do. If you don't want to become more conscious, keep doing what you're doing, essentially. But yeah, I used to think that I will save the world. The more money I have, I've got to become rich so I can do more for other people. It is a perversion. It's called being right and making wrong.
Of greater love and greater like faith and greater awareness. And then the part of me that I've felt like subtly kind of creep in every once in a while is more of a like, man, fuck the world. You know, like, I don't, like, fuck the world. It's not the true me, but that's like an element of the false self that's just hurt. And
I'm going to say that's fuck the world. Fuck the world. Save yourself. Save yourself. Seriously. If you save yourself, you show other people that it's possible. And when you save yourself, when you get sacredly selfish, you show the world that it is possible to save yourself. And you encourage other people to save themselves. You encourage other people to take accountability. You encourage other people to stand up for what they believe in. You encourage other people to get sober. Yes, fuck the world. Oh yeah, fuck the world. This world ain't even real anyway. This world ain't even real anyway. You can't save an illusion, motherfucker. You can't save the world. No. The world isn't meant to be saved. The world is meant to fall away like skin off a snake. So when you get really present and the illusion breaks, the matrix breaks, you're like, why was I spending so much time trying to save the world when I couldn't even fucking save myself? Aubrey, fucking the world is where you might want to be. Fuck the world, yeah. Save yourself. Quit trying to convince people of other things. Quit trying to save your reputation. Quit doing all that kind of shit. Yeah, fuck the world. Fuck the world. That's not the false self saying that. The false self is telling you to save the world. I think you're starting to get glimpses into yourself. It's kind of cool to see, actually.
And is like exacting some revenge. Like, all right, I'm gonna keep my gifts to myself. You guys don't want them? You know, go fuck yourself.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We might be getting somewhere. We might be getting somewhere. I'm going to sit in that just for a moment.
And that's not who I really am. Mm-hmm. So that is an expression of giving up, because I know what my soul's path is. It's to do my damn best, you know, and go out with my shielder on it, like doing the best that I can for the good of all. Para el bien de todos, you know, like for the good of all. And
this is what I learned. And I think you really do have to be sober to see that service, that it's about other people. It's about service, serving people that you may not even want to serve, helping people that you may not even want to help. It's not about impressing your vision of what you think the world should be. I mean, I think everybody should be gay. I think it's easier to be gay. I think that if a man wants an easy life, be gay, marry another man, and play video games. But see, that works for me. That works for me because I am gay. So I can't impress my vision of what I think the world should be. You know, in God's house, there are many mansions, and it takes all types. But all the things going wrong in the world don't need to be fixed because they're helping people awaken. And yeah, I have shifted recently. I have shifted hugely. I mean, we did a year of morning live streams. And now that I've taken some time to integrate that stuff, I've shifted. I'm like, I'm a different person. I don't feel the same way that I did a couple weeks ago. But yeah, trying to press your vision of the world on it. There's a lady I love very much. I love her very, very much. But she thinks that the diet that works for her works for everybody. And, you know, Aaron Abke thinks that everybody should be vegan. And I think everybody should be gay. But I know that that's not the way that other people need to live. You might think that people need to have multiple partners or do drugs, that you're right or whatever. But I definitely do think that people should know what they're getting into, the numbing agents. I will make people aware but I probably will no longer impress upon what I think the way people should live. Hey, if you want things to be, if you want life on easy mode, stay on a sleep schedule, get sober, do semen retention. But I don't think semen retention is good for everybody. Take it or leave it. I mean, I've enjoyed it, but I don't think it's forever for me. Definitely not. But at the same time, I do appreciate trying on different ways of being. I do enjoy that.
All in for all, like all of that. That's like the guiding principles. And
I do think it's an addict way of deflection. The way an addict will often deflect, because, you know, a lot of guys, when they first get sober, they'll be 90 days sober and they're like, I'm going to start a sober living house. I'm going to build a treatment center. I'm going to do all these things for all these people so I don't have to focus on my own problems. I think if Aubrey stopped focusing on what he's doing for humanity and focused on himself and just withdrew from that, because it's all virtue signaling. It's all a way to absolve yourself of the horrible things that you're doing to yourself and other people. It's why Coca-Cola sponsored gay pride parades. It's why corporations created the American Heart Association so that they could continue selling toxic sludge. It's a virtue signal. When I lived in Nashville, there was a band. And they said that every concert you do, give a portion to charity. You'll get your name in the paper, and it's great free promotion. Just do a benefit. If you want attention, do a benefit, because you get to appear virtuous while at the same time doing rotten shit. Just do the rotten shit. Nobody cares.
I've had to experience some forms of like, wow, that's been shook a little bit. And then I'll hear, you know, this kind of mimetic aphorism that I've heard from different people, like, no good deed goes unpunished. And I'm like, yeah, this world's fucked.
Yeah.
But it's not. You know, people are just peopling, you know.
People are just peopling. You know, I had that sentiment too, you know, when I tried to help my friend's roommate. You know, nobody supported him more than I did. Like, I supported him. I kind of took him under my wing and I supported him. But it did make his parents feel some type of way, because I really had to. Well, I mean, I had to raise my own husband. Like, he was never taught morals or how to treat people or how to do chores or how to cook or anything like that. Like, when I married Merrick, I was like, how do you not know how to do this stuff? His parents failed him on such a level that I was like, well, somebody's got to do it. Somebody has to step in and help him. Otherwise, he's just going to drown. I can't be married to somebody who is this inaffectional. I'm like, what did your parents do? Like, how could you have gotten to adulthood without knowing how to do this basic shit? It was wild to me. It's still wild to me.
And I love people. And so that has been a process where it's been like, okay, receive all this. It's all good. Don't close your heart. Continue to give the best of you forever.
What would you say to the people that capitalized on your video snafu and capitalized on the YouTube algorithm to
Okay, I want to hear this, because, you know, I'm going to say this about Aubrey. Aubrey, this snafu connected me to so many creators, and it did boost my work. It did boost my work, and I made a video praising Aubrey Marcus, but I never released it. But it did boost a lot of YouTube channels. So for that, I'm eternally grateful for you, and I know other people are eternally grateful for you. So what you say next, I'm very curious about. Because you think that we were enriching ourselves. How much money did I make on all this? I probably made $100 on it. $100. But that's what I make in doing sessions for people. So I didn't make that much money. I didn't make any money off of you. I didn't enrich myself off of you. That's not what it was. It's not what it's all about for me. No, I was able to reach a wider audience, which for that I'm very, very grateful. So I'm interested to see how you see this gift that you gave so many spiritual creators on YouTube, of which I was one of them. Thank you.
Shit on Aubrey.
And none of us shit on you at all. We didn't shit on you. Everything that I've said is to help people not get caught up in this druggy, fake, performative, spiritual ego lifestyle.
I have my own things to say to them as well. We've already talked about it, but and it's not my things that aren't like an FU or anything. I just find everything interesting. You know, like, oh, that's very interesting. And I would say something. I think that we were talking about this previously. I think the thing that kind of irked me a little bit about that is that there was many people making videos that were guised in like valor, and I'm like here to protect. And in fact, what they're doing is they're capitalizing on attempting to get views. Attempting to self-aggrandize themselves and humiliating, or at the cost of humiliating and debasing and minimizing and infantilizing other people. I think that like I believe if people like really genuinely cared, not just like I'm going to capitalize on this, I think they would quietly reach out and they would say, hey, by the way, like, you know, I've been through similar dynamics, like, and I really is
this an option? Is this an option? This is curious because he turned off the comments. If this is an option, then Aubrey, how do we reach out to you? How do we reach out to you? I didn't know, I didn't think it was an option. Did any of you think it was an option? Because he turned off the comments on his videos. And so this is curious to me, because from what I understand, nobody would have made a video if he had not turned off the comments. And when he turned off those comments, people were forced to go and make a video about it. That's at least what happened. Don't gaslight us. Don't you dare fucking gaslight us about this.
Like, I could be projecting. Like, I don't know you, you know, I've never met you before. I don't know your details. This could be all projection, but like I had a deep feeling and like a call to reach out. And if you ever want somebody to talk to, like, I'm here. That would be like, I'm like, that's really beautiful.
I mean, if that were an option, that's what I would have done. I looked up his address. Somebody said, let's send him a copy of The Machinations of Ego. Well, I didn't really know that was an option to reach out to you privately. I didn't think you wanted it to be private. I didn't think you wanted it to be private. So, I mean, you know, this dude here, you might have Aubrey's phone number. I don't have his phone number. So I didn't make my initial video to get traction. I didn't do that. I made the video thinking it was pretty wild what he was talking about. Like, I watched the podcast and then I made a video about it. I make videos about a lot of things. I certainly didn't do it to get traction at all. I was kind of surprised. I was like, because see, I thought I was the only one who felt that way about it. I didn't know that so many people had made videos about it. I didn't know that at all. And so when I made my video, I was surprised. I told my husband, I'm like, what the fuck? There's other people who feel the same way I do about this. So I personally did not do it to self-aggrandize or anything like that. And when I started, and then I made another video about it, and then I didn't say anything for a long time. And then I decided to try to talk about it in a helpful way. And I made a video, if I were Aubrey Marcus's shaman, this is what I would tell him. So you may not have seen my videos about it, because I definitely didn't do it to aggrandize about it, or get views or anything like that, because I'll get a lot of views on these videos, but in the grand scheme of things, they mean absolutely nothing. But people did encourage me to talk about this more, because my take of sobriety was interesting. It was something they weren't getting from anybody else. But I definitely think it's weird that somebody who speaks so publicly about their personal life would be upset when people didn't reach out to him personally. It's a little gaslighty, dude.
But I think the capitalizing on the algorithm and it coming out as like this self-aggrandized hero protecting, other folks, when in fact you're doing something in the opposite, that was a little bit like disappointing to me, I guess.
Yeah, I think this goes to, I think you're fundamentally either extractive, which comes at the cost of something else that's hurting other people. Now, you can be extractive to the earth, you can be extractive to a person, you can be extractive in a variety of different ways, and this is an expression of toxicity. Now, it's associated with toxic masculine being extractive, but it's also, it doesn't mean that the feminine nature can't be extractive. Their ability to actually, it applies to both. But
okay, so I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but this is a perspective. This druggy confused spirituality has plagued us for so long, and I don't know that people were doing it to get views or aggrandize themselves. I certainly didn't see that. I saw people kind of like, thank God we can finally talk about this, because it was so repulsive to us, and it was so disturbing to us. And I think that might be a projection. Guys, that might be a projection. Did you reach out to me personally? Did you reach out to me privately? Did you reach out to all of those creators and ask them, hey, are you doing this for views? Are you doing this for to build up your egos? Are you what's your purpose in doing it? Did you reach out to all those people and ask them their purpose in it? Did you? No, you didn't. Because why are you doing this podcast now? Is it to aggrandize yourself? Is it to get your point of view across without actually having a conversation with somebody who might be hurt by your actions? I mean, I've been with men like Aubrey. The more people know about this shit, the better. The more people know about how you get groomed through drugs and spirituality, the better. So, man, you manipulative motherfuckers, gaslighting us in this way. This is what's called gaslighting. Gaslighting so obvious that you can see right through it. So, like I said, if we have to call out our brothers. Like I've grappled with this. I did. But see,
there's either extraction or generation. And I think a lot of people were being parasitic. They were extracting the attention that they could. And
Aubrey, honey, I don't do things for attention. Honey, nobody does things for attention. You know, we all know how to make money on the internet. We all know how to do this stuff. The only thing I want to do is make money on YouTube. That's it. And be a shaman. That's it. And I happen to make a video about you, and a lot of people saw it. It's not going to be my most popular video I ever make. Okay? I mean, you're one of many subjects that I have talked about. And much like other people, but it never became the Aubrey Marcus channel. It's not going to be the Aubrey Marcus channel. I mean, I think these videos help us do extreme shadow work on ourselves. But man, you are so fucking full of it. If you think that people talked about you so that they could increase their views on YouTube solely, like I mean, geez, I would have become the Aubrey Marcus channel if that were the case, but it would have been finite because this is a limited time engagement, a limited time hangout. I mean, to think that I mean, people talk about hot button topics, but this is crazy that you think that people made videos to get attention and extract and parasitic value from you. I certainly don't enjoy making these videos. It's a public service.
Sometimes that was attention, and sometimes it was an opportunity to position themselves using us as a foil, either me as a foil or Vylana as a foil or Alana as a foil, and say, I'm better than them. You know, and that's almost like an internal inflationary process, or it's like an external, I'm going to harvest this attention for...
Who does that? Who harvests attention? Where are you getting this shit? Now, this is a motherfucking projection. Okay? Because if I wanted to make a viral video, I would. I mean, I had a viral video last year. What was the viral video? Merrick and I, let's look at our viral video. I don't own the rights to this anymore, but let's look at our viral video. We got paid, I don't know how much money we made from it, but let's look at our viral video right now. This is us having our we know how to make viral content. This is crazy. Last Christmas, we were at the gym at like some ridiculous hour, like 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I was looking on Twitter or X or whatever, and it said that Wicked Dolls were having a issue, that the website on the back of Wicked Dolls was linked to a porn site. And so my husband and I, we went to Walmart to see if it was real. And while we were there, I recorded a video of him. Let me show you that video now.
Again, come on, do it.
Did you know that?
What?
You knew that.
What does it say?
It says, wait, no, it's on the bottom. It says www.wicked.com.
And what's wicked.com? So all of these dolls link to a porn site.
They do.
These are going to be rare. We should get one. We should get one. Which one do you want?
No, I don't want it either.
And do it again.
And that was our video. So we made the video, we uploaded it, and then we get contacted by this media company, and they represent it for rights, and then we forgot about it. And then people started telling us they saw it on New York Post website, was in the news. They saw it on the news, and I don't remember. We didn't get a whole lot of money from it, but and at that moment I'm like, oh well, let's just make viral videos. Piece of cake. We could make viral videos. But you know why we didn't do that? Because that's not what we want to do with our life. We don't want the attention that much. I mean, Merrick thought it was weird to go into work and say, I saw you on the New York Post website. Like, people who know us think it's weird. Like, we just crop up in all these weird places. But Aubrey, you know, nobody does things for attention. Actually, people, you know who does things? You know, that's a narcissistic framework, that people do things for attention. That's a very narcissistic framework. Dude. Okay, let's go.
My own benefit. And I think that's an element of consciousness that we got to take a look at, extraction or generation.
So all of these people who generated content using your example shouldn't have done that. We should not have done that. Like, we shouldn't have spoken up. Well, how else would we? So see, you think that what you're doing is right. Okay, obviously, this is true. So you think that you're doing something that is not harming people, that is not causing people any trouble, even though I've outlined clearly how it does impact people. This promotion of this druggy swinger stuff. And we've said just be a druggy swinger, but you promoted it as something that it was not. You lied about it, Aubrey. You lied about it. And when your colleagues, essentially your colleagues, spoke up about it, now you're saying that we were generating content and that we were seeking attention. No, honey. No. This is an inoculation, okay? It's an inoculation. It's an intervention. I care about you. I love you. But when you turned off the comments on that one video, that's what started it. People did reach out to you privately through those comments, okay? And they continued to reach out to you privately through those comments. And then to later say that it would have been better if people would have reached out to you privately. I didn't know that was an option. But it's also clear that you probably wouldn't have listened anyway.
One thing to add to what I said, in defense of those people, y'all are electing to place your personal life as fair game for social media fodder. So there's that part too, where it's not just like, oh, like poor you guys, like you're placing, it's like, oh, here you go, now it's yours. Like, this isn't even mine anymore. This is just, we expressed ourselves in this way and it got captured, and now here it is out in the world, and now it literally is not ours. Like, this is yours. Do with it what you wish. So there's like an empowering part to everybody.
And also, like, look at that Mr. CEO guy who's at a Coldplay concert cheating on his partner, and he got fucking on the screen, right? He wasn't trying to get, to put that story out. He just got caught, and people extracted from that as well. How many people made
but you call it extraction, and that's not what it is, buddy. That's not what it is. I mean, I never ever saw it that way. I never fucking saw anything this way. This is wild. Maybe I never saw it that way. What should we have done instead of make YouTube videos about it? What should we have done? Remain silent? No, but this is very, like, it's extraction, you see? It's not, though, because I know that my life is better because of truly examining this and seeing, is this something that I ever want for my life again? No, but this is this is why you want us to watch the whole video.
About that, and how many people did things with that to extract from that attention.
Extract.
And it's just, so we elected to do it. And that was also one of the reasons why I wanted to share this too, is also, it was just uncomfortable for me to know that, Vi was out with Josh somewhere, and someone could look at that and think like, oh my God, Vi's cheating on Aubrey, or I'm out with Alana, and someone could be like, oh my God. And then the picture surfaces, and then do
people care that much? Because I actually don't care. The only reason that I care is because I'm hoping that my friend's roommate will see these videos and see what he got caught up in. I'm hoping that, or I'm hoping that somebody else will see this video and choose to not go to the drug shaman ceremony. That's my purpose of it. And also help people sort of grapple with healing from men like Aubrey. I mean, I healed from men like Aubrey. So, but the thing is he thinks he's doing nothing wrong, and that anybody who opposes what he's doing is just missing the point. I think the part of it is we do get the point, and we are making these videos because we do get it. It's not a one-sided conversation anymore. That's the thing about social media. When you put yourself out there, people are going to talk about you. I mean, people have talked plenty of me, and some of it was justified and some of it was just cruel. But that's what you do when you put yourself out there. I'm sure there's going to be a deep dive on me at some point. So
I'm like the Mr. CEO guy, and then all of a sudden, you know, I have to tell the story as a reaction instead of proactively just expressing the truth. But this instinct to extract is, I think.
But well, why does it matter what other people think, though? Really, like, you could have gotten a new girlfriend, and you could have because you could just say, "Hey, we're not monogamous anymore. It's not a big deal. We're just druggy swingers." I think it was the whole production of it and the wanting. What happened was you thought people were just going to co-sign your bullshit, and that people were just going to eat it up, and they didn't. They saw through it, and that could be very disturbing for many people. I mean, it was disturbing for me when people refused to co-sign my bullshit, but these days, I'm like, please don't co-sign my bullshit. I had a really good sponsor. I can hold myself accountable for the most part, but sometimes I have to reach out to people. I reach out to people all the time and run things by them. That's the cool thing about being sober. Like, I'll call my friend and say, I want to run something by you. I want to run something by you before I do this. You know, if you had sober people in your life, you might have been able to run something by your people, but you don't have people in your life. You have enablers. You don't have people in your life that are going to tell you no. You don't have people in your life who are going to do that. So let's go back in time, and you could say, hey, I think I'm going to announce that I'm expanding monogamy, and I'm going to just reveal it all. And a sober person would have said, don't keep this shit to yourself. Your personal life is nobody's business. A sober person would have told you that.
One of the things that we have to address in our collective consciousness is like, what is the healthy way? What's a generative way to actually, the desire for attention's fine. I think that's a fundamental desire, but are you doing it at the cost of extracting from somebody, or extracting from something, or extracting from the earth in a way that is not generative, in a way that is not healthy?
So let's turn that question on to you, Aubrey. Okay? Because you're promoting a lifestyle that is very destructive and very damaging to people who are not you. You have resources, so you can live this life, okay? And you probably won't be homeless right away, and you'll be able to pay people off for a while. But for the ordinary walkabout everyday person, they would crumble under this lifestyle. Relationships would get ruined, health would get destroyed, all of that stuff. So for you to not understand that, we love your podcast, we love that kind of stuff, but you're promoting a lifestyle that is amoral, destructive, and damaging. And no matter how many pretty little bows you try to place on it, no matter how much you say it's just us being free, man, you're ignoring the consequences of illegal drug use for other people. Okay? So you are extracting from other people. You sell books and programs and courses. People earned their money and they paid for that. So you're extracting from other people as well. So let's not sugarcoat this. It's like, it's a fine line, I mean, I've worked for companies, healthcare companies that extracted, that took advantage of people who were just trying to get sober, took their money and didn't really give a shit about them. Let's be more conscious moving on. Like, I've learned a lot from all of this. I have learned so much. I'm a much better person from going into the lion's den with you on this and listening to your podcast. I didn't make a snap judgment, dude. I listened to what you were saying. I'm still listening to what you're saying. Okay. But if I had thought that a one-on-one conversation were possible, I would have done that. But see, I'm poor. I don't have a big audience. Well, I won't say I'm poor, but I don't have resources like you. I don't have a multi-million-dollar selling book. Would you even take somebody like me seriously? I don't think so. And the way that you treat people who did make YouTube, dismissing them in this way, I don't think you take people like us seriously. I think you think you're better than people like us who have not achieved wealth or anything like that. So I call bullshit on all of that. We didn't co-sign your bullshit and you're mad. But if you really wanted to hear what people had to say, you wouldn't have turned off comments in the first place. You wouldn't have.
And that has to be a part of the new story that we're creating, is being aware of our own extractive.
Because you give spiritual people a bad name. Okay. I mean, this is it's very difficult to have serious spiritual conversations with people who think that spirituality is all this drugs and hugs shit. People don't know the real grounded spirituality out there from all this stuff. You're doing a disservice to the people who are out there, boots on the ground. Yeah, so it's kind of our right to call out this bullshit. It is. And you project that it's extracting from you. Who the fuck are you, Aubrey? People like you are a dime a dozen. We've heard all this shit before. You're not special and you're not unique. So if anything, you just become a perfect example of why we need to call this shit out.
Of selfish tendencies. In Ra's Law of One, are you familiar with that?
Oh,
Canon
God.
of channeled. Oh, it's hers. Yeah, I don't know who channeled it, but ultimately they divide beings into two categories. They divide beings into service to self beings and then service to other beings. And service to self beings spend 95% of their energy. This is all channel material. I'm not saying it's accurate, but it's evocative. They spend 95% of their energy focused on themselves, 5% of their energy focused on serving the collective or other people. Service to self beings spend 51% of their energy in serving others in the collective and 49% of their energy.
And Aubrey, your service to self. Okay. Service to self. It's all about your dick, about what you got going on. So don't get that twisted. You're in the service to self camp. Okay.
In service to themselves. So it's interesting how the balance of those ratios it's way closer in the service to other beings, STO beings, service to other beings, because you have to, you are a part of the collective. It's fine to serve yourself, and just a little bit more, just 1% more, you're actually caring about other people. And that 1% is the tipping point. And I think we have, those two different consciousnesses that are embodied.
See, this is where he's using spiritual teaching, misusing them again.
On the earth and embodied in people's psyches. And I think for the earth to actually navigate through this kind of choke point that we're reaching, where existential threats are everywhere, we have to transition to that. All right, 51% service to other, 49% service to self. Like, that's fine. That's enough.
But see, Aubrey, you are service to self because you fail to see how your actions affect other people. You don't care. Are you asking yourself, am I hurting other people? Is what I'm doing hurting other people? Because I ask myself that a lot. I ask myself that every day. Every day I say, is what I'm doing hurting people? In talking about this, am I hurting people? Why would I go through this? Why would I go through this at all? Why would I put myself through this? I don't hang out with people like you anymore. I used to, but I said never again. Okay? So to dismiss it all in this way is very expected. Very expected.
What did you learn throughout that experience? And also, what would you say if you could
always playing the victim? Poor Aubrey, having to have people talk shit about him on the internet or call out his bullshit. Poor Aubrey. Would somebody please think of Aubrey here? He's trying to help humanity. He's trying to help humanity. Come on, guys. I'm just trying to do good for humanity. Like Monsanto, like Eli Lilly, like the family that sold OxyContin. We're just trying to relieve people's pain.
Speak to the collective of folks that, you know, decided to take the opportunity to chat on you guys. What would you say to them?
Did you feel like it was somebody shitting on you?
Those people, the collective, and what did you learn, and what are you still like learning and processing that whole experience?
I had a conversation with our mutual friend Layla Martin, and she watched the podcast and she goes, Aubrey, here's what I have to tell you. You know, everybody's calling you manipulative. I wish you were more manipulative. You were like, I could see your innocence, like you were just expressing what you thought without thinking about how people would take it and how people would receive it. And I was like, I wish you were fucking more manipulative. And I was like, yeah.
Oh my God. It's so disturbing. You're not, this is futile. This is futile.
No, I didn't fucking think about it at all. Like, I had no fucking strategy or plan or anything. And then I didn't think about how people would receive it in any way. And that was kind of dumb, actually. But in a way, and also, I don't know why I didn't think.
But see, here's the thing. Addicts don't think they're being manipulative. Alcoholics, oh my God, let me tell you this delusion. Okay? So, how do I explain this? How do I explain this? God, give me strength. Before I got sober, I didn't know I was a liar. I didn't know I was a manipulator. I didn't know that I was a cheater. I didn't know I was any of these things. Okay? I was completely unaware of it. However, other people could see it. Other people could see it in me clearly. They were like, Patrick, you're playing the victim again. Patrick, you're manipulating. I was very, very manipulative. Very manipulative. In what ways would I be manipulative? Oh, I would manipulate people into giving me money. I would manipulate people into giving me sex or drugs. And I learned this from my parents, because with my parents, I could never just ask for what I needed. They would never give me what I needed, ever. Like if I needed $100, they would give me 75. So I learned to ask for way more than I needed, because I knew they were not going to give. So see, I was very sick and twisted like this. I didn't know that until I did the 12 steps. And I did a fourth step. I did a personal moral inventory. And then I was able to see how manipulative I was being, and it was horrifying, and I saw it clearly. So, Aubrey, I see how manipulative you are being. But it seems like you don't have any people in your life that are going to call you out on your bullshit. So, of course, they don't know that they're being manipulated by you. They don't know that because you do such a good job. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God, that's so devious too. Yeah, I should have been more manipulative. And it reminds me of what I said earlier in this video when my friend's roommate called me controlling. And I said, I'm not controlling enough. Oh my God, it's so fucking devious. It's so fucking devious. Jesus Christ.
Think about it. I don't know why. And it's not that I would have changed too much about it, but there was a way that I could have like kind of imagined and preconceived how people might receive what was going on, and then, you know, addressed some of these like the most vitriolic objections from the start. And I didn't do that. And that was kind of foolish, but I'm also kind of puzzled by that, because it's not that I don't premeditate things. Like when I'm with a company, I think about, okay, here's the places where we could run into trouble. Here's the places where this messaging might be bad. I don't know why I didn't apply that skill set at all to this.
But every podcast that you're doing, you're manipulating now. You're manipulating now, Aubrey. I've watched things that I haven't shared with you. And I've seen you be incredibly manipulative. You're being manipulative now. Even saying, watch this whole podcast is also manipulative, because you're lulling us into this. It's very manipulative, and you say it's not manipulative. Why do this podcast? Why address the controversy? Why do any of that? Is there even a controversy? Because why is there a controversy? Why is there a controversy at all? Why would there be a controversy at all if you weren't? There would be nothing to manipulate. It was very manipulative. That podcast was very manipulative. Many people saw through that. And your friends can't see through it because you're manipulating them. Like, you know, addicts and alcoholics and drug users. I mean, you're obviously a druggie, but druggies are very convincing, very convincing. And that's why you don't want to spend too much time in this world at all.
This podcast, I just fucking let it rip. and I don't know why. I don't know why that was. It almost,
because you were manipulating on that podcast. We saw it. We all saw it. Don't gaslight us, dude. We saw you manipulating the situation, and I also saw. And I'm just going to reference the ones that I and especially the one with Josh and Valana, where you interviewed your wife's boyfriend. That was highly, highly manipulative.
Feels like, for some reason, my soul needed this. And I needed it to be exactly this harsh. And so I feel like there's two ideas. One, I was blinded by some darker force that wants to tear me down. I don't think that was what it was.
Jezebel spirit. Okay, let's go. You're almost there. You're almost there. Come on, let's go.
I think I was just blinded by, actually, my soul needed this lesson. My soul needed this crucible. It was a necessary part of my evolution.
And all of us needed this lesson. I mean, definitely, Aubrey, you chilled some of my aspirations out. You calmed me down a lot. Like you did things for me that even my closest personal friends could not do. You showed me who I actually was. You showed me who I am. And I appreciate that, because I saw the things that you were doing to your friends and your family. And I mean, I'm doing this in the middle of a hermit mode where before I go back out into the world, I want a clear sense of who I really am. You've helped show me who I really was and the kind of shit I'm going to tolerate in my life and why boundaries are so necessary. You showed me a lot, and I'm so grateful for that. You were a catalyst in many people's lives. I mean, I hear from people who saw what you were doing and were completely disgusted by it, as they should be. You know, we recoil from this stuff, this BS spirituality.
So I just didn't have that vision that was available to me. So I would say what I've learned is, okay, like, you're always going to tell the truth, and you can pre-imagine what people might, how
you don't know what the truth even is. Aubrey, you're not speaking the truth now, honey.
People might receive it, because you can speak the truth.
Nobody on drugs can tell the truth. Nobody on drugs can see the truth. You're going to have to be sober for a while before you can see the truth. Okay? You're going to have to get sober to be able to see and speak the truth. And that's a fact. No druggie can tell the truth because they're not participating in reality.
Truth and have it be received as a lie. And that's what happened. I spoke the truth and it was received as a lie. So that's poor.
I spoke the truth and it was received as a lie. Oh my God. You told a lie and people saw through it. That's what happened. Because see, you're in that my truth versus your truth paradigm. You're in that. That's why we don't say my truth versus your truth, because there is no my truth or your truth. There is the truth. And the truth is, you wanted us to co-sign your bullshit and we didn't. People didn't co-sign your bullshit. I love that this came along. I love that this situation came along in my life to show me how incredibly destructive this kind of shit can be.
Communication. You know, you can also speak falsely and have it perceived as the actual real truth. And, you know, so both ways can go. But fundamentally, like, I just was not prepared for this at all. I also launched the podcast in the middle of this wild ceremony week where I was hardly paying attention. Like, there was nothing about this that I was prepared for. And in many ways it was perfect.
What would you say to the collective of the people that use the opportunity to shat upon y'all?
You know, I would just like, hey, I get it. You know, like, I get it. You know, it's hard out there in the world. It's like, it's hard to get attention. It's fucking hard to get attention. And I understand where you're coming from. And it's all.
Do you? Okay, I don't think that he's talking to me. Please tell, who are the ones who use this to get attention? Who does this to get attention? Aubrey, from you of all people. From you of all people. Like, there's and to think that, oh God, I'm about ready to take my break for the day. I think I am going to take the break for the day, and I'll return to this. All right, so I took a shower. I had a whole other night's sleep, and I talked to my husband about what the 4.5 hours of content that I have made so far about this podcast. And the reason that they want you to listen to the whole thing is because it's kind of a brainwashing. It's an explanation. It is manipulative. And I know that in the podcast they're talking about how it's not manipulative, but it is very manipulative. He's not addressing the controversy at all. He's dismissed everything as hate or that people are shitting on him. And I've heard this from people who are addicted or they feel judged. Let me put it that way. They feel judged. And there's nothing you can get through to you. There's no way to get through to them to say, honey, nobody is judging you. Okay? And I don't think he should make videos explaining himself because it doesn't change anything. I haven't learned any new information about it except that it's worse than I thought. The addiction and is worse than I thought. The delusion is worse than I thought. Nobody in his inner circle truly loves him. He has too many yes people and enablers. With that said, there's probably about 30 minutes left in the podcast. So I'm going to try to interrupt very little and just get through this last part. Okay? I love you guys, but we are willing to listen to the whole thing. All right?
And it's also hard to feel good, to feel like you're good enough, to feel like you're virtuous enough. Like, I understand that it's difficult, and I understand the impulse. And from that understanding, like, I can forgive you. And like, please try to become more aware, because that path of extraction will ultimately lead you to be extracted from, right? Like there's a kind of reciprocal loop that you're creating that is not going to be to your benefit, you know? So out of love, like, please become aware of what you're doing and your motivations, because it's not going to lead you to a better life, and it's not going to lead the world to a better story of humanity. So full understanding, and also watch yourself, be careful.
So that sounds like a threat. And it's kind of chilling, isn't it? Because there's kind of a misunderstanding. Like, I know why I make these videos. Let me tell you, I'm clear about why I make these, because somebody I loved got fooled by this sort of lifestyle shit. And also, I'm in recovery. It would be irresponsible for me because see, here's how I got roped into it. I was like, thank God. The first time I made a video, I was like, thank God I got sober. Thank God I have people in my life that'll call me out on my bullshit. And I think at this point, he's probably going to start suing people for defamation. Look, because he's like, just watch out, watch yourself. Don't talk about me anymore. I'm warning you, don't talk about me. But to dismiss everything as haters, as people just wanting attention, that's not it at all. My motivation is people want to hear him out, but it's really hard to get through. It's really hard to get through because there's so much dishonesty in it, and so much word salad, and so much nonsense. And so people making videos about it gives us context as to what we're hearing. People have a reaction to this for a very good reason. They do. But the reason that he wants you to listen to the whole thing is to lull you into accepting what he's saying.
I feel like the parts that, and afterwards I messaged you and I was like, I have like a little breakdown of the things that I think would be kind of points of contention. And I think the main thing would be like the spiritualizing of sensations and feelings and urges and experiences that everyone has for the most part. And I think probably there would be a perception or projection or experience of some people where it's like, Aubrey and I are pretty much the same guy, except Aubrey's convening with God and I'm just over here fucking whacking off to jizz tube. I think that is the point of like ruffling, where it's like language like divine, language like Garden of Eden, language like sometimes some aspects of it, I think, I would say like can be spiritually pedantic in a way, where it's like fluffy words and language that I think create vulnerability in a way, because suddenly it's like this, we're over here communing with God, y'all are whacking it to porn jizz, and we're in this other plane of reality, you guys are just horny. I think that's the potential projection that could arise with people? What do you think of like the usage of spiritual language and things of the sort?
Well, I mean, these are the waters that I swim in, right? So for me, it's not coming from I read something or I, studied this thing and I'm in this course, and I've been immersed in this very spiritual dimension since I was 18 years old. Now, so the language to me is appropriate, but nonetheless, for those people who haven't had that direct experience, it's also like this is bypassing or spiritualization.
Aubrey, at this point, I'm a little creeped out. I'm creeped out because of that little threat that he did and that misunderstanding of all of it. And now that he's saying that he's had direct experience with this stuff, honey, I've had direct experience too. It wasn't like that for me. It was very rough, very raw, stripped away all of my illusions, and ultimately ended with me being sober. That's kind of the final boss of spiritual awakening and enlightenment. It is that getting sober. It is having all those illusions stripped away. It is being able to control your sexuality. It is to be able to be honest with people. The word salad stuff lets me know that you might have been mentored by some people who use that spiritual language. I mean, I myself, when I was coming up, being initiated as a shaman and all of that stuff, I wasn't really allowed by my spirit guides into those groups. And I think I know why that was the case. At first I felt kind of rejected by it, but now I see the wisdom in that, because it is bypassing. It is not addressing. Like, you still have all these things going on that somebody with your experience with spirituality should be far removed from. Okay? You should be far removed from this stuff. And I think that's what it's not a projection, as it's more of a recognition, because I've been where you are, Aubrey. I've had spiritual ego. I've had battles with spiritual ego, and in dealing with watching your content and examining it, making videos about my process with it, which is all anybody's ever doing, really, if you think about it. So if that's a projection, don't you know that the many people who have made videos about it are also skilled in examining their projections? Most people are saying how it makes them feel. Nobody's really shitting on you. We're talking about how we feel about this kind of stuff. And I don't know why you can't see that. I mean, people have made videos about me. Somebody's probably going to do a deep dive on me at some point, or if anybody fucking cares. But it's not a projection, because we're examining our projections. I'm talking to my husband. Is this a projection? Am I projecting it on it? But this kind of spiritual nonsense that you got going on in your life had serious consequences in our life. That's why I'm making videos about it, because people do and eventually get consequences from doing this type of stuff.
Or manipulation of spiritual ideas for carnal desires, etc. I get it. I understand. And ultimately it is actually what I feel is true. And that, there was one of the big challenges from the podcast was when I expressed that moment that I had in Egypt. And I had that moment in Egypt where I heard a fucking voice in the temple of Isis.
And you got to watch out for those voices that you hear. You really, really do. Aubrey, if I were your shaman, I'd talk to you right now about this. Like, spirits and they, especially like lower order spirits and Jezebel spirits and all that kind of stuff, they'll speak in a certain way. But to like spirit, I have fact checking spirits. I have spirits that help me remember things. I have spirits that they don't tell me to do something, and I would be very suspicious of any spirit being so clear. Usually the voice in the head is always ego. And the voice in the head can come in many, many different forms, but suspicious of those voices, especially if those voices led you to do something like this. I mean, to me, it sounds like a Jezebel spirit, because Jezebel spirits are all about breaking up harmony.
I heard it. That's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to have the skill to be able to always question any voice that you hear. Because the voice that you hear, there's no guarantee that this was ISIS. There's no guarantee that it was even a real voice. There's no guarantee that this wasn't a projection of some subconscious desire that reflected back to me. So you have to have a level of skepticism with everything. Now, you have a super high level of skepticism. And even when you've witnessed things, that were like we were together, we were out at the Temple of Delphi, Athena's temple, and we watched Matthias conjure a storm. And then we were in the bus. All of us are fucking blown away.
Matthias to Stefano.
Yeah, Matthias to Stefano. And you're like, what are the chances that storm was just going to come no matter what? And we're like, there's a chance, for sure.
Yeah.
And like for sure. But you're one of the individuals who's kind of on the higher spectrum of skepticism, and that's beautiful.
And I'm very skeptical as well. I talked about it a lot on this channel. I don't just believe anything. I don't. And I'm very skeptical, but also, being able to learn to listen to people, being more interested in the intent of the message, because people lie. People don't tell the truth all the time. You can't expect people to tell the truth all the time, but you can understand the intent behind the message. And when you understand the intent behind the message, then the truth gets through. The intent behind the message gets through. And so he's explaining, because I remember that podcast, and he said it was ISIS. He didn't talk too much about the skepticism of that, did he? I don't think he did, but it was kind of like, I can't believe ISIS is telling me to impregnate another woman. That's what I remember.
But it's important to have a healthy version. Mine is lower than yours, but still high.
My skepticism varies depending upon the group I'm with. If all the group is like, holy shit, Matthias and Stefano just conjured up weather from the heavens and spoke to ISIS or whatever, and everyone's 100% confirmation yes, I'm like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
But if everyone's like, no, that was just weather, this is science, I'd be like, hold on, guys, wait.
Yeah, I think that's right. You're creating a kind of balance. You're regulating the field in a way, and I appreciate that about you. Oh, well, you also have a way of being, in many ways, and they call it the devil's advocate, but it's not that. It's actually challenging the consensus belief, which I think is very healthy. And one of the reasons why I love you as a friend is because I can, I may have a lot of momentum in something where I'm totally sure, and you'll be like, are you sure? And I'm like, all right, well, let me fucking think about this thing. And so the criticism being, were you skeptical enough of that voice? Yeah. When I got back, even when I told Vi, I was like, I don't know what that means. I don't know if it was a real voice. I don't know what that was. I don't even know what it means. Maybe it means we're supposed to fucking create a card deck and that's our birth. And I don't fucking know, but I know I heard the voice. It's not a question. I didn't make that up. And I also believe in the world where we can get messages from the extra dimensional reality that we're in. That reality is real to me. So communication is.
Wait a minute. I remember what was said. I remember this. I remember this clearly. Oh God, do I have to go back and watch that? See, this is why you don't have people like this in your life, because you have to go back and wild goose chases and all of that. I remember what was said. It wasn't about a card deck or anything. It was about ISIS telling you to impregnate another woman. Oh God. So I went back and looked at that podcast just a little bit, he says he got a message from God. He wasn't skeptical about it. He wasn't skeptical about it at all. He went on the app, he found a girl, and that was that. But I feel like I'm being groomed by watching this. So I actually had to go look. I feel like I'm being groomed. I'm here in the house by myself, and I feel like I'm getting groomed. It gives me that weird feeling that I get when someone is trying to gaslight me. I feel it in my gut, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't have that feeling unless usually when I've been having to deal with certain people who, I'm just going to say, I feel like I'm getting groomed by listening to this whole thing. But even in the comments, like this guy, this Aligned podcast, he seems to hold a personal amount of pride that people listen to the whole thing. So we have to listen to the whole thing. But in listening to the whole thing, I feel like I'm getting groomed. It makes me feel weird. And I read some of these comments again, and so I just had to go read some comments from people. I didn't want to watch any more videos from other people because I want to make my own mind up about this stuff. I actually haven't watched any videos from other people, so in a while. I'm just going on the initial one when I was able to hear other people's perspectives of it. And to be honest, no, people don't even really care that much anymore. And this one from Mr. Daddy Push. I see some of you channel members out there, some people who are members of my channel and subscribers. I see you on here making comments. So Mr. Daddy Push says, this man tries to sell his life of pure privilege and hedonism as having something to do with spirituality. Now he comes with more and more justifications, but it won't convince anybody. This kind of discourse is damaging to our culture. If you would like to prove he has spiritual integrity, he can start to use his massive wealth to help some of the many people who are suffering in a world full of real troubles. You know what would have actually been an interesting episode? If you told Aubrey to sit this one out and interviewed the ladies instead. I would have watched that. Watching a dude justify sleeping with multiple women or being love with multiple women in order to be living authentically after having his self-worth threatened by internet backlash. Yeesh. Doesn't the world have better things to do? No disrespect, Aubrey. I'm sure you're a wonderful dude. I wish you all the best. It's just not for me. And Align says, I'm actually planning on having Vi on the podcast coming up. Don't do that. Don't do that, Align podcast. Be a good friend to these people and tell them to stop talking about this. To stop talking about this. It's making it worse and worse. Don't do that. Don't do that anymore. I think the best thing to do for Aubrey would just to be pretend this didn't even happen. Just pretend it didn't even happen. I mean, that's what I would do. I would just pretend that it didn't even happen. I'd be just like, oh, my personal life is none of your business. That's what I would do. I would just say, nope. No. But no. I mean, if you really loved Aubrey, you would tell him to just take the L and not talk about it anymore. I really love Aubrey. I do. I love him. And I think I'm going to title this deep dive is I really love Aubrey Marcus. I really do, because I'm going to say things to him that y'all won't say to him at all. And he has so much he had so much influence that his turn, he could really come back from this. But why does he care what I think? Really, I'm just a little gay ass internet shaman. Why does he care what anybody thinks?
It's happening sometimes from darker forces, sometimes from lighter forces, sometimes your own subconscious can project something that reflects back to you. That's what happened to my father. He got lost in a projection of something that was both the negation of him and a darker force kind of commingled. And
like Maybe like it was what's going on with you. Maybe like what's going on with you. I mean,
he lost his way. And also there's a story. So there's also the story of the binding of Isaac. Do you know that story? So this is an interesting story about disambiguating the God voice. So the story, as it reads in Genesis, Abraham hears a voice, and the voice says, you need to go bring your son Isaac to the top of the mountain, and you're going to sacrifice him. And Abraham, being a faithful man of God, is hearing this voice. So he brings his son Isaac up to the mountain. He's about to sacrifice him. Isaac's like, wait, father, where's the goat? And Abraham's secretly like, you're the fucking goat, son. Like, I'm going to sacrifice you. And, obviously doesn't say that. But then he gets to the final place. He's about to sacrifice him. And then he hears another voice. And it's like, don't sacrifice him. So the traditional biblical interpretation of that is, oh, he was being tested by God. And God wanted to know that he would be willing to do that. The other interpretation is that the first voice, so if you look at the story, Abraham was almost sacrificed by his father, Nimrod.
Oh, God. God.
And so
God.
This was actually repetition compulsion.
This horse shit. Oh, my God. It's like parcel tongue. So I feel like now he's trying to justify why he did what he did. Like, oh God.
Hearing a voice that wasn't the God voice, that was his own repetition compulsion, because he was almost sacrificed. And so that's the voice that led him up to the mountain. And then actually he clarified the God voice and actually heard God and heard his potential and was like, no, what are you doing? And so this is a story, if you read it that way, of clarifying the God voice. It wasn't that God said one thing and then changed his mind as a test. It was that actually he was misinterpreting the God voice the first time, and then he actually heard the clear God voice the second time. So that's possible. We can get messages that aren't right. I don't know how. Can't tell you how many fucking people who've been like, I remember this.
Okay, so but y'all did a whole podcast about how much you thought about this. Y'all thought about this at length. I just watched the part of the podcast where you said you thought about this at length. You examined it at length. It wasn't just something y'all did. And now you're okay. I mean, people can get things wrong. They really can. But I just feel like this is just your addiction trying to. I just feel weird. I feel like weird in my gut. And, spirituality shouldn't make you feel weird this way. It shouldn't make you feel weird this way. There's some people that I listen to that I feel elated by. Like, I feel elated by. There's some people who I feel confronted by. Some really good spiritual teachers, you might feel confronted by them. Especially when you're dealing with a shaman, you might feel confronted by. You might feel anger, you might feel hostility, but it really comes from the ego. But then there are just some people where you just feel weird listening to them. You just feel kind of uneasy and kind of seasick. And I like listening to this whole podcast. It's extremely difficult to stay present and conscious throughout it. And I do think that that's why they want us to listen to the whole thing, so that we can hear all this stuff and be even more confused. This doesn't clarify anything for me at this point. Having listened to the whole thing, examined how I feel about everything, it just makes me feel weird, confused, groomed, and sad.
I was at Arcadia, and this one DJ comes up to me and he's like, hey, I just want to tell you that, I'm the guy. And I'm like, oh no, what guy? And he's like, the guy. And I'm like, what guy? He's like, that guy. And I'm like, Jesus? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, good to know you. See you later. You know, like, but he's hearing some voice, but that's his own inflationary desire.
Actually, what that is it's a rite of passage in awakening. Like, most people will feel like they're Jesus. I know I did. When anybody tells me I'm Jesus, I'm like, that's great. You will get through this part. You will get through this part. I used to think I was Jesus too. It lasted a little bit, couple hours, but you get through it. That's the Christ consciousness thing that the people talk about. Everybody goes through that. Haven't you been through that, Aubrey? Like, let's talk about this. I think that if you've examined whether or not you're Jesus or not, I think that's a necessary part of awakening. It's a rite of passage.
You know, this messianic complex, that's not real. It's not a real thing. You're not that guy. Sorry. Like, you're not.
Yeah, but that also comes when that ego breaks as well. Like, you realize it. Like, I remember, here's how I was in my apartment, and it was shortly after my near-death experience. I was it's like an ongoing thing. You know, I call it a near-death experience, but the further I get away from it, I'm looking at it as kind of like what Eckhart Tolle went through, like that ego collapse, that ego break, seeing through the illusion of reality. So it was probably a couple days afterwards. I was in my apartment, still trying to like figure out what was going on with me. You know, couldn't find a mentor. Reaching out to people on the internet, like asking questions. I was just full of questions. And you know, I used to go by my last name is Dirkholz, and that's my adopted name. And in German, it means through wood. And my name was Eric, and that means king. And so I was having this like experience. I'm like, Eric Dirkholz, king through wood. Oh my God. Jesus through wood. Oh my God. Am I like Jesus or something? And then I was like, oh my, I had my hands out like I was on the cross, and I went, oh my God, no. It was horrifying for me. And I was like, there's no way. But I thought that because of my last name, and it lasted for a little bit. And I'd have to go back and look at my notes, okay? Because it was either a couple hours or a couple days. I'd have to go look and back at my notes about what I was going through at that time, because I don't remember it exactly, but I remember it wasn't very long. And it was very disturbing to realize at that time. But it wasn't a messianic complex. I don't think that's what it is. That would be the ego's conception of somebody thinking that they're Jesus. But by and large, it's somebody grappling with waking up and realizing that, Jesus died for a very specific reason. I mean, Jesus was the first one to realize that he was the Son of God. When you start to think that you're Jesus, you're actually realizing that you too are the Son of God. Nobody wants to be a Messiah. Nobody fucking wants that shit. You're projecting, honey.
And so we have to have the skill and the skepticism to be willing to listen, and also have that kind of healthy skepticism.
At what point who are psychedelics beneficial for? Who are psychedelics dangerous or detractive for? And can psychedelics kill the ego temporarily and then create a more seductive, aggrandized, elusive version of it that's even harder to kill?
This is a really good question. And, I appreciate the interviewer here, because you're dealing with a delusional man. You know it. You know you're dealing with a delusional man, but also you're doing a really good job of not challenging the delusion and asking some really tough questions. You're asking some really, really tough questions.
How do we navigate that? Because there's a lot of like bullshittery in the spiritual world, and there's a lot of people, in my opinion, I feel like a lot of the people that need psychedelics the most are the people that have the greatest resistance, and the people that need psychedelics the least have the highest proclivity towards psychedelics.
And I will say that you don't really need the psychedelics, and that in many cases, the psychedelics can make things way worse. They usually do. They result in a lot of delusional thinking. You start to conflate the drugs with spiritual wisdom and knowledge. It's not it. And in many cases, the psychedelics can inflate and encourage the spiritual ego, and not to mention all the spirits that are associated with that stuff. If you're going to do psychedelics, also know somebody who can clear up all those spirits for you. It can be quite an arduous task to clear all that shit up. I just don't think it's worth the risk. I don't think it's worth the risk at all. If I had to do it all over again, I would have taken mushrooms one time. But see, I awakened after I knew how dangerous and deadly and stupid taking drugs were. So my experience is that by the time I had an awakening, I knew not to confuse drug experiences for spiritual experiences. And if somebody has never learned that, I could see them conflating drug experiences with spiritual experiences. Now, can you have spiritual experiences through drugs? Yes, but you don't celebrate them. You don't talk about them. You don't worship them. You just kind of let them be what they are. And you know, I don't talk much about my spiritual experiences because everybody has them. They're no big deal. I'm definitely not going to add an air of legitimacy to them as if they're proof for anything going on with me. I like what Eckhart Tolle's wife, Kim Eng, says about that kind of stuff. You know, she was talking about, I met God. And a master said, that's not it. You're going to have to come back to reality at some point.
What do you think about that?
So let's take a look at who was the most vehement in their attacks of me and Alana and Vailana. It was the spiritual community. The spiritual community has so many blind spots. And one of the reasons why is
I don't think anybody who has a critique of you has any fucking blind spots regarding this kind of shit. The videos that I saw were people who had been hurt by people like you, and once you could see it clearly. And here's the thing about the so-called spiritual community. You had a hand in building that spiritual community on the internet. You raised them up. And I hope you're not about to say what you're about to say, but I kind of feel like you're going to say it.
Because their identity is wrapped up in being the most good. And when their identity is wrapped up in being the most good, they have the most blind spots, because there's places they're not willing to look in their shadow because they believe they don't have a shadow. Hey, motherfuckers, you all have a shadow. We all do. So that's one of the, so there's risks with psychedelics. I think what I go back to is I consider breathwork a psychedelic. And
you know, I think all of us who made videos about this use this opportunity to do even more shadow work. I remember seeing videos from people saying, am I missing something? Am I missing something? Many people were like, have I missed something? Am I not getting something right? I want to know the videos and the people that he's talking about. I want to know those people, because I certainly did not see any of that. I saw people leaning into the uncomfortableness of it. I mean, if people had all these blind spots, they wouldn't have said anything. They wouldn't have said a damn thing. They would have just agreed with you because you were speaking the language of drug fueled God bomb and made up God bomb ceremonies and shit. I think that because people didn't have blind spots, they were able to express how they felt. And again, it's people expressing how they feel, and you want to be able to express how you feel. So why can't other people express how they feel? I mean, throughout my life, Aubrey, people have made shit about me, gossiped about me, rumored about me, all that stuff. I mean, in some people's minds, I'm a very evil, dangerous, mean person. Okay? So I get where you're coming from. It's really hard to have people misunderstand you. But here's what I'm going to tell you. No amount of explaining is going to help people understand me. They've decided they want to misunderstand me. It's called being chronically misunderstood. I've made thousands of hours worth of content in my lifetime talking about how I feel about stuff. Do you think any of those people have watched one of those things? They don't have time for it. They don't want to listen to it. They want to misunderstand me. But in your case, people wanted to understand you. They wanted to understand where you were coming from. And you told them where you were coming from. And now you're saying that these people have blind spots. The same people who listened to you. They listened to your podcast. They heard what you said. And now you're saying that they have blind spots. Look, I've watched way more content of yours than I ever fucking wanted to. And the only reason I did that is because I thought maybe I'm getting something wrong. Maybe I'm just not hearing him out. Maybe I'm missing something. Do I have any blind spots? And because I've listened to your content more and more and looked at your websites and stuff like that, I'm getting rid of those blind spots. That's what we're supposed to do, right? So which way is it going to be? Do you want us to continue to listen to you and then share how we feel about it? Or do you want us to shut up and go away? It's weird. That's why I feel like I'm getting groomed. I feel like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. It's making me feel a little crazy. Thank God there's a meeting coming. I got to go to a meeting because of this shit.
Consider it one of the safest and best psychedelics you can do. And I recommend that universally. I think everybody should go through holotropic, shamanic, Wim Hof, whatever flavor or variety you want. Breathwork is universal.
And I would say, if you're going to do that shit, know what you're getting yourself into. Don't believe this guy. Don't believe Aubrey Marcus about psychedelics. My God, no. You will know their tree. Like, here, I'm going to say it to you this way. An apple tree can't grow pears, and a pear tree can't grow apples. And if you want the kind of life that Aubrey has, do exactly what he says. I know many people have. I know someone right now burning down their life just because they believe the kind of psychedelic shit that Aubrey. If it's good for you, why does it fuck your life up? If it's good for you, why does it fuck your life up? Why does your life, when you have these types of people in your life, and when I have people like this in my life gets worse. It gets more chaotic. It gets worse because I don't have the numbing agents. I don't have a little bottle of Feel Free next to me to deal with the uncomfortable consequences of my choices.
Ecstatic dance is also a psychedelic. Whoever the fuck you are, if you're able to dance, and even if we've held ecstatic dances for people in wheelchairs who had fucking epic experiences, just dancing with whatever they could. Like, so it's not about how you're dancing. It's about allowing yourself to be the most free you've ever been, like breaking through the construct. So psychedelics, breath work, meditation, if you can get in a sensory deprivation tank, do that. Like, all of these things are universal recommendations. And meditation, all of these practices, that's universally something that I would recommend. And I think there's the lowest risk of this inflationary process. Now, psychedelics take it to another level of risk and possibly another level of reward. I've experienced a lot of great reward from it, but you have to be really mindful that you're entering into, as above, so below. Is there?
I'm just going to say this, that the drug experiences are not it. They can lead to delusions. They can lead to spiritual ego. And I think that's all that's going on with Mr. Marcus here. I myself have grappled with spiritual ego. I'm sure Aaron, this guy that's interviewing him, has dealt with spiritual ego. It's the final fucking boss. All right? It's terrible. And you are like, to promote illegal drug use is not cool. Okay? No, we should not be doing this. I know that people are going to do it anyway. But I'm not going to encourage people to do it. I'm going to wave people away from it. That's the fucking responsible thing to do. That's the responsible thing to do for those of us who have been there with spiritual ego and also our own egos and stuff like that. To like, if people want to go explore it, go. Like, I know that people get sucked into it. I also know that sorcerers feed people drugs. Sorcerers say they're shamans and they feed people drugs. I think it's irresponsible to even introduce it as a possibility. Okay, I want to wave people far, far away from it, because why risk it? Why risk it at all? You know, Aubrey has a lot of buffers. He's got a lot of yes people. He's got a lot of people to fix things if he fucks them up. And most people, if not all people, don't have that. You got to be really rich to be able to do the kinds of things that Aubrey does. Because I know some people who are wealthy and they treat people a certain way, and if those people object to that, they get kicked out. They get kicked to the curb, never to be heard from again. And wealthy people can do that. For normal everyday people, we got to keep our relationships tidy. We have to have a drama-free life. We have to actually treat each other with some kindness and some care. But I think it's very irresponsible and to even just hint that it might be good for you.
Darkness in the world, is there, people who are looking to pump your tires and inflate you and then extract something from it? Of course there are. Is there parasitic forces? Of course there are. So as above, so below. Those forces exist in this astral sea.
Didn't you extract from the Native Americans that you had on your last podcast? Why do you call it extraction? Why don't you call it, I don't know, elevating? Or like, but these frameworks that you have are very strange to me. They're very weird frameworks to have when talking about this stuff. Do y'all agree with me that that you see the world as in this way? Yeah, there are sorcerers out there who pretend to be shamans and feed people drugs. It's really hard to tell who is a genuine shaman, a safe shaman, and a shaman who really cares about you and your healing. It's really hard to tell for the lay person, or because I think the many people think that sorcerers are shamans, and actual shamans don't even feed people drugs. They don't. I mean, I was told that early in my initiation, that shamans are sober. We don't feed people drugs, and you're gonna have to be sober to be a shaman. Like, you can't feed people drugs. It's irresponsible. It's not safe. And I really do impress this on people
that you're swimming in. So,
but he's the shark warning us about shark infested waters. It's like he's telling us to watch out for people when he's the person that we need to watch out for. Holy fucking shit.
It's not going to guarantee that you're going to connect with the right energies. if you're in psychedelics. You may connect with the wrong energy. So you have to have a high level of discretion and discernment, and you have to really be called to it. And then you also have to have a high level, you have to have also a community around you, right? Like if anybody comes, like, that's why having a friend like you is important, you know. Like, and I have so many stories of these inflationary psychedelic people. Like this one woman at Burning Man says, like, I was chosen as the ambassador to water for the world. And I'm like, what? Water? All of water?
But
like,
see, but we laugh at the things that you say like that, Aubrey. Come on, because it all sounds ridiculous. It all has the possibility of sounding ridiculous, you know. But you know, I'm a starseed from the Sirius star system. It sounds utterly ridiculous. I don't tell people that shit. I don't tell people that. But I wasn't on drugs when I found that out. I was stone cold sober. I was like, what the fuck? Wasn't a voice either.
You're the queen of all of water. All righty, see you later. You know, like, get the fuck out of here. And then she.
But what if she was the queen of all water?
She gave a whole speech, and they put her on stage, and she's like, on behalf of water. I'm like, on behalf of water? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because the wells went run dry, Aubrey. The well has run dry.
You know, like there's crazy shit that people can say, you know, and people can do, and you know, people can try to self-harm under the influence of psychedelics. There's risk that's associated with it, and there's unbelievable bounty and beauty, because if you're in the right container and you're in the right mental state, what it will do is it will show you your shadow. It will show you in the best way the places where you actually need to put some awareness and some attention, and also help you look at those traumatic experiences you've had and rewrite them, and kind of rewrite some of the code that's leading you to these subconscious processes that you're not aware of, these repetition compulsions that you have. So, and
that's interesting to me, because there is, like, you know, and I keep returning to this book because there is a section in this book about when our shadow slips us up, you know, and I'm not immune from this. I mean, my shadow can slip me up too. I can get slipped up by my shadow. But there's a story in here. Let me see. There's my cat is over here. Cheddar, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want to be near me? Here. Do you want to play? Oh. Here, come here. Yes. He wants to be near me, but he doesn't. What do you want from me? What are you trying to tell me? I love you. Okay, there you go. I mean, and my cat is another example, because we went on a trip and we left our cat with my friend and his roommate, who was probably doing drugs at the time, and our cat has never been the same. When we picked our cat up again, he was sick. He's never been the same. He got really sick being in that house, that stress house. So yeah, there are consequences to this kind of stuff. But I'm not going to look up the story, but it is. It's basically this, that, you know, we could be our shadow will destroy us. It will, unless we look at it. And it sounds like to me that you know the lingo and you know all this stuff and you can talk about it. You know, I was just in I just got out of a meeting. I go to a meeting every Tuesday and Thursday. It's a men's meeting. And in that meeting we were talking about how you know, people who relapse and how they can be so convincing because they know all the lingo. They know enough to say, and make it sound plausible, like that they know what they're talking about. And so, but basically the gist of it was this: it's a script. It's a script, you know, like I was talking about, my friend's roommate earlier. You know, people will tell us that he's fine. And someone else shared a story about how, you know, there's somebody that, you know, they say they're fine, even though they're stealing, they're untreated, they're still lying, they're still doing all this stuff, but they're fine. People can look at them and say they look, but they're fine. Well, of course they're gonna appear fine. They're not going to crash out in the way that got them in trouble before. They're going to see how far they can take it. They're going to see how far they can do these drugs, drink, keep it on the down low, and then now they know all the lingo. I'm telling you, my roommate's friend sat with me and talked recovery, quoted things from books while he had already relapsed. So drug addicts can be very convincing, and especially if you know the lingo. Like, so just anybody would say, well, Aubrey knows about the shadow because he's talking about the shadow. He knows about this stuff. He's talking about it. But if he had truly done all his shadow work, the videos that people made, and there would be no controversy. There'd be no controversy at all. And that's the real test of how well you've done your shadow work. Because yeah, if you do your shadow work, people are going to project onto you. They will, and you know their projections. People will accuse you of the most cockamamie, outrageous shit. They will. Oh my God, I've been accused of some of the most cockamamie shit. But see, I know who I am now, and so what other people say about me, if it's not true, it doesn't bother me. And that's from somebody who's done a lot of shadow work. Yeah, I still have a lot more work to do on myself. Oh God, don't get it twisted. I'm not perfect. But I am coming out of a period of falseness where I had people in my life like Aubrey, and it was very destructive for me. Very difficult for me. Not so much difficult for the people like Aubrey because they're high. They get to be a little bit delusional about it. But for everybody else left to pick up the pieces, it can be very damaging and upsetting and destructive. Nobody comes out of a situation with a man like Aubrey better. But he's gotta maintain this illusion.
There's great benefit and also risk as you go up the chain of complexity in the psychedelic pantheon.
Yep. We got to wrap up, but the last thing that stands out is something that's kind of like, I think, interesting and maybe like, I don't know, well known or not known, but you, Aubrey, are one of, if not the most.
Is this body language for shut up? Don't say a thing. I think that is. Does anybody know about body language when people do this? Does it mean please don't say what you want to say? I think so.
Generous people I've ever met. And I think that you're aware of that. And I think that that's something that people probably don't realize about you. But
I would say that he's generous. I would say he's generous with people. I know people who were really generous with me until I figured out stuff about them. My family was generous. Merrick's family was very generous. Other people have been very generous with me. But that generosity is kind of a smokescreen too.
My experience with you and like witnessing you is that's like truly, genuinely like what's mine is yours. And I don't think that I've experienced that with hardly anyone to the degree that you do. And so that's something that's very like aspirational for me to have a little bit more of that quality. So thank you for showing me that. And I wonder if there is a like a shadow side to that as well. Is there anything underneath that outside of just being so generous just for the sake of, altruistically because it feels good.
And I know, like, there's a lot of weird edits in here. Y'all notice that? There's a lot of weird edits. But I think the question that are you paying people off? Do you buy gifts for people? Are you buying people's silence? Because a lot of people like Aubrey, that's what they do. And so for those who become wise to the game, so to speak, and at this point, I know it's just untreated alcoholism. Like it's just untreated. It's untreated. So, for people that kind of wake up to the machinations of this kind of shit, other people will say, but Aubrey's so generous. Aubrey's so nice. Aubrey, he would do anything for anybody. But there is a reason why people do that. It's a reason why they're so generous. My father and mother were very generous to everybody except to their own children. So it can often be a show, and I wonder if he's going to answer this honestly.
I had a very specific incident that helped me explore that, and so I'm in a ceremony with a master, and he's laying a field of truth and music that's unlike anything I'd experienced. It was like really unbelievable, and it's just a ceremony for me and Vi. And I have a little silver bar, and I work with the metals when I'm in, this is a little woo-woo, but I work with metals when I'm in ceremony. Sometimes the silver represents the moon and gold represents the sun. And so I work with those energies. And they're subtle.
And you work with you say you work with these masters. Do you listen to them? Like, you say you work with them, or are these people just taking your money? I mean, that's something that we shamans might do. Trickster shamanism a little bit. I'm not saying that I do it, but I mean, I know shamans. I've heard of shamans that do that.
But I still work with them, and they have an impact on my journeys. So I'm on a biomat, and I put the silver bar underneath my
I'm just saying that some spirit workers would totally take advantage of rich people, tell them everything that they want to hear. I know that to be true.
My coccyx, like my sacrum, and it's warming from the biomat because the biomat creates heat.
Coccyx is like right beside the asshole, so that makes sense. You know.
So whatever's above that, better than me. Whatever the fuck it was, lumbar, I don't know, but whatever, like right there above my crack, and like where my spine starts, like my fucking tailbone. Yeah, the coccyx is the one that bends towards the asshole, right? Well, it wasn't in the hole. So, but anyways, I have it down there, and it gets really warm from the biomat. So biomat's putting out red lights, putting out heat. And then I move it from that spot because it was getting warm, and I put it right on my chest, and it feels so good. I'm on the medicine. It just feels so good. And I leave it on my chest.
On the drugs. Come on. Look at this. Glorifying this. Come on.
For like 10 seconds. And then I go, oh my God.
Because the danger of shit like this is, I mean, people could listen to this and think that they're going to get something real from it. And I'm not saying that one time is good, but repeated, you didn't get this from one time. I mean, one time is usually sufficient for people. 1 or 2 times is usually sufficient for people. Why do you have to keep going back for more and more and more? That's what is crazy about this, because
I should experience this. And like, I was loving it. I was like loving this experience of this warm silver bar on my chest. And I give it to Vi. And then I'm on and she's, got her blindfold on and she puts it on her chest. And then like 3 minutes later, I'm like, damn, why did I give her that thing? Maybe she doesn't even like it. Maybe she doesn't even appreciate it. Like, I didn't talk to her about it. Like, this could be something she's like, I don't know why you fucking gave this to me, where I was really enjoying it. And I was like, why did you do that? And then like, I just got this clear message. It's like, cause that's who you are, man. Like, you want people to enjoy their life and reach their fruition and experience, the beauty that you see. You want that for real. That's who you are. And that was really like a clear answer for me. It's like, it's just a part of who I am. Like
Okay, so I believe you there. I believe that that's a part of who you are. I truly, truly do. But do you know how much, like, I'm having, like, if you truly knew what you were doing, you would not be doing it. If you truly knew what you were doing, you wouldn't be doing it. And nobody's going to tell you what you're doing. Like, true mastery comes in sobriety. True mastery comes in being able to conserve your energy. And I know your rationale for promoting polyamory and having sex with as many people as you want is because people cheat. I've seen this crazy shit. Like his rationale is that, monogamy fails people because divorces and all this stuff. Do you know what would clear all this shit up? Shadow work would clear it all up. Working on ego issues would clear it all up. It would clear it all up. And you wouldn't have to create new constellations and paradigms. Like, the solution to your problem, Aubrey, is simple. Solution to the monogamy problem is simple. Shadow work, ego issues, getting sober. It's so simple, but it's mind-boggling. It's just so very simple. But yet I've listened to these podcasts over and over again and hear you talk about jealousy and issues and problems and all these things that aren't even really going on. It's all just, I don't know, boredom, wanting some adventure. Like, your life is boring. You have all that money, you got nothing else to do. So I know that it's gotta be rough to achieve that financial success. And what else do you do? Like, seriously, I know that I've talked with people who've had windfalls and things like that. It's kind of like, but also you were raised wealthy as well. My husband was raised wealthy as well. It is a weird way to be raised. It does warp your thinking quite a bit. But I just think of, like, sobriety and poverty would be very good for you. Like, it would just be very good for you. Sober, broken, single, my God. So, but you're talking from this perspective that you want to share your vision of humanity with the world. And we're more be the example of what you want to see in the world. And all these problems that you have are problems that alcoholics and addicts have. I'm sorry. And have you ever thought that maybe your thinking is warped around relationships and marriage? Like, yeah, Merrick and I grew up in homes full of infidelity and full of disharmony and addiction and alcoholism. So yeah, we would love it if men and women got married to each other and committed to each other and didn't cheat on each other. Yeah, our upbringing, our horrific, traumatic, terrible upbringing has influenced the way that we want to see the world. We want to see couples fall in love and commit to each other and have babies and all of that. So yes, the way that I want to see the world, but I also know that it's not for everybody. I also know that not everybody is an alcoholic and addict. And yeah, some people can use drugs and be okay. Some people can drink and be okay. But you keep saying repeatedly how you're not okay. And yet you got to have a full cup before you can give to other people. You don't want to promote programs and ways of life from an unhealed place. I know that. That's why I don't have program. The most we did was write a book, The Machinations of Ego, which is it was written from a place of exasperation. It was written from a place of, ooh, ego is going to hide anywhere. So we want to get all of this down in a document so that we can refer back to it. And we weren't even going to publish it or sell it, but we put it up for pre-order and then somebody bought it and we're like, fuck, we got to write this now. So we wrote that book begrudgingly. We wrote it as a duty, like a duty. It felt more like something that we had to do, a service thing. It's not necessarily sharing a vision with the world or trying to make excuses for our own failings as people.
I really want people to experience that which I experience and to reach the fruition of their fulfillment and their joy. And so yeah, I mean, I think that's just somehow like a part of my coding. I think we all experience this. Like if we go scuba diving and you're with a buddy, which you always should go scuba diving with a buddy, and you see a cool fucking fish, what's the first thing you do? You're like fucking pointing to your buddy. You're like, look at this fish. Like this is the coolest fucking fish. And then
and some of us say that's a beautiful fish, and that's a beautiful fish. Nobody needs to know. Some of us are like that. I get what you're saying, but as somebody who has worked with people at their lowest, like people who, I did harm reduction, Aubrey. I did harm reduction, and I would have to go to health departments where people would pick up fresh, clean needles. You want to know about life and reality? Do some shit like that. And you see people, shooting up in front of you so that they don't get sick. They know how easy it is. Like I would help people, like I would offer to help people, like right there. I'm like, hey, you want to go to rehab? Come on, let's go to rehab right now. You don't have to be homeless. You don't have to go through this. You don't have to slowly destroy yourself. They don't do it. They won't do it. I've had friends die from addiction. And you say you want to help. I know you really do. But I'm not gonna, like, my best friend when I was in my 30s, his name was Clinton, and he took his own life because he didn't want to go back to jail for another DUI. From what I understand, I don't know the real truth, but from what I can piece together, and the stigma about it, like you may not want to be known as an alcoholic or an addict, but y'all already are, baby. Y'all already are. But come on, like, please just realize what you're doing.
The experience gets so much better because it's shared. And I think I just love the shared experience of enjoyment and laughter and play and fun and love. And I think it's just really who I am. And also, like, thank you for that reflection and that compliment, because we've done a lot of really cool things together. And I also say that, for people who don't know you like I know you, you're always someone who's enthusiastic about being of service and helping. And like, even in these experiences, like if we're going on a boat or something, like, do you want some body work? Is there anything like I can do? And like, you have a similar...
It sounds a little groomy to me. You want some body work? God. Woo! My friend's roommate, I heard that he was offering free massages to ladies. Like, come on, it's so fucking clown.
Or quality with giving, your own energy and your own self to the environment and the situation. And I think that's just, I don't know. I think it's a deep part of who we actually are.
the shadow side of that for me is feeling like I need to trade having value to belong. And so there's like two edges to it with me. For the most part, I feel like I would rather be of service than it's not even necessarily of service. I would just rather do something. And so if something needs to be picked up, something needs to be moved, and I'm like sitting here, I'm like, it would serve me to move the thing. Like, it's fine, or doing body work or acro yoga or something like that. It's like, I will stretch out my hamstrings. I'll get to connect with this person. We're going to breathe together. Like, I would rather be of service in some ways, like quite selfishly, just because it just feels better. And then there's a shadow side of if I don't have currency to exchange, if I can't help fix your back or shoulder or knee thing, or I can't pick something up heavy that you wouldn't be able to do alone, or reach something high that you wouldn't be able to reach, do I have value? And am I worthy of being here? Am I worthy of love, and connection? So I think there's like another layer of that within me that that's more of like a fear-based quality as well. But it's not all that for me.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like I said earlier, because of the financial decisions that I've made, me not being able to be as generous, it bums me out, but it doesn't make me love myself less. In a way, it's like, I want to have resources so I can be more generous, and again,
me too. I mean, nothing would make me happier than to become more resourceful and help out people that I care about and be generous with people that I care about. Absolutely. I mean, and that's probably one of the main reasons why I'm working so hard right now to build my YouTube channel and to create these decks, because I do want to be generous with people. I feel like I'm a very generous person with my time and my energy, and I've been that way for my entire life. While I was addicted and using drugs, it was transactional. It was I'll do this for you if you do this for me. And but that kind of ended when I got sober. But yeah, definitely I would love to have more financial resources to be able to do more and give more. And I feel you there. And I myself have made some really bad financial decisions of late that have been very difficult for me to get through, especially at my phase of life, 53. Like when I got sober and got married, I was rebuilding my credit, and I was building a life together with my new husband. We were on a course of being financially okay and willing to put in the work to be financially okay. But all that came to a crashing halt when you get an active addict and an alcoholic in your life. And I'm not blaming them for what happened, but man, it pulls your focus away from what's important. Having people like Aubrey in your life, you do pull away from what's important because you're just trying to do triage on shit. So yeah, I mean, if you are going through financial difficulties right now, I can't imagine how that makes you feel. Somebody who's so defined by their money and their ability to do that. So yeah, I do understand that as well. And I feel bad for you, Aubrey, because I know that you've talked about these bad financial decisions throughout this podcast. So I don't know what's really going on with you, but there does seem to be a desperation in these podcasts with you. So stuff is obviously going on that you don't feel comfortable talking about, and I get that totally.
Thinking of Chase, like that's where a lot of my focus is right now, is on the struggles of our First Nations people here, as I've gotten to be immersed in that culture with Chief Bear Cross and given a great blessing, and
which that podcast was kind of cringe. It was.
Chase Iron Eyes, like there's a big part of that, and it bums me out that I can't, just drop a parachute of resources to really help them. But I know.
But what if you could drop a parachute of resources? Like, let's get creative about this. Like, if you really wanted to help people, what could you do? Maybe you know, all those YouTube creators that were able to share how they felt about their situation with you. Maybe you could look at that, not as extraction, but as generosity. I mean, I appreciate, Aubrey, you know, many people have come to my work through you, and I'm very grateful for that. And but at the same time, it does make me feel a little weird about it as well. And I'd love to be done with the subject of Aubrey Marcus. I really, really would. And as we, and I said this the last time, I know. So please don't manipulate me into watching another one of these episodes. Because it's doesn't make me feel good.
Where my heart is, and I know what I will do when I get it. But it's not that I guess I can love myself less if I'm not able to do that, because I don't feel like I'm living up to my potential. But it's not that I think that they won't love me or they won't appreciate me if I don't do it. So it's a little different for me. It's almost like, come on, bro, like you can do this. Like you can steward these resources and guide them to the right places, you know, and really bring a lot of love and laughter and life to those who need it. So that's what keeps me going.
Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you for bringing some love and laughter into my life. Seriously, thank you. And also thank you for helping me renew my commitment to sobriety and who I am as a shaman. And you helped me realize what I'm all about even more. Like, I shudder to think what my life would be like had you not gone through your thing. My life would look very different. I appreciate your willingness to be this catalyst for change in so many people's lives. My husband and I both adore you. I love you. We love you very, very much.
How much money did you make off of Fit for Service?
I lost a lot of money. I lost a lot of money. I lost a lot of fucking money. I mean, between Fit for Service and Arcadia, I probably lost close to $4 million.
What is Fit for Service? I heard somebody talking about this in the comments. What is, and they weren't very. What is it? What was it? Fit for Service. Oh, by the way, I thought it was funny. Like I quit the tracking attempt block. Okay. And I went on X and I got a notification. It's talking about the Jezebel spirit, and it said Jezebel spirit liked your post. So I think you got a Jezebel spirit. I'm just going to say that. So the overview is Fit for Service, workshops, practices, community, the accelerator, current offerings, all right, enough about that.
Yeah, that's like, and you know, like I kept going because people were having unbelievable experiences. Like, this changed my life. This did this. And I mean, that's also one of the, you know, kind of ironies of this whole situation is like people imagine that I was extracting something. I'm there sweating, breathing, teaching, offering, and just paying for the privilege to do it.
And I'm so glad that I'm not involved in any of those circles. I really am so glad. And because that has really helped me develop something that's outside of all that stuff. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that. And, you know, I appreciate it. I really, really do. Thank you, spirits.
the only year we were profitable was the first year that we ran it. And then after that, it was all losses on losses. But also, you know, I'm very proud of what we did during my time at Fit for Service. Ultimately, it became untenable because, you know, there wasn't the finances to actually make it work. So, and also I got to do it with my best friends, you know, like Kyle and Caitlin and Eric and Vi, like we were all like a squad. And, you know, there's some of my best memories, you know, and you dipped in and, you know, offered some things, and I got to bring a lot of people in and connect with a lot of people. So I don't regret it. But ultimately it's, you know, it is sad that we couldn't figure out how to make that something that was sustainable, because I really did enjoy it.
And the critique was that you were like manipulating people into extracting their resources and with like the promise of spiritual liberation or something like that. And it was just like a money mongering, like you're just sucking up people's
Right.
resources.
So that's interesting because, you know, that's interesting. Let me see this again. Let me go back to this fit for service. The accelerator is designed for people who are eager to transform their personal growth and experiences into a tangible service-based offering. If you're ready to clarify your purpose, develop a structured program, and bring your unique contribution to the world, this 8-week journey provides the guidance, community, and platform to do so. Toward launching their offering and making a meaningful impact, you don't need to know your offering. Is it what is the cost? The course only dependent. What are scholarships are not available. So what was the criticism? All right, so website suspicious. So this was in 2022, an open letter. Here's a story from the New York Post. All right, here we go. In February of this year, Aaron Rodgers signed up for a darkness therapy session for 4 days. He contemplated his football future, isolated darkness in a 200 square foot room at Sky Cave Retreats. Wait, for 4 days. The darkness invites us into a core splitting honesty where we are moved beyond our constant posturing. Aaron Rodgers' good friends and Marcus did a dark retreat. Okay. But Marcus, who's been dubbed the Joe Rogan of conspirituality, a portmanteau of conspiracy theory and spirituality, is also a controversial man. He's estimated to be worth somewhere in the region of 27 million. A resident of Austin, Texas. The two co-founded Onnit, a supplement company that has been accused of selling questionable products full of questionable ingredients. Marcus stepped down as Onnit CEO in 2020. There have been complaints about subscriptions and fees on Reddit. Earlier this year, Dr. Anna Nordvig, a board-certified neurologist, she listed some of the most commonly reported side effects, including nausea, dizziness, and diarrhea. Anyway, I'm just reading it. At the festival, Marcus, who has a history of championing polyamory, and his wife Alana ran a workshop on relationships. She is a self-described visionary, sound alchemist, and medicine woman. Although Marcus has publicly dismissed the idea that he's leading a cult, there is a Reddit community dedicated to debating and debunking his various philosophies and practices. See, I didn't know all this stuff about him at all. But man, was my intuition correct. According to Fit, they offer curated masterminds and transformational in-person events with world-renowned coaches, experts in healing modalities, and musical headliners. Potential clients are assured they will become more empowered physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, romantically, and spiritually so that they can be fit to be of service. Penned an open letter to Marcus and his followers. In it, Barris asked fit-for-service clients to question whether or not they want to keep spending up to $20,000 per year participating in the program. All the hallmarks of a culty, content-free pyramid, but it also functions as a bog-standard coaching business promoted through parasocial glitz. So this has been going on a while. All this seems pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. Marcus referred to one podcast with Gaffney recorded in March of 2022 as the single most paradigm shifting podcast I have ever recorded. Okay, so it's just standard cult shit. What a disappointment. My God, it just keeps getting more and more disappointing the more you listen and you look. You don't want people listening to this whole podcast. Aaron, you don't want people listening to this.
Right.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. It did. It's like, it's crazy, but
it's crazy. It lost money because nobody wants the expensive culty shit. My God.
Yeah. I mean, that's also, there's also.
And the way that y'all laugh about it. I mean, I don't want to ever align myself with anything remotely culty. I mean, we've got a cult-free guarantee. We're not starting a cult here. We don't want to start a cult. Why? Because it takes a lot of energy. Who has the time to control people? I just want to be of service. I just want to be a shaman. I don't want to try to make $20,000 off of people. I just want to be a shaman. I just want to do my job. I got a primary purpose. It's to help people stay sober, get sober, and achieve sobriety. That's my primary purpose. That's what gets me up in the morning. You guys are laughing over this failed cult thing. Y'all laugh about it. You see how seriously they take this. Why don't you guys want us to take it seriously? Why don't you take it seriously?
I've made plenty of fucking mistakes, and and I always talk about them. But being attacked on vectors that are just not true, it is a little frustrating. But also, it is what it is. I think one of the things that.
Well, again, I want to reiterate: nobody's attacking you. Okay. I mean, when I'm making these videos, I'm listening to A Course in Miracles. Like, I know about attack language. I know about all that kind of stuff. And I'm honestly, I'm like, because I want to be impeccable with my word. I do want to be impeccable with my word. But at the same time, use that word in the direction of truth and love. And then, do you call out bullshit? I mean, do you? I mean, you can ask my husband. I have fucking grappled with this shit. I've grappled with it. But what do? I mean, I think we should say something. And I've told the people on this channel, if I start doing culty ass shit, call me out.
Bodie Miller.
I mean, it might mean I make less money. Okay. I understand that. Like, I could probably come up with some $5,000 courses, but I'm choosing to not do that. I'm choosing to not do that. I can't believe you charge $20,000 for that shit. This is why these people are rich, y'all.
Told me early on, he's like, bro, like, what you have to understand. And so for people who don't know his story, during the Torino Olympics, he was on the cover of a magazine. He was like America's hero. And Bodie always skied the same way. He was either going to win or he was going to crash. And he always partied before he skied. That's what he did. That's the way he relieved stress. He did exactly what Bodie does. And he partied, he skied, he crashed. And then, but people saw him partying and skiing and they thought, oh, well, you didn't care. So he actually there was some kind of like statistical approval rating that like some of the agencies had. It was lower than OJ when OJ was in the Bronco fucking driving, right? As far as every famous athlete that ever was.
Now, Aaron, I understand. There's some people in my life I would ride or die for. There are. I'm a ride or die guy. I would. If I really love you, I'm gonna ride and die. I would ride and die for you. I really would. So I understand why you're doing this podcast, I think. Or maybe you're just being a good friend and you're trying to get him to see. But here we are. We're almost to the end of this podcast. And I've listened to it. I've examined everything. And I'm still at the same conclusion that I was. This is just he's just in denial. He's lying to himself. He's lying to you. Something is going on with this man.
But he like hit the bottom score of the amount of contempt. He was getting death threats, crazy shit, right? So this is, I think, 2008, Torino Games. And he told me, he's like, this is one thing, like if I'm going to teach you anything and tell you anything, people are going to pump your tires when you don't deserve it. And people are going to criticize you when you don't deserve it. Like, you know what you did. You know if you could have been better. And you know if you did your fucking best. And like, that's the only thing that matters because nobody else can judge you but you. And I try to remember that. It's just like, all right. And with Fit for Service, I did my fucking best. And I'm good with that.
That feels like a pretty good way to close it.
Aaron, I fucking love you, bro.
I love you too.
So did he ever address any of the controversy? Because I didn't know about this controversy. I mean, I tried to stay as ignorant as I could about this stuff. Okay? I tried to stay ignorant as much as I could just to hear it. But I didn't know about this controversy. Have there been more controversies? It's kind of like, if the government lied about the JFK assassination, what else are they lying about? And I'm glad this is all funny to you. I'm glad it's just hilarious.
Yeah, I really enjoyed getting done. I was excited to interview. This is cool. I tried to not be like, bro. I fucking trying to.
I like it.
Try to get in there.
That's the way you always are, though. It's like, this is you, and there's like there's a depth of like sweetness and love and support that I always feel, So, yeah, you inspire me too, man. You really do.
I appreciate that.
This is manipulative. It's so manipulative because, I've developed this new term called gaslighting. Gaslighting, so obvious. But see, it may not be obvious to Aaron because I don't know his history with addiction and people getting sober. I don't know your experience with that.
What are you cooking up these days? What's like the best place to point people? I know that you recently came out with the what is genuinely, absolutely, you're not paying me, I'm not sponsored. I actually actively asked to not be sponsored. I don't even know if you would or not, but correct. There's a particular compound called is it called paraxanthine? Is that what it's called? It's
more drugs, y'all. More drugs, more supplements. This is the crazy thing because I appreciate a good businessman. I do. Because I'm a terrible businessman. But I looked this up, and the irony is that it's not even, that correct is not even spelled correctly, which I think is kind of crazy. I think it's kind of crazy that correct is not spelled correctly. Nobody told you that correct, like if you're going to name something correct, you might want to spell it correctly. Okay. But it's all these supplements and drugs, all these drugs and stuff, all these formulations. And after figuring out that coffee wasn't cutting it, it was time to find a new alternative. The afternoon crash and its effect on energy throughout the day with no interruption in sleep in the evening. It's all just druggy, y'all. It's just druggy. But I mean, because see, I used to do this shit too. I was like, I just need something. Do you know what I do to give me energy in the afternoons? I take a nap. But it's
the metabolite of caffeine, and it causes, my experience with it, I think that might be random, I shouldn't say that right, but my experience with it is it feels like a blend of like a subtle microdose of MDMA and LSD in a way, not like you're like tripping, but it creates like a sensation of optimism and like subtle elation and mental clarity that feels almost, if you take it regularly like I have been, it starts to plateau a little bit. It's not just like the same effect every day, I found. So probably good to take breaks on it. But,
my God.
I don't know. That's something I guess kind of add for correct.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, this is the correct energy formula. So if you're interested, you can check it out at correctlife.com. But
I did.
You know, the whole reason I created the company was because of this formula. So I was looking at paraxanthine during my time at On It, but alone it was good, but it wasn't quite as good as I knew it could be. It wasn't like something that was so good that we had to release it, but I had my eye on it for a while, and then, you know, sold On It and still was like playing around with paraxanthine with some of the formulators that I knew. And we just,
I want to see this, because this is really funny. About what is this paraxanthine? Listen to this word salad shit. Empowering the doers of the world through modernized innovation and wisdom of the ages. I mean, I'm sure y'all all mean well, but the world does not need more drugs. We don't need more drugs. Your body is a pharmacy. Everything that you need is within you. Man, people getting caught up in this drug shit. Excuse me. It's all just druggy. Drugs. Like, God.
Came up with a formula. It took a lot of iterations, but we came up with a formula that surrounded paraxanthine with a lot of natural extracts, similar to what we did with Alpha Brain. So Alpha Brain's hero ingredient.
This is what they're talking about, this like meth cooks. So what we did is come on, this is a satire. Come on.
Supersia serrata and acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, so it gave you more.
See, I got in trouble because when I was going through my shamanic initiation, there was a woman who took a shine to me, and she wanted me to sell her supplements to my clients. She said, you know, if you tell your clients to take these supplements, they'll take them. And I said, I'm not interested in selling people supplements. I'm not interested in that. And you know what? She set out to destroy me. She really fucking did. She set out to destroy me. I'm not even gonna tell you all the things this woman did to me, but I wasn't gonna, like, you don't need it. Nobody needs supplements. You don't need supplements if you're a healthy person. If you're a healthy male, look, you guys look hell. Y'all don't need anything else. Y'all need less drugs. Y'all need less external things.
Acetylcholine.
because that's got to have some effect on you. Like, you said you got to not do it all the time. Like, does this seem crazy to either of you? Probably not.
That was an incredible product. It was disruptive to the field, and it's still something. Like, I'm on Alpha Brain right now, and that was by far the hero.
What is Alpha Brain? What is this? See why you can't have drug addicts in your life? You gotta fact check everything. What is Alpha Brain? On it, Alpha Brain. What's on it? Supports memory and focus, promotes. What are the ingredients of this? You know, the only supplement that I eat though is Jocko Willink protein powder. I love that shit. That's good. That's good stuff. It's got egg and whey protein in it. I love Jocko's stuff. But that's a supplement so that I can build muscle. But always got to be on. That's what on it means. Because you gotta always be on something. You gotta be on something all the time. That's what on it means. I get it now.
Of the on it, the whole on it pantheon. And then we created this product, Correct Energy, wrapped around the paraxanthine ingredient. And it was so good that I was like, okay, like I have to create another supplement company because this product is as disruptive as Alpha Brain ever was. And
I think it's way better than Alpha Brain personally. I never noticed like tremendous difference from Alpha Brain, like a little bit, but like paraxanthine fucks like that. Like you take a little paraxanthine. I think there's nothing like what I've been doing is I've been mixing Shilajit and paraxanthine. I don't want to sound too freaking fancy or whatever, but it's just,
you sound druggy. You sound like a drug addict when you say shit like that. What is paraxanthine? What paraxanthine? There it is. Google knows that I'm looking this shit up already. Let's see what this shit does. Is the primary metabolic byproduct of caffeine in humans, formed by the liver's enzymes breaking down caffeine. It is a xanthine alkaloid similar to other stimulants found in coffee, tea, and chocolate, though paraxanthine is not known to be produced by plants itself. After formation, it can be further metabolized. This seems crack-a-lacka. Well, what is it? How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel? Cleaner. This meth is really clean. By increasing dopamine for an uplifted mood. You don't want to fuck with your dopamine, fellas. You don't want to fuck with this you don't want to fuck with your dopamine. Oh God, no. You want, oh God.
Shilajit's got good stuff in it too. And I'll make a little concoction. That's what I do before podcasts. Paraxanthine, Shilajit.
Well, obviously I'm doing something wrong. Do you know what's remarkable though? Is that the only thing that I've had to get me through this podcast is 1 cup of coffee that I had earlier. I mean, I have a couple cups of coffee every day, and water. And I've managed to be able to maintain focus and have clarity and have an improved mood and be present for all of the horse shit. You guys were high all the time. You guys were hopped up on cleaner methylphthalate enzyme stuff. So you can't do to get through podcasts, you have to be on something? Really? Is it like that with all your podcasts, that you have to be on something to get through it?
Legit, mix it up in a little water, and it's very good. So I think it's a cool thing to check out. But
yeah, I mean, people are interested to try it, and I also think the extracts that we added, some in support of the dopamine system, some in support of like the holistic system. It's just a great fucking product. We also have a cool product called Fuel, which is exogenous ketones mixed with electrolytes. So you can have that, mix it in your water and get both ketones.
But to be fair, if you do drugs and drink alcohol, you do need supplements, because there are consequences for doing drugs and probably for taking these supplements, especially if you start fucking with your dopamine. I mean, that's what semen retention will do for you. Like, semen retention you'll get to a baseline where your dopamine is no longer spiking. You're not emotional anymore. You're not like really holding your semen for a period of like 100 days will give you that mental clarity that you're seeking externally. It's all inside, fellas. It's all inside.
And electrolytes, another ingredient that stimulates endogenous production of ketones. So we got some cool shit. So that's a big kind of project for me. My book's gonna come out probably next year through Harper, called You versus Anti-You. That's taken up some energy and time.
But it's a good thing that you got drugs to get through it. Man, when we were finishing up our book, it was very taxing. It was. Writing a book is taxing. It is. And we had AI edit our book because we couldn't afford to hire an editor. So thank God for AI. But at the same time, why would I want to read a book from a drug addict? That's true. I know Brandon from Jackass. What is his name? But he has a really good story about how he wrote a book. Man. All right, the end of the podcast.
But I'm stoked about both of those things, and of course got a podcast and got a bunch of people making podcasts about my podcast, but I'd prefer if you listen to my podcast.
Well, we do listen to your podcast, Aubrey. We do listen to your podcast. Let's all just have some fun. I want to feel good. Maybe I made a difference in somebody's life today. Maybe I helped somebody get sober today. Maybe somebody saw this and said, you know what? Taking drugs is crazy. It is crazy.
Like, go to the source, please.
But we do watch we do. That's the problem. You don't want people watching these podcasts, Aubrey. And again, it's like that. You don't understand. You just don't understand. And I think that the thing that Mr. Marcus misses is that we do understand. We understand. And that's what's so sad about it.
But yeah, man, it feels like kind of, it's like a new world now in a way. And I'm excited to see what comes.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you. I love you very much.
I love you very much as well.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you all for tuning in. That is it. That is all. I'll see you next week.
All right. There we go. We made it to the end of the podcast. So, Aaron, I listened to the whole thing. And anybody else who watched the whole thing, do we know something that we didn't already know? No. Let's look at some of these comments. Again. It's annoying and condescending when you ask people 7 times if they actually listen to the whole podcast. When we have critical thinking skills. Yes, we did, and no, nothing different. Just no mention of the wild stallion of Eros, thank God. ISIS. So then he says, thank you for your feedback. Based on statistics, the likelihood of them actually watching the entire conversation is incredibly low. Appreciate you being here and sharing your perspective. And then this one, oh, I know you, or hello, or you're a channel member. What statistics? Look, I sort of appreciate your effort, though the clickbait thumbnail is so misleading. And to assume people would have a change of opinion after watching until the end, I genuinely don't get it. AM needs help, not more yes people. Real friends hold up critical mirrors. And to be fair, you did try, though mildly. When their friends are out of control and trying to do whatever it takes to keep their delusions relevant, people actually care enough to see that these people need serious help, and the last thing they need is more enabling. And Aaron says, all I could share is that my personal experience with Aubrey has been very positive. It would be. Okay? You will have a good experience with people like Aubrey until I regularly challenge him on practically everything and have experienced him to be open to self-reflection and critique. I get that he, like myself and anyone, has blind spots and unconscious shadows, but I personally experience him to be an incredibly kind man with a good heart who experienced struggles and is in process like anyone. That's all I can say. And I think a lot of us are not saying Aubrey Marcus isn't probably a kind dude. I think we're struggling to reconcile his repeated patterns of behavior, which seem to leave his female partners pretty upset. Sure, Valana came around to it, but that's not the same as being solely chosen, which was her exact wound in romantic relationships. And this, the age, I'm not going to read this. I do, but I mean, it is, I do think it's, I think I couldn't see this before the experience with my friend's roommate. I couldn't see this until it happened to me. Okay? I couldn't see, like, yes, my friend's roommate was also very kind. He was also very kind until I found out that he had relapsed. And then I saw what a vicious, cruel person he actually was. Okay? And that's the takeaway from this. My friend's roommate was telling other people that I was pushing sobriety onto him, that I was being unreasonable. And that wasn't true at all. I wasn't pushing sobriety on him. He actually wanted to get sober, and he often asked me for advice. I would give him advice, and he wouldn't follow it anyway. So the last couple years being around him was very difficult, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I didn't know exactly why, but as soon as I found out he had relapsed, then I got to see who he really was. So I hope you don't get to see who people really are. The truth really matters. It really does. And you know what? I'm not even going to make an AI song about this. It's just too sad. It's too sad. And I'm glad this is over. So go take a shower. I love you all. Thank you for joining me for this long ass deep dive. All right. Bye bye.